Oh, do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Hello. Hi, everybody. I'm late. Formulando. Oh, my God. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you so much, Formulando. Oh, my gosh. My desk is not ready.
My favorite
Oh!
American Eagle heart.
Thank you so much. Okay, shoot. Dang, why is this not playing for me? Why? I'll just say it myself. Happy 10-month anniversary to my favorite American Eagle heart. Oi, oi! What's up, Formulando? Thank you so much for the sub. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna get you on this Christmas tree. Hang on. Fixing my audio. Fixing my brain. Game wimps. There we go. Okay. All right. That should work. Oh my God. Hey, what's up? What's up, everybody? Hi there. Hi there. Let me get you a Christmas ornament. Oi, Formulando. Thank you so much. Everybody that subscribes is getting an ornament. Is getting an ornament. It's gonna be so. I don't think that I could write on this one, but I'm gonna write on it anyway, because at least I will remember who has one and who doesn't. Formulando. Thank you. How are you doing? Oi. Okay. Okay, I'll get you on this Christmas tree right now. Boom. Kinda. You can't see it because it's so dang shiny, but I know that it's there. And I'll put you on a nice comfy place on the Christmas tree. Thank you for decorating my environment. My room looks most beautiful because of beautiful peeps like you. Haha. Also, Pedro, welcome in. Lost in Lift. How are you doing? Let's put this over here. There's a distinct lack of Christmas ornaments on the left side. So I need more. I need more Christmas ornaments. Do you hear me? Also, I have something that I forgot to show y'all. I forgot to show y'all that I made this. A beautiful placement. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Lost in Lift. One of the best Christmas decorators right before your very eyes. I hope you had a great weekend. What day is it? I did have a good weekend. I'm trying to remember what we did. What happened last weekend? Oi, let me show you what I made. Take a look at this. I forgot to post a picture of it, so I guess I'll show you now. Look. It's a Florida freaking gingerbread house. I'm trying to be very careful because it's extremely fragile. It's made quite a journey. But you can see I've got some what are they called? They're palm trees. They're palm trees with little coconuts on them. And I put on the of course we got Ginger Brave from Cookie Run here. I look like a real Cookie Run fan right now. I have the Cookie Run shirt. I have a Cookie Run figure before you. But yeah, there he is. It's a kind of plain house. Don't look at the back. There's nothing back there. I kind of gave up after a while, but our icing sucked, so I couldn't really help it. But I made the cool trees. These also somehow these trees got transported in my car for like, I don't know, the 30 miles or something, and they didn't break. What the heck? Okay, where am I gonna put this? Maybe I put over here. Yeah, there we go. Christmas thing over in the side. You've never made a gingerbread house. When do you eat it? That's a great question. From my understanding, you never eat a gingerbread house. I have never eaten them. I've never heard of them being eaten. I think that you just make them and then you let it go to waste. I think that's the idea. You make a food house and you never eat it. Like this gingerbread, probably like straight out of the box, was disgusting. We ate a lot of the candy while we were making it. That's what we did. Are you going to announce the stream in Discord? Oh, thank you. Thank you for reminding me that. I forgot to make a Discord post. Thank you, Moy. Moy, you're doing my job better than I do. Moy, when are you going to start streaming? Okay, let me at here. I'm going to say, ask me about my gingerbread house so that I can show it off more. Ask me about my gingerbread house. Awa. There we go. Now that's an Earl of Suds message if I've ever seen one. Thank you, Moy. Also, Johnny, what's up? How are you doing? Oi. Oi, oi, oi. If that isn't Johnny. If it isn't Johnny, my friend Johnny. It'll be... Why is this not working? Hello? Hello, Discord? What's the problem? Is this link working? Go away. I don't want to spread the love via Nitro. Yeah, the link works. Fantabulous. Okay. Back to paying attention to y'all. back to pampering y'all. You're welcome. Also, I know that you started. Also, you know I've started streaming ages ago. Yes, I did. But I'm trying to bait you into doing more. You eat parts of them. Okay, but do you eat the gingerbread? Because I don't think that the gingerbread's any good, right? Who eats the gingerbread of a gingerbread house? Yuck. Yucky. Yeah, not an English thing for sure, but they're so pretty. Also, gingerbread is yummy. Mine wouldn't last long. I don't know about gingerbread. It's like ginger's kind of spicy, right? It's like a spicy, sweet, hard bread thing. I don't know. I'm not crazy about it. But the candy, we definitely ate a lot of the candy. The gumdrops that we used are actual dots, which are pretty tasty. You could start the Cult of the Lamb stream before Christmas. You got it as a gift. That would be fun. Cult of the Lamb is like loads of fun to stream. I only wish that the game was like a little bit longer. I immediately was like, oh no, the upgrade path does not take very long. It was a shame. I would have liked to play it longer. Maybe they'll bring out a DLC and we could like play it again. That would be rad. But Gonda, how are you doing? What's up? Also, what's up, Malice? How are you doing? Gingerbread house. Okay, I'll show you the gingerbread house since you just showed up. Oi. Okay. Here it is. Here's my gingerbread house. It's got palm trees. Isn't that awesome? Look at it. It's got little coconuts on them too. It was suggested by my friend to use little M&Ms for the coconuts. It turned out pretty good. It's actually a few days old. It's a few days old, so I'm surprised that it looks this good. Also, Gingerbrave lives here, apparently. Oi, oi! Face, I meant face. Face reveal. My face? I've had my face exposed for a while. Hey, Alchemix here. Look at my gingerbread house. Look at it. It's got Gingerbrave in the yard. Gingerbrave's been loose onto my house. Okay, I need to put this back. This thing is so... I'm scared. It took me forever to get those stinking palm trees. those palm trees, they don't even look that good, but they were very difficult to make it stick like that. Yo, Colin! Thank you for the 16 months. Yo! Colin, I'm gonna put a dang old ornament on the tree for you. Thank you so much. Yo, can we get some hype in the chat? Colin with the 16 years. Yo, let me slap that Colin on the tree. Boom. This is one that I can actually write on. It's perfect. I'm ruining all my Sharpies. Shiny ball for Colin. You can kind of see it, right? Boom.
Let me put that on the tree. Let me find you a nice spot on my Christmas tree. Colin, God bless you. Thank you so much for helping me decorate my Christmas tree.
Balls? Would you like some balls? We got balls. Boom. Boom, Colin on the tree. Official member of the tree squad. Official member of the decoration. Also, Mandy, what's up? Mandy the Angel. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna be finishing up High on Life. Finally, I fought the urge to say to make the title Getting High for the last time. You like the little bald spot on the lower left, huh? The who? Oh, what? Do you want that filled or something? Do you think it needs to be filled up? Interesting. The phrasing is fantastic. What, the get you Christmas balls? You know what? Before Christmas comes, I should do like a beard glitter thing, right? I should put glitter on my beard, like, or I could maybe, I could maybe have a white beard for Christmas. That would be cool. Unfortunately, I'm gonna be busy on Christmas. I promised that I would go to a party and that I would spend the night. So maybe I'll stream on Christmas Day. I'm not sure. Glitter beard. Should I do a glitter beard or should I dye it white? I don't know. Mandy, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Your sister probably has tons of safe glitter. I am, maybe she does. Maybe she don't. I don't know. Do both. A glittery white beard. A white glitter beard? That'd be so shiny. You wouldn't even be able to see the glitter, right? I don't know if you could do that. I don't know if that's how it works. Can you make white glittery? Bio glitter is super cheap to get on Amazon. Okay. I can do that. Oh, speaking of Amazon, this above my head muscle money, that is to buy me some dumbbells for the new year, because I want to get stronger in the new year. I want to get ripped. I was watching I'm trying to remember their new username. I know them as Beard Princess, but they changed their name to Beeps, I think, and they have like a flex command. And honestly, I feel like I could get like a little bit more ripped, you know? I was looking at Beeps. Beeps was doing some flexes. They have a flex command, and I don't know. It's looking a little weak. A little weak these days. So I think I could use some dumbbells to work out. And the reason that it's this much is because I'd like to get 2 different weights. One of them like a little bit lighter, and then one that I can like grow into. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking to get swole. I also haven't been receiving any tips for the past several months because I moved and I didn't change my documentation. But I fixed it. I fixed it so that my taxes can be paid. So that's all solved. Now I'm receiving tips. Now all tips will go into my PayPal so that I can buy dumbbells. You do your silly Christmas things on Christmas Day. We'll gladly wait until after Christmas to get back to shenanigans again. Yeah, I will be going over to my roommate's family for Christmas, but I should be back on Christmas Day at some point. And maybe we could do like a Christmas stream. There's not a lot of Christmas games though. Not a lot of Christmas games for me to enjoy. We could play Mario 64 and focus on the snow levels. That would be rad. Kenny, what, Von Chick? What? Also, hi. What? Yes, Beeps. Beeps is a lovely human being. I love Beeps. I've gotten to hang out with them like a little bit. I think that we played some. What did we play together? We played some V Rising, I think, and they're just no. It was 7 Days to Die. We were playing on the same server, and they're just a super sweet person. I love them. I love them. That's a good human being right there. Could we get a shout out for Beeps? Just completely randomly. Beeps doesn't have to show up for me to say, hey, you should go follow them. They're super swole, and they also have what are they, like beard ornaments and stuff that they hang on their beard. And there's like a redeem so that they shake all the little bits and baubles on their beard. It's so good. It's so freaking good, and it gives me my like hit of Viking, what would the word be? Serotonin, I guess. Viking serotonin. Thank you for the shout out. Yes, y'all should go check out Beeps. They are awesome. They are awesome, and they are friend of the channel. You can play Santa Viscera game again. I would actually know how to play it this time. Well, I'm trying to remember what was the problem last time. Well, for one, that game has a bunch of errors in it, and like items that we were supposed to clean up, they like fell through the floor and they were just like floating out in infinity. So that was not my problem. I didn't do that. You get to watch a kitty for Christmas because Kiddo's friend is out of town for the holidays. Kitten loves actual kitten. That's so cute. Kiddo's friend is out of town for the holidays, so you get all the kitten love. That's the best. Is you don't have to take care of a pet 24/7, but you get to like soak up the love and the cuddles and the pets for a short period of time. That's how to do it. See, I have kind of a similar thing where I don't have to take care of my roommate's pets.
That
Yo! Von Chick, thank you so much. Holy moly. Von Chick, thank you so much for the $20. Good lord. Yo, that is a huge Christmas present to me. Thank you so much. Can we get some hype in the chat? Von Chick, Thank you so much for helping me realize my New Year's resolutions. Oi. I'm gonna get ripped. I'm gonna get ripped. Thank you so much, Von Chick. Oh my goodness. So freaking generous. You didn't have to be so generous. Oh my God. We've still got a while till New Year's. Y'all, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you, Von Chick. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious alive. Their dog is named Sushi. Wait, what? I thought that it was a kitten. Oh, their kitten's name is Kit Kat. Their dog is named Sushi. Yo, Coffee Casualty, how are you doing? I'm all pumped up. It may have been the G Fuel that I drank just earlier, but I'm just saying, I'm pumped up, pumped to get ripped. I need to charge my Apple Watch so that I start working out a little bit more. I wanna start out the new year strong. I wanna get this body healthy. I want to get back to my fighting weight. Cyberwolf, what's up? Welcome in. And Erie Coffee, it's good to see you. Oi, oi, oi. If it isn't Erie Coffee, could we get a shout out for Erie Coffee as well? Friend of the channel, awesome artist, and incredible VTuber. Plays lots of Pokemon, if I remember properly. Yes, the last stream was Pokemon. I knew it, blast it all. Erie Coffee, how are you doing? Oi, oi. I'm gonna blush. You better blush. I want to see that red-faced VTuber. Oi, Calico, how are you doing? We're back at it again. Slightly late, but here we are. Fighting weight. Yes, I used to be a lightweight, or was it midweight? It was a midweight boxing fighter. I could never be heavyweight myself. I cannot build that kind of a bulk. And I just have like a naturally bigger frame, so I probably wouldn't make it into the lightweights. But yeah, my midweight boxing weight, I want to get back to that. I want to get ripped again, and get back in the ring. You know, do some live streams from the ring. That would be rad. You just finished your Pokedex for Scarlet Violet? Nice, congratulations. That's huge. I'm not even close, so I'm extremely impressed. Wait, so if you finish your Pokedex, you got the shiny charm? Dang. Crazy thinking about you hitting people. I'm lying. I've never boxed in my life. Sorry. Sorry to disappoint you. I'm actually pretty non-violent, you'll find out. No, I've never boxed before. Never put on a boxing glove. Unless I'm lying right now. I'm just saying, could be lying now. You wouldn't have any evidence to the contrary. I think that the worst I've ever done is that there was this one time that my friend told me, my friend at the time in Boy Scouts was like, oh, I'm in judo. I can get out of any headlock in the world. And I was like, oh, okay. So I put him in a headlock and he tried to get out of it and couldn't, and started like flipping me around, and like I had him from behind and he like flipped me over his back and into the dirt and was writhing around. But no, never broke the headlock. That's the most violent thing I've ever done. Yo!
Troll tipped $20.
Troll, let's
Get those
go!
beefy
Thank you
arms.
so much for the $20. Holy moly, yo. What the heck? What the heck? The freaking generosity. I expected for this just to be left and forgotten about for a while, but what the heck? Troll, thank you so much for the $20. Oi! Get the beefy arms. Yes! Getting strong for the new year. It's happening. Let's go. That's enough for me to buy like one set of dumbbells. There you go. That's one set down. One set down. And then we can work on one set to grow into. Thank you so much, Malice. I appreciate it. Just don't forget leg day. Leg day is easy enough for me. Working out legs is no problem. It's working out arms. It's the arm muscles. I hate doing pull-ups. They hurt so much. But if I can just have some like light dumbbells to just, you know, do like a few reps a day. Because what I hear about working out is that it's way more about consistency than it is about like intensity. Like if you work out super intense, and then you take a break and don't do anything, and then you work out intense again, like your body doesn't respond to that. Your body is much more interested in being like, every single day we have to lift these weights. I guess we'll bulk up a little bit. Like your body really responds to like patterns, cycles, and just repetition. things that are done more often, less intensely, are much more effective for human beings. Which goes for a lot of things, like a lot of whether it's diet or whether it's just habits in the day. It's much better to have like smaller goals that are way more easy to hit so that you hit them more often. Almost halfway through. Arms be funny. Yeah, we're halfway. We're halfway to big muscles. Halfway to strong. Get some weights for the desk. Easy to pick up when you're sitting around. I just wanna do like some reps in the morning. I just wanna like wake up, do some reps, and then get on with my day. It'd be nice to have. It's nice to have little things in the day that make you feel like you're in control of things, because there's a lot of stuff that you're not in control of. So it's nice to have some habits that you do every day that you're just like, yes, I can do things that I set my mind to. Even if they're small, I do it every day. I'd like to get some more things like that in my life, because it's felt very like amorphous what's going on. Like, it's very out of my control, very like, oh, it's the internet, what do they always call it? The algorithm. The algorithm is what controls my life. Whether my friends raid me is what controls my life. Like what happens on stream or just all this stuff that just feels like random, out of my control. I want to get some more things in the new year that are in my control. I want to take some control away, you know? Make me feel a little bit more like I'm running my life. Also, Audrey, how are you doing? Hello, lovely boop snoots. You need to sleep. Get some rest. Get some sleep. Pop in to tell you lovelies that you're valid and deserving. No, you. You're always so sweet. Audrey, thank you for being a little bright light, a little Christmas star. Oi. Enjoy your sleep. Thank you so much for the positivity. I appreciate it. You need to do more of that yourself? Well, the new year's coming along. You can do it.
Get
Yo!
tipped $20. Once Gordon Ramsay was making meringue in Australia and they started cheering, and he told them, "That sod, I thought you guys boomerang."
Gordon Ramsay making meringue and who did that? Who's that? I thought you guys boomerang. That hurts my soul. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good swole brother for the $20. Oi. Thank you for the huge tip. I appreciate it. Yo, we're hitting this goal. We're hitting this New Year's resolution. It's happening. Can we get some hype in the chat? Get swole brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. The generosity, y'all, unfreaking believable. Thank y'all so much. I don't know what I ever did to deserve y'all. Thank y'all so much. Royal Bye, what's up? How are you doing? Oi. Merry Christmas. Merry Chrysler. And Yuki, welcome in. Hello. The star system, welcome in as well. We're chilling. We're talking about New Year's resolutions. We're talking about getting ripped, getting swole. We got that muscle money, y'all with the muscle money. We're getting strong for the new year. And after I get big arms, then we could have some flexes on stream. I'll just steal it from Beeps. I'll just steal the idea. Beeps isn't the first one, right? Hi, I heard something about Ginger Brave's house. Yes, let me show you. Here's what I made. I made this a few nights ago. I'm trying to be very careful. Here's the little Ginger Brave house. It's even got Ginger Brave in the front yard. I'm most proud of these what are they called? These palm trees. They have little coconuts in them. Ginger Brave. I finally gave him a home. A little home. Here it is. My gingerbread house. My Ginger Brave house. The little guy in there. I hate Ginger Brave, but he works pretty well for this model. Oh, it's actually Cookie Run. I have two different figures. I guess I could put like little gnome in the yard. Ah! This gnome does not stand up well. Here, stand up just so that I can show you off. There's the little melty gnome, little melty boy. There. He's dying in the yard because it's too hot in Florida. I hate having things that I have to be careful with. I want to just throw everything around. The gnome! We also have another gnome that's hidden behind chat. I'll show you. It's hidden behind all of your words. All of your kind words. All of you incredible people. Behind, there's a gnome. There's a gnome. There's 2 gnomes inside of every human being. There he is. Having to be delicate. What a drag. I know, right? Woo! Did that work? No, my thing broke. Okay, I'll play it for you. I'll play it for you. I'll give you a refund. Sorry, my stupid bot fell asleep. You finally have your cards back, so you can finally continue your subscription. 10 months now. Yo, Nezumi. Wait, did that go off? I will put you on the Christmas tree as soon as I see a notification. Did I hear balls? You did hear balls. We've been talking about balls this whole time. Wait, let me give you a gnome. There. All right. Gnome has been redeemed. Thank you very much, Zombie Food. Appreciate it. Sorry, the bot's running again. Brooke, what's up? We got Christmas balls on the tree. We got 2 Christmas balls today. We got Colin's on the tree, and so is Formulando. Oh, baby. I just had to say that. Thank you, Brooke. I appreciate it. Someone had to say it. Somebody had to ask about the balls. But yes, there's Christmas balls. There's plenty of balls for everybody. If you're looking for balls, you know what? You found them. Is Cookie Run the same as Marble Run? Not even remotely. Cookie Run is like an auto battler mobile app. Auto battler mobile app. It's very fun. You like level up your little heroes. You assemble a team of 5 of them, and then you can like battle in arenas or battle against like player versus enemy. There's loads of stuff to do. It's basically just like a little it's like a little casino tied up with a little it's just basically a loading bar. The entire game is just a loading bar. It's just trying to sucker you into like logging in every day. I don't know if I'd suggest playing it, but if you like that sort of thing, it's like crack. Cookie Run is basically crack. You're just gonna lurk for a while. Gonna go watch some cuties playing Left 4 Dead. Enjoy, Moi. It was good to see you. It was good to see you. You enjoy your Left 4 Dead content. Yes. More zombie killing. Let me see. You took a break because you were playing too much Cookie Run. Aha, I see. Very healthy of you, Eerie. I have not stopped playing Cookie Run. The only thing that I'm tired of is the BTS event. I really enjoyed it for a while, but now it's just like I've played every single song at least like 20 times. So I'm ready for it to be over. And the rewards are not that great. Like, basically, it just rewards you within the BTS sphere. The one thing that I'd like to do is level up my 1 BTS cookie to like 5 stars, but I don't know if I'm gonna get there. Like, the soul stones are so ridiculously expensive, and they give so little currency for pulling doubles. Like, it's really, really unfair at this point. I've pulled like over 150 times, and I'm not even close to completing the collection. I've completely lost focus on it. I really enjoyed there was like a challenge where you had to play like the specific BTS song like in all of the difficulties, and then your total score would be compared against other people. And for a while that kept my attention. Like, I really wanted to be in the 1% or at least the 3%. But I even missed the last one. I just have not felt like super like I have to do it. I'm tired of it. It's been 90-day event. Way too long. It should have been 60 or 30. You stopped doing it after you got all the costumes. I haven't even gotten all the costumes. It's too much work. Too many of them. They also just added like 8 new ones. It's way too much. Odd shape and normal balls. Aw. normal balls. That's great. Cyberwolf, what's up? How are you doing today? Listen, for me, I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for asking me. You're still missing 2 BTS cookies, but you can't bring yourself to play Dynamite for the 100th time. The other thing about the BTS event is that the score on those rhythm games is 100% based on how many cookies you have, how many costumes you have, and your bonuses. Like, if you start it and you have no bonuses and you have 1 cookie, it is impossible for you to get S rank. You can get all perfect score. You can collect every single thing in the level, hit every note perfectly, and you will not get S rank. Like, it's 100% like pay to win or play to win. It is ridiculous. It's not a real rhythm game. It really is not. At this point, with 5 BTS cookies and I think mic drop, I have all the outfits. I can get S rank and miss like loads of stuff. Like, I don't have to try at all to get S rank. You haven't opened the app in months? Yeah. I've noticed, Calico. You haven't been battling the dragon. You haven't been pulling your weight. Just kidding. It doesn't matter. But yes, I mean, it's just a game that you can like pick up whenever. I've taken a few breaks, a few like week or 2 week breaks. But I've pretty consistently played it for like a year and a half. It's still the arena that makes me want to go back. It's the getting better in the arena and always collecting every cookie. Like, again, I'm back to having every cookie. I finally got that little walnut cookie or whatever their name is. the chipmunk cookie, the squirrel cookie. I finally got it. So now I'm back to all cookies. All cookies have been gotten. You remember playing Temple Run in church and Gingerbread Run the old days. Temple Run used to be so much fun. I downloaded Temple Run again recently, and it is just like beset with ads. There's so many ads, so many like in-game purchases and stuff. I thought that I remember that previously Temple Run was just like a challenge. You used the coins from the actual game to upgrade everything, and then there was just like maybe an ad removal. I don't remember how they monetized it, but it was something like very, very chill. It used to be very chill, but now it's just like it's just loaded down. It's just no fun to me anymore. I need that focused game. You look like you or your mom has a recipe for the greatest pie anyone will ever have. What makes you think that? What makes you think that? I don't know how to actually. To be honest, I'm not sure exactly how to say your name, but I'm gonna say Das Hapschul. Maybe I can just say Das. Das, I don't know how to cook anything. Recently we did a stream where I baked a cake for the very first time, so I'm learning how to cook. But my mom, yeah, she's got recipes for good pies, especially she loves making cherry pies. She also has really good cobbler recipes. That's where our family really shines, is the cobbler. Like we would pick blackberries out in the field, bring them in, and then she would make a cobbler that night with freshly picked blackberries. That was so good. The cobbler. That's what we really focused on. Airplane mode is basically game mode. Basically, oh, so that you can avoid the ads and stuff. I mean, that's true. That does help. That does help a lot. But see, like, I've been playing a new game. I've been playing Roller Coaster Tycoon, that new, like, really, really concerningly monetized one that like is card based. I've been playing a bit of it. It's kind of fun, but it's like they give you such good rewards for watching the ads. They give you such good rewards. I can't help it. I watch like 3 ads a day just so that I can get those goodies, because I'm an absolute sucker. Cobblers are amazing. Yes, they're so good. I mean, my mom does live out in the middle of nowhere in Texas, and a lot of our family like works with cattle and stuff. So I guess cooking is something that they want to pass down. My grandma makes really good food too. She was the one that would always cook all the Thanksgiving food and the Christmas food. That stuff was delicious. Like the what's it called? Like the sweet potato casserole with the marshmallows on it. Pretty tasty. You need to make custard tonight for the apple cobbler that you picked up. Oh, yum yum. Have you heard of lemon meringue pie? My granny called them LMPs. I can't eat lemon meringue pie. I'm allergic to it. That's the real shame. Is that the best baked goods, the best cakes, the best breads, the best cookies, I can't ever have them because they always have milk products in them because it makes it taste good. I don't blame them. Have you ever played the original Roller Coaster Tycoon? Yes, I am super nostalgic for that. That was one of the only games that I had whenever I was a young lad. When I was a young lad with a computer with no internet connection, it was Roller Coaster Tycoon 1 and 2. I had this double pack of CDs, and it had like all the expansions, and I loved those games. Loved them. I played them so much, but I was like, whenever a kid plays a game, you don't look up anything or learn anything. You just play with it until things happen. Like, I had no idea that you could build underground. No idea. I played it for like 30, 40 hours. Never knew that you could build underground until one day I was just playing around with pathing, and I was like, oh, you can like make paths a different way. Huh, well, and then I accidentally like ran it into a wall, and it started to put it underground, and I was like, I could have been building underground this whole time. Both paths and roller coasters can go underground. I didn't even know that was a feature of the game. that kind of just like surprising, just like epiphanies. Those don't happen that much these days. Not for me anyway, because I just look up stuff. So I don't play games until I get surprised anymore. Instead, I either figure it out immediately or I look it up. But that's a special time. That's a special thing in a game whenever you discover something and you have like an aha moment. I don't get those a lot. But Roller Coaster Tycoon, we've actually streamed it before. I love that game. I love it. We made a pretty good park, and then at the very end we made a roller coaster going around the entirety of the park for no reason. I just wanted to make a giant coaster that would take like more than a day to ride, and it was pretty great. I don't remember if we drowned anybody. I don't think that we did. I don't think that we drowned anybody. We took care of our park enthusiasts. There's like a project. If you want to play Roller Coaster Tycoon, there's a project called, I think it's Open Tycoon. If I'm not mistaken, I forget what the mod is called, but it basically just like updates and fixes a bunch of things. Like it doesn't really tweak much. It just fixes errors, makes it run on like widescreen. It's fantastic. It's a fantastic project. Have you tried Planet Coaster? I have not. I have not tried barely any other roller coaster like construction games. That's not really a genre that I play too much of. We've like Planet Coaster, I guess all Tycoon games. I haven't played a lot of them. I have City Skylines, and we played it one day. We played it one day. We had a horribly polluted city, and just like people were dying from the smog. And I didn't give up. I just only played it one time. That's all. But I could. Remember when you built the Lego coaster? You mean this Lego coaster? Yes. Yes, I do. I love this coaster. Anytime that somebody comes in my room, that's like the first thing that they notice is that they're like, oh my God, you have a Lego roller coaster. And then the first question is, does it work? And it does. Its motor is not like plugged in at the moment, but I even have a motorized thing. This thing is so cool. I love it, and I kind of want the other roller coaster that exists, but I also don't have room for much more Lego. Like, this alone it's a huge amount of footprint in my room. Like, I barely have room for anything because of this stinking coaster, but I love it. I'm glad that I got over the fear of touching eggs and made your own cake without thinking about it. Yo, congratulations, Brooke! You made it past your fears. Congratulations. That's awesome. The eggs, eh? I'm glad that you weren't here whenever I ate that egg. Whenever I just put an egg in a cup and drank it. That was disgusting. I regret that. Kenny, there's an app that is called Whisk. It's a food recipe app. There are so many food recipes online, and we have a fantastic cookbook. I just need to cook more. That's all there is to it. Like, It is not for lack of recipes that I'm not cooking. It's for lack of inspiration, I guess. That was a fun stream. Callie's voting for another Roller Coaster Tycoon stream. Okay. Maybe we can get into more like management games in the new year. Maybe we can do there's a couple of things. I thought that we were going to talk about this on New Year's Day, or around New Year's, but I will say I do want to do some speed runs this next year, and maybe we'll add some management games to that like wish list as well, because I love games like that. It's just I will get very obsessive about them and try to make them perfect, and then I will ignore y'all for a while, and then I'll be like, I feel guilty. I feel guilty. It feels like a guilty pleasure. It doesn't feel like something that people enjoy that much. Like, I know that people want excitement. They want excitement, engagement, interesting new games. And I feel a little guilty about playing nostalgic games, I guess. City Skyline is awesome. You love controlling traffic?
Control the traffic. Make them go your way.
That is fun. I love heat maps in games like that. Roller Coaster Tycoon doesn't have those, not in the classic games, but heat maps are so satisfying whenever you just like throw an overlay and you're like, oh, this is super red traffic zone. How the heck am I going to deal with this? You redo all the roads. It's a pain in the butt. And then at the end, it's all green. It's all green, speedy traffic. It's beautiful. Texany Girly, thanks for hanging out. Oi! I'm sorry that we didn't get to talk much. I'm sorry that your connection's all messed up. I hope that it fixes itself. Texan Girly, enjoy the rest of your day. Did you play Parkitect? Oh yeah, I did play Parkitect. Parkitect was very, very interesting. It was like each one of these management games has like a different focus. Roller Coaster Tycoon, big focus is on park management. Like, it is about making money. It is about managing like a park. That is the main focus. And then in Parkitect, it is about like creating a really beautiful park. Like, they give you loads of tools to like customize not only your flat rides, but your roller coasters. Like, it's about just it's like the Sims. It's like the Sims of park management games. Like, you can make it so beautiful. You can customize it however you want, and it's still got some park management in it. And then, as far as I know, like, Planet Coaster, I think, is mostly a coaster building simulator. Like, it has some park stuff on the side, but it's almost 100% building coasters, making them like physically work, making them safe and exciting, and like it's a coaster builder, as far as I know. So they're all kind of a different flavor of the same sort of thing. But Roller Coaster Tycoon is still number one in my heart. I love it being mostly about money management, I guess. I like the very clear scenario goals and things like that. Yo, Erica Donut, thank you for the 10 months. Yo, Erica Donut, let me get you a Christmas ornament. Thank you so much for the 10 years of support. I appreciate you, Erica Donut. Let me write your name down. I'm gonna put you on the Christmas tree. Also, Anne's here.
Hello there, Anne.
Let me see. I'm gonna put Erica. I'm gonna put you on the funniest of all of the Christmas ornaments. You're on the funny ornament, the felt nutcracker. Felt nutcracker. Let me hang you up on the tree. Thanks for helping me decorate. Yo, I appreciate it. Oi! This season the giving is bussin'. All right. Let me get these nuts on this tree. Yo, nothing but balls and nutcrackers on this tree. Erica Donut, how are you doing? How's your holiday season? How cold is it? It's actually getting awfully cold in Texas. I'm surprised that I'm not wearing socks right now. Poggers! Poggers! Thank y'all for the hype. I so appreciate y'all's support and generosity. Y'all are so very nice. So very nice. Merry happy holiday. You used to play Zoo Tycoon when you were a kid, and now you play Planet Zoo and you're in love. I did have... Excuse me. Also, thank you for the follow. Princess Lydia, nice to meet you. Oi, Princess Lydia, welcome to the party. It's nice to meet you. You used to play. Oh yeah, Zoo Tycoon. We did have Zoo Tycoon at one point, and I played a bit of it. There's one of those Zoo Tycoon games. You can like mount up with a gun and shoot people in the in your park. I mean, you're supposed to like be able to tranquilize loose animals, but that's still a little concerning. Still a weird element. But Zoo Tycoon, like, it is so hard to make those animals happy. That is the miserable thing. The miserable thing is those stinking animals require so much babying. Ooh, I need more water. I need savanna land. I want more trees of this type. My environment is too small. I want more toys. This shelter isn't big enough. Oh, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating, and I do not feel sorry for these little digital animals. You interrupted my sentence? No. If you interrupt me, Princess Lydia, that is the number one thing that you can do. This stream is all about interrupting my train of thought. That's what it's all about. You've got sound effects. You've got things that can pop up on screen. You've got music that can play. It is 100% about throwing me off my game and distracting me. So thank you. I need to be distracted. I like lots of noises and things happening in front of my face. I'm like a baby with a baby mobile. Y'all are my baby mobile. So the more noises that y'all make or the faster you spin, the better. It's the only thing that keeps me going, to be honest. See? Boop. You can turn that off and just focus on building stuff. Well, then what's the point? I need it to be challenging, but not too challenging. Do you understand? I am the whiny gamer where I'm like, I want to feel challenged, but I also don't want to struggle. I want to feel smart without learning anything. That's what I ran into with City Skylines, is that if I play it again, I need to be 100% willing to just bulldoze my city and start again. Or just like bulldoze my infrastructure and just redo it, because that's the only way that you learn in those games. You used to enjoy playing Zoo Tycoon when you were a kiddo, and the last thing that you remember was one of the animals having a baby. Aw, that's cute. I do like that. They make a big celebration out of it. Stick cameras in that new baby's face so that we can use them for promotional material. But that's very cute. I remember taking care of, I think it was lions that I was struggling with. A lot of the Zoo Tycoon games also have like dinosaurs and water animals, which is very cool. I love animals that live in the water. Those are my favorite types of animals. Whether they're fish, dolphins, whales, I love them. They're so fun because it looks like they're flying. It looks like they're flying, and also water is so difficult for humans to get around in. Like, we are not suited whatsoever for swimming or for water travel. Like, they are the masters of the water, the fish. And I think that that's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool that they can schmoove around so efficiently in an environment that we can barely survive in. That's cool as heck. You're gonna go read? Probably pop in an hour. Hey, enjoy your reading. What are you reading? If you don't mind me asking. I'm curious. That's another thing that I'd like to do in the new year is maybe do more reading, just more. I don't want to set any crazy goals. I just want to have a goal to read a little bit. Maybe every day, just a little short bit of reading. I think that would be good for me. I'd like to have the discipline to sit down and look at words for a while. I might not enjoy it, but I should do it because reading's good for you. So yeah, enjoy whatever book you're reading, whether it's business management, self-help, or fiction. I need my wounds from that gun. Shut up. What? I mean, LOL, yes. I mean, oh no. Tell us how you really feel. How I really feel, Erica Donut, is that I love in management games if you can terrorize the people that are coming into your park. That is pretty fun. When I was a kid, I used to build, whenever people would get upset in my Roller Coaster Tycoon park, I would take this big square of land and I'd go boom, 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 and I'd make a big hole. Then I'd put some paths in there. I'd put bathroom, food stalls, and and a janitor so that they could clean out everything. And then I would just leave them there for a while. I'd leave them there until they went from extremely angry to extremely exhausted. That's what I would do. So they would be like hopping mad, and if they leave the park in that state, then your like overall happiness goes down. But if you can leave them there for years, then they'll become exhausted, and whenever you let them out of your park, the reviews won't be so bad. Or at least that's what I thought. You love the old knockoff Minecraft game on Android, but you can't find them anymore? Maybe they got deleted. That's something else that I would like to play a bit more in the new year, is Minecraft. Hardcore Minecraft. We should start like a real hardcore Minecraft run. Like, I need to make some goals. I need to be careful, and we're gonna learn. We're gonna learn. I've been playing some Minecraft on offline and learning some tips and tricks, learning some skills, you know, building some specialized farms. Finally beat the Ender Dragon. The only thing that I'm scared of, Alchemic, is beating the Ender Dragon in hardcore. Because if we fail, then that's it. Like, I'm dead if I fail the Ender Dragon. So maybe we make it hardcore. We find the stronghold, and then before we go to the dragon, we make sure that it is perfect. Like, make sure that we have some of the best armor, make sure that we're enchanted up, make sure that I've watched tons of videos about how to deal with the dragon. I think that we could do it. I think that we could beat it hardcore for the first time. I feel pretty confident. From what I've seen, the dragon doesn't have to be extremely hard to beat. You just have to be very prepared for it. And you know, I think that we could do it. I think that we could. But maybe after many episodes of me just trying to find diamond. Positivity boy, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, John! How are you doing, John? We're gonna be finishing up the high on life. This is the final time getting high with Justin Rowland. We were just talking about New Year's resolutions. Is there anything that you're trying to put into your new year, Positivity boy? Lunchtime visitations. Lunchtime at 6 p.m. Bruh. I was watching this video recently about New Year's resolutions, and they were saying that they generally don't work, which is obviously very true. But one tip that they gave that I thought was very interesting was like, because I've never made a New Year's resolution, because I kind of figure if you don't do it like during your normal part of your life, if you're waiting till New Year's to set this goal, you probably won't do it. That's what I generally believe. But I heard about this technique that sounds interesting, and it was just to basically say, you don't make a resolution that has anything to do with the year. Nothing that has to do with the month, and maybe nothing that has to do with the week either. And just say, my resolution is to work out one day. Like, one day. One workout. That's my resolution. That just work out one time. And then once you work out one time, then maybe you reevaluate and say, I'd like to work out 2 days in a row. And then you can be like, well, you know what? Maybe we can make it 3 times this week. And then so it goes so that you're like building up a streak, and you focus on really small wins, and then you just like try to hit satisfying numbers over and over. That is way more valuable than like creating some month wide or freaking like yearly thing. You'll never do that. There's no way that you'll keep that much confidence the entire time. But I would like to work out more. That's what it is. I'd like to work out more. I'd like to read more, and maybe I can make some, because those vague goals are also hard to hit. So maybe I'll try to come up with some specific things that I want to do. Maybe just in the week, and then I'll try to keep it going. You know. Are we getting swole for New Year's? Yes, that's what this is. That's what this is. Muscle money, so that I can buy a couple of dumbbells, a couple of sets, because I want to get some lighter ones that I can like start with, and then some bigger ones that I can grow into. So I'll just go to Walmart, because that is not something that you want to get shipped. So I'll just go to Walmart, find some good weights for me, Because I hear that you can pretty easily just be like, if you can do 15 reps comfortably, then that's the right size, and then I'll go a size up so that I can get ripped. But yeah, I want there to be like a flex command. I want to be strong like Beeps. I want to be strong like the Beard Princess. It's like, my arms are weaker than they've ever been. Weaker than they've ever been. Go to Academy? Okay, sweet. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that. But yeah, I'm getting weak, y'all. This body is weaker than it's ever been. I used to be ripped when I started streaming, but then I got lazy. Then I got no, I didn't get lazy. I just that's just how it is. My muscles, they react with what my life is. So if they don't need to be big, they aren't big. But I want to trick them. I want to trick these muscles into getting big. You've always been unfairly fit for somebody who doesn't go to the gym. Yes, it is completely unfair. The way that your body looks is almost 100% up to genetic lottery, and it is not fair whatsoever. It often does not have too much to do with your diet or activity. It is very often just 100% genetic raffle, and it's not fair, and it sucks. It's awful. Newbiekin, yo, how are you doing? We were just talking about New Year's stuff, talking about getting swole for the new year. By the time that January is over, I'll be wearing nothing but sleeveless shirts and doing workout streams where I work out for 3 hours. And that's the new type of entertainment. Can confirm Kenny eats garbage and looks swole. Yes, it's not fair. And I don't get good sleep either. Got 2 A's and 3 B's for your first real semester? Yo, let's go, Brooks. Congratulations. Congratulations. Swole peace. What? Newbie, don't abandon me. I've lost Newbie. I also saw the clips that you posted of you crashing the Crane Couple stream. It was amazing. That is pretty similar to what happened to me. I'm glad that we work together to make sure that the Crane Couple know that they're famous. We go out and we find them. But they were great. You're not allowed to even stretch unless it's physical therapy stuff. Oh, you're not. I mean, yes, you need to be careful. You need to be careful. This human body is so easy to break. When you mess up in character creation before you're born, we don't get to pick any of that stuff. When God just he clicks the randomizer instead of customizing your build. God really do not be tuning our skills and our mental and our physical to be like a good character. He really just hits the randomize button, don't he? Is ridiculous. It's not fair. Mach 2, baby! Walking is super effective and a sustainable way to get started on physical exercise. Yeah, exactly. Just like doing some consistent walks.
Oi, oi, oi!
Yo! Kip tipped $20. Let's strick those muscles.
Let's go! Thank you for the huge $20, Tayaki P. I appreciate it. What the heck? Y'all, I was not expecting this goal to be met. I was expecting this to happen around New Year's, but what the heck? The first day that it's up. Tayaki, thank you so much for the $20. Can we get some hype in the chat? Hype in the chat for Strong Boys. Strong Boys. Oi, thank you so much, Tayaki. We're gonna get swole. Maybe I'm buying them weights earlier than I thought. Wait a minute. Tayaki, so freaking generous. You didn't have to. A Christmas present, and after you sent this other Christmas present, god dang it. In case anybody didn't see it yesterday, Tayaki sent me this. Look how cute it is. Look at how cute it is. It's a stand. It's a stand with a little Earl on it. With a hot cat boy Earl. Shaking my head. I've never been more furry than whenever I look at this. Because this is hot. If we hit $200, Kenny morphs into Amaranth. You know, I was thinking it would be pretty great to do a not a hot tub stream, but maybe a, what's it called? What are those? Those little balls, ball pit. Do a ball pit stream instead of a hot tub stream, where I just get like a kiddie pool and fill it up with with a ball pit, and then I swim around in that for a little while. But I don't even know what that content is. What is hot tub content? For one, it doesn't exist anymore. But for two, like, do they just sit around and talk? For all the jokes made at her expense, she's extremely business savvy. Oh, hell yeah. Like, go out there and slay, like, honestly. And she's just skirting the line as much as she can with the Twitch platform. And you know what? Absolutely. Freaking slay. Get those people's money. like it's not gonna be mine, but yeah, if people want to pay for that, then heck yeah, that money's probably way better in Amaranth's hands, right? You walk at the park, getting fresh air and seeing all the ducks is really good for mental health. Yeah, touching grass, huh? I don't really know about that. It's considered chatting. I see. See, I'm not that good at chatting, so I'm not really sure how that's supposed to work. I can only chat if there's somebody chatting with me. If y'all are chatting with me, then I can talk. But if I'm just trying to come up with my own subjects, I have no idea. Ducks, the hidden antidepressant. Honestly, I love ducks. Ducks are very cute. They're very messy though. I would never want them as pets anymore. Again, I mean, because ducks, their poop is disgusting. But if they're out in the wild, they're adorable. I used to live very close to a duck pond, and anytime that I was like feeling really bad, I would just go on like a huge walk and then just land at the duck pond and sit there and watch them for a while. They're so cute. We should all go silent and force Kenny to do a tight 5 with no prep. Yeah. Work on my stand-up. Yo, I've been workshopping some jokes. Just kidding. No, I haven't. How dare you? We have geese, ducks, and swans at the park. See, I want to go on a walk to the park with you. Zombie food? Where's this park at? Where's this park at? Dox yourself right now and let me visit. You got chased by ducks because they smoked my McDonald's. Ducks can be a little intimidating. I admittedly was slightly intimidated by the ducks on a couple of occasions, but they generally won't bother you if you don't look like you're hiding something. If you look like you're trying to hide something from the ducks, then they're interested. They're like, this person has some food. They have some treasure. We can smell it. They're trying to hide it. They're acting shifty. But if you're just like vibing, then the ducks will just like walk up, like shake their little duck butts, look at you, and then they'll walk away. Because ducks are like generally scared, or at least all the ducks that I've ever met. They're generally scared of people. They can smell fear. That's true. And if you're too aggressive, like trying to pet them or trying to like, yeah, pet them. If you try to get near them, then they run. Like ducks will be scared of you. But if you're running from a duck or a goose, I don't know about gooses though. Those suckers are aggressive. I don't know if there's any mind tricks that you can play on those gooses. You might just be in trouble. It's Worcestershire. There are also, wait, is that how you say it? It's Worcestershire. No, that's Worcestershire. Worcestershire. Currently, there are horses in the meadows. Ooh, I like horses too. I like horses pretty well, but they're another super intimidating animal, and they can also step on your feet and they can kick you in the face. The swans at the school are the worst. They're huge and menacing and will steal food off the table and try to take your hand off. Don't worry, I don't think that their bite strength is that good. I don't think they can get you. You have ducks around your neighborhood, and they're kept in line by telling them if they don't get off my lawn, they're dinner. Do they understand that? They hear you threatening their life, and they're like, well, I don't want to be put on the dinner table. Please don't. I must go, but I expect a full stand-up routine when next we meet. Okay, deal. Enjoy the rest of your day. Positivity boy, thanks for vibing. And yes, I'll start writing down my jokes. I already have a couple in the oven. I already got a couple of ideas. Oi. Boom. The horses belong to the traveling people who visit the town each winter. I see. Yeah, as you well know, I used to work at a horse barn, so I don't know. I really like them. They often have like very, very apparent personalities. Like horses, they can act there's a very wide range of like attitudes that horses can have. unlike some dumber animals. Like, that's the one thing that I don't understand about, I guess, people that love snakes or bugs or anything like that. I'm like, do they really have that, like, depth of personality? Then again, I like fish, so I guess glass houses and all that, because I like fish because they're stupid. I like fish because if the tank didn't have any walls, they would just flop on the ground because they'll just run into things, and if anything gets dropped in there, they just eat it. I kind of like how dumb they are. They remind me of like an NPC in a game like Cities Skylines, or in what's it called? In Roller Coaster Tycoon. They really are just like a Roller Coaster Tycoon, like NPC. They'll just eat anything that's given to them. They just float around. The people in Roller Coaster Tycoon, they'll buy anything. They just walk around. You own an American Paint, and he's a very, very cocky horse. Ah, I see. Very sassy, eh? Very proud of themselves. Horses are cool. Horses are cool. I would pet your horse. Also, swans will break you, and there's nothing that you can do about it unless you want to get in trouble. That's true. That's the one tricky thing about animals. Like, that's why I'm especially scared of monkeys. I hate monkeys. I hate them. Monkeys, they're fast, they're agile, they're smart, they steal, they bite, they scream. They're way too smart for their own good, and I am like right on the line of thinking that we should try them as human beings, because sometimes those monkeys be doing like very questionable illegal activity, and they're way too smart to not be prosecuted. That's my opinion. But monkeys, they're dangerous and they scare me. And wait, where was I going with this? Because they're often protected and you can't do anything about it. Like, if a monkey steals whenever you're over in certain countries, you can't do anything about it because the monkeys are protected. The monkeys are like the 1%. They're like the untouchable class. The untouchable class that can steal anything from you and you just have to grin and bear it. They're literally like the 1% of Americans. They can do anything that they want, and the law doesn't control them whatsoever. Train a gaggle of apes to do your bidding. No, I don't want to use the tools of the enemy. I can't listen. You can't use that ring. You can't. It only answers to Sauron's power. They only act in chaos. You can never master these monkeys. Monkeys don't give any Fs. I know, right? They have no morality. They basically have a lot of the skills that humans have, and they have no morality whatsoever. There are people who earn money negotiating with the monkeys to get tourist stuff back. We shouldn't negotiate with monkeys. Listen, they're animals. They should be thrown in prison for their crimes. They say, you have interesting field trips because of the animals. I'm remembering. There's also a monkey. There's a specific video of a monkey where they're hyping this monkey up, and they're going like, "Are you ready for some dinner? Are you ready for some dinner?" And the monkey's like, "Ooh, ooh, ooh, ah, ah," and just starts freaking out. And I feel so weird about that video because I just feel like I feel like you shouldn't manipulate the monkey like that. Like, that monkey apparently has feelings and can get very hyped up, and they're like making it freak out. I wonder if I could find this video. Let me see if I can find this video of a monkey just freaking out. Like, it's happy, but it's still really scary. Let's see, like, hyping monkey up. It's the monkey in question is actually at whose toes are those? Wait, what? Is that the video? What is the name of the video? Okay, maybe I can just mute this tab and see if this looks like the right video. Is this edited? What do you mean? Whose toes are yours? Yeah, this is an edit. I want this though. I want this video. How do I find this video? What's the name of this monkey? True dolphins are trolls? What? Dolphins are sociopaths of the sea? Yes, dolphins are monsters. Dolphins are awful. I don't trust them. Kenny, you're acting Frieza? What'd that mean? What'd that mean? I'm trying to look for a funny picture of a monkey. I'm trying to watch a monkey freaking out. It's monkey getting hyped for dinner time. This might be it. I don't know if this is the original though, and I'm kind of scared to just play. It has like 300 views. Okay, this might be good. Let me see. Bree, yo, what's up? We're about to watch a video of a monkey. Thank you so much. Hey, Bree.
Hi peeps. Happy almost Christmas from a local pizza place with my mom. Just
I was getting distracted.
And give you all a hug.
Bree, you're so sweet. Thank you so much for the 11 years. For the 11 years of sub. Oi, oi. I'm going to put Bree Groovy on the tree. Thank you so much. Bree, how are you doing? We were talking about hyping monkeys up and making deals with them. Bree Groovy's going on the tree.
Thanks for making my Christmas more beautiful.
Thank you for making him more beautiful. Bree Groovy, going up on the tree. Let me get you a little hook. Get you a little hook, and I'll start filling in that void that we got on this tree. Maybe we'll put it up there. Up there. You look perfect. I'm going on the tree. Whee! It would be great if we had a camera that I could just like pick up and just pull towards the tree. That'd be kind of frightening though. Could you just imagine there being some kind of redeem where I just lunge at the camera and just pick it up? Whoa! It is really called Whose Toes Are Those? What? I thought that the monkey was excited about food. Is it called Whose Toes Are Those? Okay, is that correct? Also, yo, thank you for the gifted sub. Holy moly. Yo, that's huge. Thank you, Eve. Eve, thank you so much for the gifted sub. That's so freaking generous. Boom, boom. Holiday season. I super appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm gonna put a little giftmas ball. Here we go. Let me hide the chat for just a second. Swoop! We have a gift tree over here. A hidden tree. And I shall hang another ornament because of that gift. Thank you so much, Eve. So freaking generous. Enjoy all your sub emotes. And also, if you want to, Brooke, we're going to be watching a Christmas movie on Friday over on the Discord. So if anybody wants to join the Discord, you can just put !Discord in the chat and you can get that link. We're going to be watching a movie over there, a Christmas movie of some sort, and I shall let you all decide what film it shall be. Indeed, indeed. Thank you, Eve. You're going to head out and enjoy dinner with your mom, but enjoy the video and the shenanigans. I'll give you all a slice when I come back late. Nice! We'll see you later, Bree. Enjoy your dinner. Thanks for popping in. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Yeah, let's see. So, is that the original video, Alchemic? I guess so. What time? I'm not sure. We can vote on that. We can vote. Okay, here's the video that I was talking about this monkey, like, just freaking out. This video makes me feel weird. I don't love it. It feels like manipulation. It feels like this monkey's too smart to be treated like this.
Who's out here having dinner? Who could it be? Whose toes are those?
Frick YouTube, hello? Bruh, Le Monkey is real. Why is my Firefox breaking? Oi! Here, God, please work.
Who's out here having dinner? Who could it be? Whose toes are those? Who's that great ape right there? Sugriva. Is it dinner time? Is it dinner time? Oh, I think it is. I think it is. Oh, what a big song. Sir Giva's got lots to say. He's out here cooking himself up a vegan
Don't make
hot
this
dog.
monkey upset like that.
Giva will be live tomorrow night on his Chimp Dinner Live. That'll happen at 8 p.m. on Sunday. He's just telling
What
you
are
all
these
about
closed
it. Something you
captionings?
just have to see.
I want to hear the monkey freak out again.
Hot dog,
Dude,
and you'll have-
I want to make. I want to hear the monkey.
Oh, what a big song. Sir Giva's got lots to say.
No. That's way too aggressive. That's so frightening. I hate it. Monkey. Why y'all manipulating that poor monkey? No. Okay, I just had to show y'all that. I had to let y'all see it because it makes me feel weird. Why are they manipulating that poor monkey? I don't care if it's excited. It feels wrong. Yes, Brooke, all the emotes. Yes, including the animated emotes. Oh, baby. Very hyper and hungry. It's very scary monkey. I don't trust him at all. Well, now that we've seen the monkey, we can go ahead. This Just Chatting stream has been great, but I really want to finish this game. So let's load up High on Life. It was frightening. That's what I'm saying, Calico. I'm scared of these monkeys. These monkeys freak me out. I don't trust them at all. They have no morals. They have no morals whatsoever, and they'll go after anything or anybody that they want. I'm sure that it isn't safe to keep chimpanzees as a pet. Yeah, too smart. Oh, Jesus, loud. What was that noise? What the frick? Did I just hear like a noise outside? Okay, well, whatever. Sorry. Thank you for switching the category, Alchemic. I appreciate it. This should be the last stream of this game. We should be done. Okay, sweet. I'll try to figure out what volume we need to set it at. It's almost been an hour and a half. Isn't that great? Y'all are training me to be a Just Chatting streamer. Aren't you so excited? I guess I just have to, if I really want to be a Just Chatting streamer, I'm just gonna have to make sure that we play Stream Raiders. That's how to solve the problem. You have to play Stream Raiders to be a Just Chatting streamer.
Quite frankly, I think it is just an attack.
Okay, that should be the right volume again. What was happening? One step closer to a hot tub stream, if only. Oh my god, an alien related to Salty. I don't know if any of these aliens are related to Salty. Most of these aliens are butt ugly, and Salty's pretty hot, so maybe. Is this Salty's brother?
Corpulent gentleman, I can't wait to see what allegations are in store for me next.
I love this one specifically, so gloopy. Okay, so we're an alien bounty hunter, and we're having to hunt down all these drug dealers. Salty's brother, Pepper. No! We just finished a bounty. Also, my sister's dating an alien. Looks like the last person that we have right now is Dr. Giblets. Then there's maybe two more bounties to do.
All right, here's the skinny. You're all gonna need some major firepower if you really plan to take on Garmantuous.
What? More than we already have? Our team is mostly guns.
Trust me, we need this.
Yo, Fine Pine, what? Holy crap. Fine Pine. Let's go! Fine Pine with a huge 5 gifted subs. What's up? Yo, that's too much. That's too much. Fine Pine, thank you so much. Can we get some hype in the chat? Holy moly, Fine Pine. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Let's get some sub balls on this Christmas tree. Oi! Put some hype in the chat. Fine Pine. What's up? How are you doing? Okay, let me hide the chat. Let's hang up some Christmas balls. Some Christmas gifty balls. Gifted sub for Mythical Water. Yo! I love Mythical Water. Mythical Water is like one of my favorite animators and a YouTuber friend of mine. I've been in their videos before, and you just gifted them a sub. Thank you so much for Captain Zanuck, Lost and Lit, Flatly Written, Mochi Cat. All of these are homies. Thank you for passing on the love to the homies. Let me put up these Christmas balls. I'm actually running out of these. Fine Pine, I'm running out of these. You're gonna make me buy more of these. You're gonna make me go to Walmart and get more get more gift balls if you keep up this madness. How dare you? All right, let's put them up here.
Just put him up here on this fine tree. Make sure that it's all swagged out, looking beautiful.
5 beautiful little things. How you doing, Fine Pine? Do you need a donation for more balls? No. No, I take care of the balls, don't worry. Buy more? I might have to. I'll have to buy another pack for sure. Besides, this makes my room look beautiful. We need these. We need these balls. They make it look so Christmassy. Okay, one more. I'm actually, because this tree is so small, I'm just sticking them straight onto the branches. Ah! It's so beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for helping me decorate my room. I appreciate it. Also, Callie, enjoy your sleep. We'll see you later. Rest good. I hope that you had some fun chilling. Oi, oi. We love you. We love you, Callie. Take care of yourself and enjoy your sleep. I hope doesn't get too chilly around there. All the balls. Yay! All the balls. Hooray! You're gonna make him act. I'm gonna make him act up. You're doing well. One more day off of work, and then more than a week off. Let's go. Almost there. Almost there, my friend. Nearly free from the work. You don't actually. You do the pine carving and everything as like a side gig, right? That's like that's more like a hobby that you can make some money off of. I'm guessing you work at some regular brick and mortar job. I don't actually know. The Fine Pine lore, it goes a lot deeper than I've ever gone. You made me a sketch? This is turned into an every Anne, you sketched? Okay, before we start this game. I'm getting worse and worse at just playing games. Cause y'all are so whoa! And what is this? My computer's breaking. Like, I probably won't be able to zoom in on this because this game is so freaking tough. Flally Ridden, what's up? You just got gifted a sub by Fine Pine. Oi! Enjoy your emotes. Enjoy all your emotes. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. And also, if you want to, we're gonna be watching a Christmas movie on Friday, and you are totes invited. You're totes invited. Do we get to see the sketch? Yes. I'm trying to make it display. It's something. And what? Why am I so hot? And what made you draw this? What inspired this? I look like some kind of anime, like a main anime protagonist. Why am I so hot? What? Why? Yowza! I know, right? I want to date this. Who is he? That's what I'm asking. This is something extra. I don't know if I've seen you draw people like this before. This crosses some sort of line. You tried to draw like handsome Squidward, but then you ended up just making it normal handsome. You just ended up making it super hot. Thank you for the sketch, and it's beautiful. What the heck? Could we make like an anime style like harem, like a harem t-shirt? Also, Opsty, it's good to see you. Oi, Opsty. Oi, can we get a shout out for Opsty? Yowza! Who is he? Thank you for the shout out. Oi. Also, Yuki, did you draw another thing? Hang on. Wasn't there another fan art that got posted like a few days ago? It was like several days ago. Was it Yuki that drew it? No, it was Nikki. Yuki was the one that had the idea. Yuki gave the idea for one of the pieces of fan art recently. Oi, let me load it up. Yeah. This one was inspired. Yuki had the idea. That's what it was. Yuki help encourage. This one's so sweet and cute. I love it. It's adorable. But Yuki drew another one. Let me see. Yuki drew Nikki. I'm sorry. I'm getting dang old names ending in I. My brain's so small. This is the other one that they drew. It's so cute. Also, I love Squirrel's little tongue, the little blep, and looking up at me. That's so cute. It's so cute. How dare you make it adorable? This is based on you said Emolga. My computer. It is Emolga. It's an Emolga outfit. It's so cute. I love them all. Mushroom. Yeah. Anne is the one that encouraged the drawing of mushroom children. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's so dang cute. But Anne, this is like another level. This is a hot anime protagonist. I'm just saying. Was that the Jafar genie voice? Wait, what? I just do Fine Pine. I just do random voices 24/7, and I don't even realize what I'm doing. I don't even remember what voice I was doing. Or the sand tiger. Sand tiger. What comes after one? Come on, Pooh. Let's go out into the forest. You have a mushroom child. Their name is Malarkey. Malarkey. This is amazing, Anne. What the frick? How are you so talented? Everybody, you should go follow Anne. Go commission Anne. Anne is an incredible artist and does so much work for this channel and also for Salty.
Guess what?
And also for OT. And I believe that they have their commissions are open. Go give Anne some money. They're fantastic. They're a fantastic creator. And also they're good fun to deal with too.
I'm fucking tired, kid.
I've worked with artists before, and most of the time it's a pain in the neck. Probably because I don't know what I want, but at least Anne is patient with me. Kato Pokenerd, I haven't seen you in forever. What's up? Oi, oi, oi.
Kato Pokenerd. Today we have a high of -6 Fahrenheit, and a low of 9 Fahrenheit, and a high of 3 Fahrenheit, and a low of -8.
Suddenly, with the fucking detective,
It's very low. That's so cold. Kato, what will you do? What will you do? Will you freeze? Don't die. Do not die. I don't know if it's gonna get into negative temperatures for me. For Texas.
For dang old Texas, I'm pretty sure that it's going to stay pretty comfortable, but it is going to get a little bit cold. Don't know if there's going to be any winter storms or snow around here, but I'm hoping not, because Texans don't know how to take care of themselves in a winter storm. If they see snow on the road, that's whenever they just take their wheel and go,
like they lose their mind.
They lose their gut dang mind.
It's pretty cold, though. Yes, but it's cold in the best way. I love it when it's cold. I love to go walking in the cold. We got to go do an alien bounty. Why can't we do an alien bounty? What's happening? What's happening? Are we allowed to still? It says responsible for warp-based tech. Oh, you can just choose the teleport places. Okay. Oh, talk to Blim residents and conduct a full investigation. So something happened in town. We got to figure it out. Coldest you had in Montana was -55? No. -55? Fahrenheit? What? That is insane. That is way too cold. I don't think I've ever seen temperatures below like -10 or something. Oh my god. Nah, I thought it was cold around here. Not a chance. That I don't know if I could ever visit Montana then, or I need to visit like during a specific time of the year. Holy crap. Just frozen in ice. Just nothing but a bunch of ice blocks. Entry Mr. Keeps. Am I supposed to talk to these people?
Hurry up, I'm kind of busy in case you didn't
This little gremlin. It's definitely a roller coaster. Yes, Texas loves making a roller coaster. Like Texas consistently is inconsistent.
Dr. Giblets.
What are you talking about?
Sometimes it's burning hot and then like 1 week later it'll be freezing cold. Like there's been some weeks like last year where it would be like past 90 degrees Fahrenheit, like very hot. And then it would drop to below freezing in less than a week. It's so bad for my sinuses. Where's Dr. Giblets? Why do you look so nervous?
Do I look nervous? Oh, jeez, you're making me nervous with this interrogation.
Are you Dr. Giblets? No, I'm going to say, where were you what were you doing last night?
What? Why do you care? If you must know, I ate 15 whole sandwiches. And yes, I regret it. I don't know why I ate that many.
Are you Dr. Giblets? No, I'm gonna say where is.
I'm really sorry. I don't know who that is. But good luck, I guess. Hope you find them.
Are you Dr. Giblets?
Am I what? What is it with you and this Dr. Giblets guy? My name's Craig, and I'm really sick from eating a lot of sandwiches. Leave me alone.
I like this character.
Woof, they didn't know anything. That was a real D-rank interrogation. Sorry.
Rank D. What? That I did a bad job? What if they just didn't know anything? Excuse me. That's very judgy. Already got this chest.
Sorry
Ah!
about that. This is the trial version of detective mode.
God dang it.
To be ads. Use ads. This will be worth it.
How do I remove the ads, please? Thank you. Need ad blocker. Need ad blocker on my new detective software. There's only a few people around town now. I guess they all are to be investigated.
Hey, tough guy, we're looking for.
Why do they all have brains on their head?
Slick, what the fuck are you talking like that for? Oh, Jesus Christ, leave me alone.
Whoa, watch your mouth. I'm gonna say, do you have any ties to the G3?
Quick, the drug guys. No! I don't have any fucking ties to the evil drug and glory.
I don't trust any of these people.
Trying to live a normal life in the city. Why in the fuck would I have any ties to the G3?
So aggressive. What's your whole deal?
My whole deal. Like, who am I? What do I do? Well, my name's Jackie T. Pooperton, and what I
Jackie T. Pooperton? How are we doing?
How you doing? Like with your weird interrogation? Awful! Annoying! I wish you'd stop!
Where's Dr. Giblets?
I don't know, and I don't give a shit. I'm busy. You need anything else, or can I fucking go?
Why is the alien cursing Jesus Christ? Why they say, yeah, that's true. Maybe there's an alien Jesus that we don't know about. You make a good point. It's a little bit of a hole in the world building, eh? These aliens, they know of that. They show off. They showed off this house, and they were like, "Wow, I've never seen a human before." Yet they know about human gods. Very suspicious. Maybe it's a universal thing. You heard promises of gingerbread? Okay, I can pause for a second and show you my gingerbread house. Check it out. Here it is. Here's the beauty. The beauty. It's a gingerbread house with little palm trees that have coconuts in them. Look at it. Look at this ginger home. It's a little basic. It's a little basic. Like the back of it doesn't have anything on it. But it's like a little chunk of gingerbread home. My friends were saying that it looked a lot like an Animal Crossing house or something. Is the little dude edible too? No, that's just a little figurine from Cookie Run. My boyfriend gave it to me from TwitchCon. Cookie Run, one of my favorite games, one of my favorite mobile games anyway. But that was a little house that I made. All of my friends, we got together and made some gingerbread houses. Some of theirs were amazing. Like some of them made proper shingles and everything. I kind of gave up after I got this palm trees figured out.
Hey, do you mind if we have a moment of your time?
Oh, sure. What's this about, can I ask?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to be more friendly. I'll say, do you know anything about the G3? That's how I'll open.
Everyone knows about the G3. It's just shouldn't be talking about him in broad daylight like this, you know?
I'll say, we need to find Dr. Giblets.
Shh, hey, quiet. Don't say his name so loud. I can't help you, but Blordo can.
Blordo, eh?
Michael Taint. Then he'll talk.
Also, Sinceritic, what's up? How are you doing? The alien looks like they have a mustache for a nose. Ew, that's true. It looks their nose is just like built into their face. It doesn't protrude at all. Would you accept a bribe?
Well, sure. Yeah, I don't really have any moral issue with accepting a bribe. It sounds like a win-win, actually. I get money, you get info. But come to think of it, the G3 will kill me. So how about no?
Interesting. He said that Blordo would know, right?
Wow, we actually got something we can use. Okay.
Is this Blordo? Also, what's... Ew! Yuck!
Let's head over to Blordo and mention Michael.
Yucky! Yucky! He's got a butt face. That's disgusting. Also, in both of the cheeks are his eyeballs. What is this biology? Why? Where's Blordo? Where's Blordo's over here? Oh, he's the guy that we bought crystal things from.
Do some perfectly legal business.
Hello there, Blordo. Thought we get some information from you.
You know anything about where we could find a guy named
You should make
Dr.
gingerbread stuff.
Whoa,
Oh.
that name. You can't just go asking around town for a guy like that.
We need Michael Taint.
What's wrong with asking about Dr. Giblets?
I don't know. Why do you think I know anything about Dr. Giblets? I don't know nothing. Now buy something, I'll beat it, Buster.
No way. I'm gonna say Michael Taint said you knew something.
That piece of shit. I'm gonna kill him. Look, if you're really looking for trouble, maybe check out the new High on Life store in the slums. The Hyperbong 6 midnight launches tonight, but you should be able to get in by now. Just don't mention my name. I didn't say nothing. Now get out of here. If anyone sees me talking to you, I'm dead.
All right,
Thanks, Blordo. We had a good feeling you were a true pal.
we gotta go find the hyperbong.
Detectives, that was an S-rank interrogation.
I don't like this ranking. Why are they ranking us for getting information? Also, Yuki, enjoy the rest of your night. It's getting late, so you go schlep now. Oi, oi! I hope that you have wonderful dreams. Wonderful Christmas dreams. We'll see you later, Yuki. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. Oi, oi! Oi, oi. You should make gingerbread stuff. You got 2 dinosaur molds, and you're doing good besides having the Rona vaccine side effects. Oof. Like, do you have the arm thing? That's what happened to me, was a super sore arm. Thankfully, not too many side effects besides that. I actually got the Rona, unfortunately. That was far worse, let me assure you. But I didn't have the boosters, so that's may have been my fault.
Hey, you don't have to run everywhere. You might want to slow down and enjoy the scenery once in a while. Look at this place.
Dude, shut up. Where's the High on Life store? I want to run around. Don't tell me what to do, you silly old gun.
It's been a long time since I've done anything with anyone.
The Crust Lord?
Yeah, good thing you like running so much, huh?
Shut up. I'm just sprinting. Do I need to go through here?
Hey, there's my favorite VIP. Hey, you don't have to wait through any of this funny business. You are allowed right in, my friend.
Yeah, you better head straight through. I don't want jerks like you hanging around.
Shit, thank you.
We complimented. We had to compliment one or the other, and I obviously complimented this guy. So now we're allowed to go through his gate. Muscle aches. Yeah, no, you've had a fever, headache, fatigue. Oh my god. I think I had a little bit of fatigue for a couple of days. But I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. But yes, you should build it. You should build a gingerbread house. It's very fun. I was being asked earlier if they're edible, and it's like, they're kind of edible, but it's mostly just for the art. Meow, 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 meow. All right, we got to clean up around here. Too many bugs. Too many dang old bugs around here. We're trying to get to the High on Life store. Oh, this is actually a tougher enemy. You teleport and everything. This place looks so beautiful at night. This whole game's art direction is really pretty. Bop, 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 bop.
Looks like they brought backup.
Oh my god, there's so many bugs around here. What is the name of the thing that you feed your gun? I'm trying to remember.
Too bad, asshole.
Wait, where did the teleporter come in? Okay, let's use some other guns. Maybe not that one. No, we need, yeah, this gun. Freeze time. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Oh, he did. Yeah. I never use a shotgun. I'm honestly feeling a little bit like Linz was saying, where it's just like, I don't want to get close to these enemies. We might be able to find some goodies around here with our jetpack as well. Now that I think about it. You didn't know about a house? You've never made a gingerbread house. You would need some sort of molds. Yeah, you can get molds like that on Amazon if that's something you want to do. Amazon's got like loads of different little cheap molds. We've used them for soap making before. Because I think that we made a soap gingerbread house at some point. It was kind of cool. You could clean yourself with a little gingerbread house. We never used it for that reason. It's just gingerbread houses are like worthless. You know, you just throw them away. They're just for looks. It'd be cool to have like a little Christmas village though. Whenever our houses were like all lined up one after the other, it'd look rad. Yeah, what is this stuff called? Gatterball? What is it? It's like, yeah, Gatterall. That's what it's called, Gatterall. Where's the store at? It's over yonder. More enemies.
If only they were all this week, you know?
Too true, too true. Aluminum works well for molds as well. Oh, like make your own? That's a whole nother level. Whole nother level of crafty. I bet it's over here. We didn't have a jetpack last time. Yeah, there's a whole part of this town that I didn't even know existed. Yippee! Oh, look, a comfy little bungalow. Someone's just been chilling out here with a beach ball. Oops. Oop. Well. Sorry about that. Oh, it's over there. They can still find it. No big deal. Comfy. Comfy cozy. Just vibing. You could make a jelly house. A jelly house. Maybe you could make like a... What are they called? Like jello shots? A jello shot house? Just make an alcoholic jello house? That would be delicious. Now that's something I would do. Well, Applebee's? Does that say Space Applebee's? Stupid.
It just feels weird.
Why? The gentrification with the Space Applebee's? I thought they were just for decoration. Well, they can be, unless they're really delicious. That's the only thing that could convince me to eat a gingerbread house, is if it was alcoholic gingerbread. Oh my god! What is shooting me? Holy crap. Oh, there's a sniper. Ah! Up. Nice. I really wish that we had like a big rifle or something. That'd be cool. Even in space, you're not you're not safe from Applebee's. I don't think I've ever been to an Applebee's. They any good? What's the best thing on the Applebee's menu? Like Applebee's, Wingstop, TGI Fridays, Chili's. They all seem like pretty much the same thing. Just like American food. Got any goodies around here? I'm looking for some more of those chests to smash open. You don't have Applebee's? I wouldn't think so. It's not good enough to bring to another country, I'm pretty sure. You've been to Applebee's once and there was like nothing that didn't have some form of dairy or cheese or steak. Oh, so it's all just meat and cheese over there, huh? Ooh. Oh, this didn't even have a card in it. It's even better. A burst suction mod. This augmentation gives Gus an alternate method of sucking up enemies, charging up and releasing everything towards you in a big burst. What? We gotta try that. Some of these mods are rad. Burst suction mod. Should try that on the next enemy that we see. I have no idea how this works. Is it like you charge up the suction? Yeah. Ah! Oh no, I'm gonna get killed by this stupid sniper. Maybe I just used my normal guns for a second. Oh. My god, why do y'all have so many? They have rifles. Why do they get rifles? That's what I want. Ah! 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 Too many alien. Get him, my minions. Minions, get him! Ah! No! Too many. Kablooey. All right, all right, all right. We recover, we recover. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. A little human. Get out of here, little guy. Human saved one. You have Frankie and Benny's. It's an Italian-American family restaurant. Yeah, I'm very curious what American food, how it ranks up against like the native food. Like, Anne, is there ever a time that you'll just want to like get some American food? Do people have cravings for American food? Like burgers? What the heck? This enemy's like embedded in the wall. Does a burger even count as American food? Hey, where we go? Gotta find the High on Life store. It's over yonder. Everybody eats burgers. I know, right?
You feeling that breeze? Because I sure am. Oh, I love it. Reinforcements have arrived.
Oh, great. Reinforcements. Splendid. I'm still curious about how this shotgun thing works. Like, this is not slurping them in. Yeah, it, like, saves up the vacuuming. I don't really see why that's valuable. Snipers have, like a jar of water on their head. You can just, like, pop it in one shot. That's fun. Abooey. Any warp crystals? Hello? Nope.
Alright, that's gotta be the high.
There we go. It's got a line. Just looking for goodies. The hyperbong's being released. I'm so glad that we're here just whenever the doors are about to open.
Thank God they opened this new High on Life store.
I don't see any goodies.
I'm counting down the days.
Alright, so do I need to like wait in line? Sneak right in? Just skip the line?
Your local Hyperbong Superstore. Please, no trampling of other patrons during the midnight launch.
If you had to choose between a burger place and a Chinese food place, you'd pick the second option. I get in these like little food moods. I get in food moods. Like there's always one primary food that I'd rather eat. It's pretty often chicken. Pretty often I want some chicken nuggets. Sometimes it's burgers, sometimes it's Chinese, sometimes sushi. I don't really care where I get it. I just got to get that style of food. I need to talk to the employees.
Holy shit, this is a madhouse. Oh, sorry. Hi, thanks for shopping at High on Life. I'm the manager here. Are you finding everything okay?
So you're the manager here. Do you like hyperbongs?
I think they're probably bad for society overall, you know? I mean, I don't have a problem with drugs in general, but hyperbongs are like, the drugs are living creatures and they die, and that seems a little fucked up, right? But hey, I'm the manager at the store that sells hyperbongs. I probably shouldn't be saying stuff like that.
It's not great salesmanship.
I'm just here.
So you're the manager here.
It's a big day. I didn't think there'd be this many people lining up to buy hyperbongs. Probably a bad sign for our city.
Where can we find Dr. Giblets?
Oh man, this again. Look, man, I just work here. I don't know anything about the store or who built it. I'm kind of a fuck up. I lied on my resume. I got this manager gig. I never even met Dr. Giblets. I don't know what he looks like. I couldn't even point him out in a crowd.
But you know about him.
Yeah, sure I do. He owns this place. He never comes around though. I don't really know where he is.
Tell us where Dr. Giblets is.
What? I told you. I have no idea where he is. And you're being really aggressive. Leave me alone. It's super fucking busy right now, and you're distracting the hell out of me.
Well, thank you for your honesty.
Looks like we've hit a dead end. So let's get the.
Our rank is Z? No.
Being detectives.
Not the Z rank detecting. Okay, is there somebody else I can talk to?
Nice day for a shopping trip, ain't it?
It sure is.
I know I'd go shopping on a
These
daily
guys look like the mayor's brother.
This wannabe bounty hunter doesn't seem to be shopping.
That's right. Seems like they're poking their beak where it don't belong.
Be a shame if something happened to your beak as a result if you catch our drift.
More of this shit? Are you fucking kidding me? More of this? Why is everybody on our case today? Please, just fuck off.
You got a fresh mouth on you, kid.
Oh my God.
If something happened to that mouth as a result.
Pardon my associate here. He's only got one good threat, but I assure you, he can back it up.
That's right. A word to the wise. Stay out of this. Got it?
We've got this covered.
Interesting. Those two are very suspicious. It says return home and regroup with Gene. Find a way out of High on Life. I'm gonna ask this guy.
Hello and welcome to High on Life. I'm Derek. I'm gonna be a personal High on Life professional today. That makes sense, right? Does that sound okay? I'm new here.
I like this guy better. Does this store have ties with the G3? Say, how do you like working here?
Oh no, it's okay. I guess. It's the big Hyperbond 6 midnight launch.
I'm gonna try to ease into this interrogation.
I only been here for like half an hour, and honestly, okay, yeah, it kind of sucks so far because like I can already feel my soul leaving my body.
Have you used a hyperbong?
Oh no, I'm straight edge. I don't even like thinking about drugs. This job was it was a bad idea for me probably.
A bad idea, huh? Well, why would it be a bad idea? Does it have ties to the G3?
I'd really love to help you because you look very cool. But no, sorry, I have no clue.
No clue. Do you know who Dr. Giblets is?
Hey, it's my first day. Can you do me a favor and not to mention Dr. Giblets around here? They told us not to talk about him.
Okay, all right. It was worth a shot. It was worth a shot. That's the hyperbong. Why are there so many drugs that just consume other creatures?
Hello and welcome to High on Life. How can High on Life help you today?
Okay, we got a professional here. What do you sell here?
Question. Thanks so much for your interest. We sell hyperbongs and hyperbong accessories. The latest model, the Hyperbong 6, is even capable of smoking humans. That's right. The hot new species you've been hearing about. High on Life hyperbongs are the only way to get that fix.
That's awesome. Is this illegal?
Illegal? No, not in any real sense. You must be reading some of our detractors on the internet or watching too many Clug Nugman speeches. Hyperbongs are totally humane and of no harm to anybody except the creatures you smoke in them.
Oh, I see. Okay. No, that answers my question. Thank you. Is this a store connected to the G3?
High on Life employees are not authorized to admit that we have ties to the criminal.
This person's too professional. Oi, Yoshi fan! Oi, Yoshi! What's up? Yoshi! I want to do that every time for some reason. I always want to do the questionable Yoshi impression. How are you doing, Yoshi fan? Oi! We're finishing up High on Life tonight. We're getting through the story. It's getting juicy. The American section is weirdly full of novelty items like mac and cheese and Betty Crocker and marshmallow fluff. Yum! Okay, marshmallows are good. Now, marshmallows are tasty. Is my bot acting up again? Why did my bot shut off? What the heck? God dang it. Why does my bot keep breaking? Hang on. Let me just let me get that bot running again really quick. How embarrassing. No, it's working. Okay, never mind. It's working. No, you saw it in full screen. Also, Divey, what's up? Oi. Divey. How are you doing, my friend?
We actually prefer.
We're doing some detective work, some investigation. Aw, thank you. Thank you.
Attract a youthful new demographic ready to spend their hard-earned money on quality products.
Meow, 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 meow. All right, it's time to return home. We gotta find a way. Oh no!
Holy shit! What the fuck? Was this guy trampled to death?
Yeah. My friend Davy Glutes got trampled in the rush. Pretty sad, right? One moment he was there, next he's gone. Squashed.
That's awful. There wasn't even that big of a crowd. I don't know how he died like that.
Borrow that dead guy's mag boots, just to climb out of here.
Oh, mag boots, eh? Borrow them. A lot of people think that mag boots are short for magnet boots because they have magnets on their soles and you can use them to walk on magnetic surfaces. Well, those people are right. That's exactly what it stands for. No twist here. Congratulations for those smart people that knew what it was short for. I feel mocked.
Okay, look, I know this is a little fucked, but these boots are gonna be very useful, and they're the only way out of here. You know.
It is. It's just in Roiland. this game, or at least a lot of the characters are voiced by by the same voice actor. Whoa, here we go. Time to walk on some metal surfaces. Make sure you strap your mag boots on. It's time to get climbing. Woo-wee. I don't know where the wall is that we're supposed to be walking on, but here we go. Oh, it's over here. Woo-wee. Why do I need these? Oh. This is cool. This kind of reminds me of Metroid. Is that Mike Wazowski? Oh my god! No, not the Sky Beasts. The police, the fuzz, the coppers, the pigs. There we go. Where are we? Are we like in a different section of city? Let's get rid of all these cops. Ah! You didn't think that Mike had horns? He does. Mike does have little horns. Yeah, I don't know if they're that big. Yeah, they're not quite that big, but yeah, Mike has horns. Not Divey not knowing their lore. Shaking my head. Sniper detected. Oh, shoot. Nice. Ooh, money. I want a rifle so bad. How am I gonna make it all the way over here? Is there like a bug I was supposed to go on? There we go. Whew. Oh, but we're out of fuel now. Crap, dang it. Okay. Where do I? Okay, back over here. Whoopee! Off-brand Mike Wazowski. Bootleg Mike Wazowski. Okay, yeah, we'll use this bug. This bug that I did not see. There's a Shrek! Shrek and Mike Wazowski in the same city. How many of these assholes do they have? Bop, 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 bop. Whoopee! Time to get some money! Splendid. Are we just supposed to leave here? This way. Eh? Yes, over there. Hey! Stop that. And stop it! You're the one that's drawing me as a furry. You're responsible. If I'm a furry, it's your fault. I blame Anne entirely. I take no responsibility. I didn't design my own character. Oh my god! Shotgunning from afar? Bop, bop. You guys are going down. You're going down, you clowns. Why are you so strong? Nice, nice, nice. You take no responsibility either? Hey! You're just following orders? That's a really good defense. How dare you? Alright, did we kill everybody? I want to go home. I miss my sister. I miss my sister and my new dad. Where's the way out? Over here. Over to Sludge Works. Is that where they're taking us?
Boy, you are always in some kind of rush, aren't you? I'm not judging. just observing.
Why is my gun picking on the fact that I like to sprint everywhere? I just like to move, okay? If I can sprint in a game, I do. They want us to go over here? Hey, Brooke, thank you for the 10 biddies. Oi. Hey. Thank you. Oi, oi, oi. What's this Christmas season shenanigans, hmm? Why do they want us to go? Oh, this is a magnetic walkway. I don't remember this being here. Ah, what the heck? I'm pressing the button. No, I pressed E. What the frick? There we go. Jeepers creepers. And doesn't make the furries. They just see the furry within. Hey, there is no furry within.
How dare you?
I'm just a little cat boy, that's all. I just make what you want, even if you don't know what that is. You just peer into the human soul. Uh-oh.
They're cool. We've been observing you. Hope that don't rustle your jimmies none. Because
Not these guys again.
We're on your side. We'd like to formally apologize for how we treated you earlier. We didn't realize who we were dealing with. You'll have to forgive us. And we're sorry we still sound like we're intimidating you. It's the only way we know how to talk. Our wives hate us.
Who sent you here?
We represent Magistrate Clug Nugman. Maybe you've heard of him. He's certainly heard of you.
Yeah, we're friends.
Here's the skinny Slim. The Torg family, or what's left of it anyway. They got mixed up with a bad crowd. The G3 cartel. Or more specifically, Dr. John Giblets, Ph.D.
Dr. John Giblets, Ph.D.
You're the right bounty
He's a
hunter for the
real
job.
troublemaker.
Says you're already helping him. Says the G3 is our common enemy.
I love this guy's voice. I hate his ears, though.
Nice little warp trail for us. We're thinking you can follow those breadcrumbs all the way to the gingerbread house.
Gingerbread house!
His two little hands dirty. You dig?
Oh, I dig. You want us to kill him?
This kid's fast. Yeah, check out Dale Earnhardt Jr. over here. Let's say somebody dies. Maybe, hypothetically, their name is Dr. Jim.
I'd like to shoot these guys.
Anything like that happen.
They look like Simpsons. They do. It's that lemon skin. Look at their weird texture on them. They look like living lemons. I hate them. We're gonna go talk to Clug. Go talk to the mayor, you know. Let me out.
Step through the portal door and go see Clug or what?
Yeah, okay. I didn't know that we had to go through the portal. I didn't remember.
Oh, welcome back. Thank you so
The lemon zone.
Yeah, they've been aces.
Look at this handsome lemon.
Hey, Clug. Sorry about those two. They can be a bit intense. Really, I don't know why they talk like that. But look, you've
Looks like they have a lot of eye strain.
I hate to ask for anything else, but this election is really close. And, well, keeping the G3...
Oh, my gun's eyes follow my movement like that.
You could, deal with Dr. Giblets?
Well, yeah, no, I mean, that's what we want to do, you know, but...
Yeah, when do we get to fight Dr. Giblets, huh?
Oh, no, we can't have that. Let me just leave this...
Yeah, we just gotta give him a squeeze. If you're at the dinner table with any of these, you just give him a nice firm hug, and that'll make the food taste way better.
We're not 100% sure it would be his actual base. You'll still need to do some detective work.
Fuck yeah. All right, then we just kick the door down, burst our way in there, find him, grab him by the neck.
Hey, I can't officially tell you to do that. Not if I want to win this next election, at least.
Moy, welcome back. Only to say goodnight after 40 hours. You ready to go to bed? Oh my God, why are you still awake? Go to sleep. Oh my God, Moy, enjoy your well-deserved rest. And don't you dare stay awake 40 hours ever again. Don't you ever. You get some good sleep. Much love to Moy. Get some good sleepies. Also, I love this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle character over here. Some robots. These are beautiful drawings. Okay, we'll leave. Wait a minute. Wait 1 second. This is one of the creatures that they smoke as drugs.
Make like a,
What's up with this creature being here, huh? I wouldn't take the mayor for a wait, whoa. What a lovely statuette. It's a lovely little mushroom statuette. It looks awfully bumpy. That's a tough statue. That's awesome. Okay, let's leave. How do I get out of here? I want to wait, what's on your desk? Some awards. Oh, we need the disc.
Find us that fucking Dr. Giblets.
Nice. Also, wait a second. Is that Phthalowiz? I'm sorry, I almost said your name wrong again. Oi, oi, oi! Welcome in. How are you doing? Happy holidays to ya. How are your holidays going?
Now get out there and kill Giblets.
I love this movie. Shiny! How are you doing? You scared me. Dr. Giblets. Where do we need to go? Zephyr Paradise, Upper Valley. Activate portal. Let's go. Let's go. We've got some investigating to do. We've got a Dr. Giblets to kill. Everybody get your weaponry ready. Make sure that you're strapped. This is going to be a tough one. This is trippy. My eyes. Oh. Pop in. Aha. Thank you. Oh my god, there's already a welcoming committee. Kaboom. 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 I want to do the vacuum trick. No, dang it. Ah! He's got a shield. There we go. Where do I keep this gun? Yeah. I love this gun. And where's that last one? Is there one up there? What is that? Nice. Not that gun. This gun, yes. No, I died. Dang. Firefight getting intense out here. Holy moly. Okay. Focus up. Focus up, gamers. I thought that y'all had my back. I thought that y'all were gonna fire some bullets. It was all me out there. Oi. Where's the backup I was promised? This smoke reminds me of Skyrim. Skyrim's loading screens. Dom. Dovakin. Alright, guess I'll just use the pistole. Aha! Ooh. Oh, that's the one with just the seats. There's never any crystals in that one. Too many bullets. Thank you for the drink. Thank you, zombie food. I will take a sip in a moment. Let me just see if I can get past these aliens first.
Let's use my glove shot.
Don't tell me what to do. Actually, that's a great idea. Seems like just staying away from them helps a lot. Bop, 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 bop. I see no disadvantage.
One less G3 to worry about.
There we go. Nice. And no crystal. Headed over yonder to find Dr. Giblets. Oh yes, my sips. Thank you. All right. Oh, this is this is the highway that we just teleported into this world. We just the teleporter doesn't. The little teleporter chips don't teleport you. They bring other things to you. So we just took a piece of this highway so that we could walk across it. It's kind of messed up. Oh, the Moplet Village. The little weird Care Bear creatures. Hopefully they're not up to anything evil yet. I don't trust them. Okay, I just want to hide snipers and stuff. Where? A sniper with a shield would be a nasty combo indeed. Ah! Oh my god! They're right on top of me. I can't move. I'm stuck. Oh, whew. Okay. Hello? Get your little shieldy thing that's floating around back there. Stop. Ah, there you are.
Not so tough up close, are you? Fuck off.
You're going down! Shooting's still so much fun. I love popping their little noggins. Eat 'em. Ah! Oh, there's another sniper. No, 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 no. Where are you? Oh! Keep moving. Whoo! No, wrong gun. This one, yes. Bingo. Bingo does it. Oh, shieldy guy. He just fell into it.
Why
OT!
do they call it oven when you are in the cold food of out hot heat the food?
Boy. Why do they call it of in when you of in the cold food and out? Why do they call it an oven when you of in the cold food and out hot eat? You know what? I don't know. maybe they should have asked you before they named the oven. You of out the hot food. Should be an of out. You're right. You're right. OT. You figured it out. What's up, OT? Can we get a shout out for OT? One of the most powerful creators on the internet. OT is the only creator that I wouldn't want to be put in a boxing ring with. We've been talking a lot about fitness this stream, but I'll tell you what, I wouldn't ever go 1-to-1 against OT. I'd be bodied immediately. Strongest creator out there. Most likely to slapbox the Earl to oblivion. Oi, what are you up to, OT? I'm just obsessively playing this game. We've almost beaten it. We've almost beaten it. Huzzah! Any exciting Christmas plans for OT? Any Christmas videos? Rating Christmas memes? Reading Christmas dad jokes for 12 hours straight?
Where do we go? We need to go over there. Into the facility. Christopher Robin's been waiting for years.
Are those baby OT? Oh, OT still has the baby emote. Thank God. There you go. There's 100% your reason to go follow the OT link. Go get that baby OT.
Oven refers to a device that cooks food using heat. The term oven from the Latin ovum, which means egg. It's thought that the first ovens were used to cook eggs. Ovens work by burning fuel, such as gas or electricity. When you put cold food into an oven, the heat of the oven warms the food, and when you take the food out, it is hot. The word oven does not have anything to do with the temperature of the food going in or coming out.
God dang it! Why is there so much stuff happening?
Get high. On life with Jeffrey's money.
OT's telling me about how ovens are named. It comes from the Latin ovum, which means egg, because they used to cook eggs in ovens. What? They didn't just fry them over the fire? What the heck? Ancient humanity is a complete mystery. OT, why do you function in my chat as a Wikipedia bot? Why? Why? OT doesn't human with me unless we're in a call doing a game. Otherwise, they just sit in the chat and say horse, 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 or explain definitions or give me scientific facts. And just Jurassic Park, how are you doing? Thank you for the 8 months. Oi. Yes. I'm gonna give you a green ornament. Oh my God. Sound is so frustrating. Okay, let me get you a green ornament on the tree. Thank you so much, Jess, for the 8 months. Oi, oi, oi. Let me put Jess on this. Christmas balls, Christmas balls. Jess Jurassic Park, I got your name on this. It's impossible to see, but I know it's there, so I will know. I will know that you're on this tree. Thank you so much for helping me decorate my room. I'll find you a nice little spot over here.
I'll find you a nice little spot on this tree. Let's see.
We gotta put more ornaments on the left side.
Thank you so much. How are you doing, Jess? Yes, green like a dinosaur. Ah. My roommates are doing something in there. Green like a beautiful dinosaur. Like a beautiful dinosaur that you are. Just like Christmas, if the it's there if you truly believe. Aw. If you believe in Christmas, then it's there. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You need to go to bed? Get some sleep. Zombie food. I know that is it late? Is it late for you? Better go get some sleep and take care of yourself. You hear me? But it's fun hanging out with you. Thanks for vibing. Oi, oi. I haven't boxed in ages, Earl. You could do quite well. You have boxed before? I was actually joking with chat earlier, saying that I wanted to get back to my fighting weight and so that I could do more boxing. And some people bought it. Some people thought that I was a real boxer. But I'm trying to get strong. I'm glad. We should do that. A live stream boxing. If I come and visit. If I come and visit, then we could have a beat down, a box up. In our baby forms. Maybe we can make an Earl plush. And it could just be the two plushies fighting. or I could animate that. I could animate a slap boxing with our two little tiny mascot character things. Oi, Jess, how is your holiday season going so far? Have you gotten to do anything wintry or holiday? I've been showing off my gingerbread house that I made with friends. And my roommate's parents have a little stocking for me above their fire. They've like accepted me as part of the family. I've met all of their problematic members of the family. I met them all. So I'm basically like adopted family at this point. Okay, we need to send in one of our little gross guys into this room. Through here? Yeah, I've been waiting to break in here forever. Chest. A womb chamber. With an extra womb chamber, creature can keep more of his kids alive at once. Each womb chamber means one more little blue kid fighting for you on the front lines. Great. Fantastic. Incredible. I've always wanted another womb chamber. Everyone knows that Earl is actually a professional parkour person, not a boxer. Parkour is pretty cool. I used to be obsessed with it whenever I was younger. I was like, real life Assassin's Creed. But now I don't know if I would try parkour. It looks painful. It looks like my little hands would be hurt from sliding across too much concrete. Oh, these work with our boots. This is an actual thing. I noticed these weird walls around everywhere. And they're for these little mag boots that we got. Baby fight. Baby fight. Witches only. You came back. Hey, what's up? Oi, oi, oi. We met Witches only last night through a raid. How are you doing? Witches only. I'm so glad that you've returned. This game's really heating up. Oh my god.
Holy shit, dude. You're fucked. What happened?
A G3 base warped right through here. Right where I was. And, well, it shot me right in half. I got cut in half.
Bet it was Dr. Giblet's base.
Oh, God. Oh, God, I'm fading fast. Please just stay with me while I die. I don't want to be alone. I don't want to be alone.
No, come on. You're not dead yet.
This is horrible.
You'll be fine.
No. It's my time to go. Oh, thank you for staying with me.
This is awful.
Just don't leave. Okay.
I want to leave so bad. It's yucky.
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Yep, that's just how it is in this sick fuck of a universe.
No, he's dead. Not our bear companion. He was such a sweetie. We loved him. Rest in peace.
Hey, where you guys go? You promised me to stay with me until I die.
Hey, what the hell?
Hey, thanks for coming back.
You're not really.
I think I've seen clips of this on TikTok.
Oh, I'm dying. No, I'm actually. For real this time though. Oh my God. Oh, don't go anywhere. Stay with me. Thank you. Oh, here I go. Oh my God. Oh.
All right, enough of this guy. Let's bounce.
He's not dead. I know that he's not dead.
Hey, what the fuck? you left me again. I'm not dead yet, assholes.
God dang it, why are you playing dead?
If you leave me again, I swear to God, I'm gonna kill myself.
I'm just gonna help him go. I'm gonna help him go quicker. Less suffering. All right.
What's the plan?
He didn't suffer. He's actually dead now. Okay. You don't remember this episode in the Care Bear movie? There was a movie. Maybe we should watch that. Is that a Christmas movie?
Okay,
This guy
so
dead?
Is this Dr. Giblets' base? Where the hell is he?
Look at that cake. My goodness.
Just a little bit of detective work. Let's look around for clues.
Jesus Christ. Okay, fine.
The detective mini game. What is this? New England is getting a big storm Friday. It'll be pure rain and near 60. It makes you so happy that it isn't snow. Oof. Snow just ruins infrastructure. It's impossible to drive with snow. Whenever it snows in Texas, it like caves in roofs. Are these just feet?
Someone was killing G3 mercs. You know what? That makes sense. Everyone hates the G3. I bet people try to kill them all the time. I mean, look at you. That's what you're doing.
We're looking for evidence. Who could have done this?
A destroyed drone. Looks like it was deployed for combat. Nothing fishy there. That's what they're used for. That's what drones are for. They're for combat. That's not weird to see a destroyed drone.
Is there flesh inside of these drones? That's disgusting. What about this guy? Does this tell us a story? Oh, this is just another G3 dead. I see. That's already been investigated. Where's the rest of the clues? What about this paperwork, huh? Pretty suspicious.
Looks like your typical work desk. Nothing too crazy. You know, best I can guess is someone interrupted Dr. Giblets while he was doing experiments. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff at the wall.
Oh, hi Lex. What's up? I'm sorry, I missed you. I missed you. I didn't see your name. Oi. What's up? Did I come here at a good time? Oh, yes.
Yes, we're doing detective work. We're figuring out who killed these G3s.
We've got to go deeper and look for clues. You caught us right in the detective side mission. I mean, it's actually the main mission. We should be beating the game. Always a good time. It's true.
Howdy there, cowboys. Oh shit. Sorry, wrong bit. I mean,
It's always a good time when Lex shows up.
This looks like the lab where Dr. Giblets did his experiments.
What have you been doing, Lex? You feel like I feel I'm used to being invisible lately? That sucks. That's awful. You are not invisible, Lex. I see you. I see you, Lex. Oi. Everybody in chat sees you. Oi. You are here. You are here. You are recognized. I'm sorry that you're feeling that way. You gotta get some peeps around you that'll give you that love and support that you deserve. Those good friends.
Look at all these drone heads. Dr. Giblets was an expert at creating cybernetic organisms. But we already
Ew.
You know, I don't think this is a very helpful clue. I do think it's neat, though. It's cool to look at fucked up drone heads. Thanks for showing me this.
These are yucky. These look like Thomas the Train Engine faces. Looking for stuff. Oh, look at these little guys. What are these little guys up to?
These must be old Hyperbong prototypes. Way jankier than the ones they're selling at the High on Life store. Well, you know, we just pointed these out. Now we can move on to the next thing.
Oh, yeah, they were testing it on all sorts of creatures. All sorts of creatures being experimented on. What else is there? What is this? Is this some robotic tests? That's a janky looking cyborg.
Experiments on his own henchmen? Jesus Christ, that's fucked up, right? Yeah, that's fucked up. I know it's fucked up. I don't know why I asked. I knew it was fucked up. Dr. Giblets must have been losing his mind.
Whenever you do detective work, you're tempted to play the Pink Panther theme.
Dr. Giblets was even more twisted than we could ever imagine. He was torturing his own henchmen. He wasn't right in the head. Although I guess that's what Doug was doing too, so maybe that's normal for
This
the
actually looks like that investigator in the Pink Panther. This little globby character. I'm pretty sure that we're just gonna resort to shooting people. Like, this detective thing isn't gonna work very long. Gotta find more clues in here. Where are we going? Oh yeah, very suspicious. Don Giblets. Bunch of second place awards.
Are these second place trophies? They're trophies for what? Science? Just science in general? Do they really give out second place trophies for science?
Hey!
Jeez, it looks like
No
Dr.
kisses while I'm investigating.
In science.
Don't distract the detective. Hey detective, I think I found a clue for you. Margaret, what have I told you about interrupting my investigation? I was thinking of a real good plan.
He really thought people were trying to kill him. And you know what? He was right, because that's exactly
Anne! Thank you for the gifted sub! Yo! Can we get some hype in the chat? Anne, thank you so much. Oi, oi! Let me get a little Christmas ball. Anne! Wait a minute. What the heck? Thank you so much. Oi, 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 oi! Let me put that little ball on the Christmas tree. Hang on. Let me show y'all. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Look at our tiny little gift tree over here on the side. Tiny little unicorn tree. Known I got this for OT. This is an OT style tree. OT loves horses, so I thought that we should improve the stream with one of these. The gift tree, it's looking so healthy. Thank you so much, Anne. Oi! And also, Witches Only, enjoy ad-free viewing, and also all the emotes. And if you want to, we're gonna be watching a movie on the Discord this Friday. You're invited. That's your movie ticket. So if you want to hop onto the Discord, we're gonna be voting on the movie probably tonight or tomorrow. We'll pick out a movie to watch together. For the holiday season. I already watched a movie with my mods, so now it's time for community movie night. Do we need a break in here? Oi, oi. Aha! You can scan this little creature through the glass.
Oh shit, that's a Gatlian. A regular old Gatlian doesn't look like it's in good health at all.
Ooh, a new gun.
Honestly.
Aha, so that's our murder weapon. Dr.
It's busted though.
That modified Gatlian to attack
What are those eyes looking at, Alchemic?
Powerful. Did a lot of damage. It'd be great if we could somehow get that Gatlian for ourselves. You think that's gonna happen?
If you got any suggestions for movies, just throw them out there.
Finally cracked this case. Dr. Giblets really did go insane. He was paranoid that someone was after him, so he killed his own men. While
Paranoid.
wasting time doing detective work, I was busy scanning the area for Dr. Giblets and decrypting the password on his security systems.
Awesome.
Now we just followed the waypoint right to him.
Wait, so we didn't have to find any of those clues?
Yep, sorry. I just love detective mode so much I didn't want you to stop using it. Now go kill Dr. Giblets.
Great. I'm glad that we cosplayed as a detective for our for our AI's enjoyment. Perfect. Now we just know exactly where he is. The Santa Claus. I've never seen the Santa Claus.
Santa Claus is coming to town. Oh, Santa Claus is...
I think that's Dr. Giblets. That was very anticlimactic, but I'm not complaining.
Jesus Christ, that was the easiest one yet. All right, let me at him.
Whenever my knife has something to say, it's always a treat.
What the fuck are you waiting for?
So,
I died. So let me carve him up already.
So during his intro animation, he accidentally broke his own outfit and died?
Yeah, I mean, I see no reason why we don't just claim the bounty.
Is this actually it? That was the actual fight. Is oh? No!
If you're hearing this pre-recorded message, it means you've successfully managed to murder one of the greatest minds in all of super science. Congratulations, you killed me. But I knew this day would come, and I was prepared for this moment.
Okay, there's kind of a fight.
See if you can survive my retribution from beyond the grave.
I should have fucking known it wouldn't have been so easy.
So he was expecting to be killed in that exact spot. That's great. Ba, 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 ba. Ooh, shotgun's kind of busting now. Space Oedipus. Wait, what? What is he talking about? I was distracted by the gameplay. Huh? Your firstborn? Where? He's got children? He procreated? Ah! Ah! I need to stop getting so dang close to them. Oh,
What's going on?
shoot. Oh, I gotta reload. Okay. There we go. Ah! A little guy. A little dubious creature. Ah, the suction doesn't work that far. Oh, this is just his old body. Was that little guy twerking? Did I see one of the enemies was twerking at me? It's a pretty elaborate little plan that he's got go. Oh, there you are. I love these little eyeballs. Get him!
If you're hearing this, it means you made it past my first onslaught.
I didn't know why. I don't know why you'd make the time to make a plan like this if you're killed. Exactly. If I was some boss, if I die, then that's the end of my operation. I just said a self-destruction. Right? Just blow up the facility if you die. Erase your life's work. Oh, these little ants. These little troublemakers. Ba, 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 ba. This gun is awesome. Ah! Oh my god, drones. No, 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 no. Ah! These little armored ones. I hate you. Whoa! So much liquid everywhere. Bam. 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 Mmm, Gatterall. Jetpack tied with a shotgun is a deadly combo. Who's got bullets? We did it! Hooray!
You can't beat Krubus. Krubus was too weak.
Krubus.
No.
Krubusy.
But who is it? Who killed me? Was it you, Douglas?
He's making guesses. Why does he have so much recorded footage in case of dying? Oh, snipers.
Douglas, you always were unpredictable. Your relentless party habits always landed you in hot water with Garmantuous. Perhaps you wish to strike back against our leader by killing his prize scientist. Hooray! That would certainly hurt his feelings.
No, not the shield. The shielded snipers. I knew it would happen. Oh my god, big one! Giant. Oh, there's too many. No, come back! I love how he's just having a conversation with this Douglas character. Ba 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 ba. Get him, Sweezy. Sweezy kill. Nice. He's repeating lines now. Yes, it is I, Douglas. All of your assumptions are correct. Everyone has big mouths. Yes, exactly. This is a game made by Justin Roiland. Everybody's just gonna talk 24/7. Woo-wee! We should be awfully quiet. It seems like this whole facility is all mic'd up. Woo-wee! It sure would be a mistake to be talking at a time like this. We might be in a lot of trouble if anybody finds out. Oh, no. Well, we better keep our trap shut. That's right. Oh, I'm going to be real quiet. Here we go. Being quiet, sneaking around in the facility. Go, stop. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bee-ba-boo. Ooh, gonna get my Sweezy gun out. We're gonna be blasting. That goes through walls, right? Bobbity bobbity bop. Bobbity bobbity bop. I can't shoot them with that one. We did it. Who's still alive? Kill them. I love these mag boots. This is fun. There's like 30-minute long dialogues. There are! Take my money, what's up? By the way, there's this one part in the game where the game tells you that you're supposed to stand there for 1 hour. It's like, oh, now you have to stay in this room for 1 hour. And then of course there's like an escape that you're supposed to do. But they actually have voice lines for if you just stay there for an hour. Like, if there's anything that they didn't cheap out on, it is absolutely the dialogue. We're just like fighting every type of enemy. It's like a regular little arena brawl. This is just playing the hits.
Who's left? Who's left on this goddamn alien planet?
Just making some adjustments. Oh, I'm stuck. Ba 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 ba. Guess just keep on moving. Let loose. I'm too close to these guys. They're too strong for that.
They're too strong for stepping right next to rail.
Goodbye.
This is my final message. If you're still alive to hear this, then I've made a great mistake. I was wrong. Only one person could have survived all of that. Myself. I killed myself.
Finally.
It makes sense, you know. I always hated myself. I knew I'd get the guts to do it one of these days.
Thank you, Anne. Very affectionate.
So, okay, I killed myself. Whoops. My apologies to whoever's hearing this.
He actually did.
Forgive me for making you go through all of that. You can leave now. Have a good day. Giblets out. R.I.P. Giblets.
Wow, okay, good.
It was an accidental death. He like tripped and broke his own glass. But he was so smart.
How's it been going so far?
We just lost one of the greatest minds in all of alien society. He even figured that out post-mortem. Post-mortem, he figured out that he would die by accident. That is so sad. How do I leave? How do I get out of here? Oh, mag boots. And he apologized too. What a gentleman. Hey, Innocent Alex, what's up? Oi, oi, oi. Alex, how is today? How has today been for you?
Hey, I think we can take a quick break from killing. You know,
Now kill more! Yes, kill more. Never stop killing.
Violent video games. Video games make you actually violent. Ooh, do we get the new gun? Yes. Yummy. Ew!
Let's take him back to Gene. Gene knows he can get him all fixed up.
Can we use this thing? This busted Gatlian is named Let's Do It. We can't use it.
I just wanted to say, you know, today really meant a lot to me. Your free trial of detective mode is up. So see you later. Bye.
Aw. The detective had such a good time.
Okay, Bounty Hunter, you go through the menus. You find that detective mode. You shut it the fuck off. Never again. Okay, I'm serious. Delete it. Delete it. And if you can't
Today was but you going live made me feel a little bit better. Aw, can we put some hearts in the chat for Innocent Alex? Innocent Alex, we love you. I'm sorry that your day's been crummy. Oi. You can relax with some video games.
See?
Relax with some Earl time.
How'd it go? Come on over, let's powwow.
We did great. You won't believe what kind of shenanigans we got up to. We found an old gun.
Okay, so we did find Dr. Giblets. He is dead, but we also
Tammy the T-Rex. What is this movie? Oh, it's Tammy and the T-Rex. Ew.
He's not really functional. I don't think he's dead, but
God damn. Yeah. He's busted up real bad.
It's kinda so yucky. Don't just drop him like that. That's our gun.
I'm not gonna promise you I can save him. That would be irresponsible of me. It would be careless to toy with your emotions like that. But yes,
His dead eye stalk has been bothering me this whole time.
But you know, if he can't be saved, it wouldn't be.
The TVs in the house play 3 full movies. There's also a movie theater that you can get.
You didn't hear me. I don't want you to hear me.
We're saving up. We're saving up for the skate park first.
Whatever. Sorry to change the subject, but
Turn in Dr. Giblet's DNA. Oh yeah, cause we killed Dr. Giblets. Yeah, let's get our bounty money. Then maybe we can buy some more goodies.
Some more goodies.
okay. Come on over. Let me give you the news.
The news.
What do you got for us, Gene?
All right. Which do you want first? The good news or the bad news?
Take I'll take something else.
Okay. You want me to talk about something else? Like what? Shoes? Why? I have important information to share with you. I'm not just shooting the shit here for fun. Are you just trying to be annoying or mean? Or is this some kind of weird power move to try and teach me my place or something? Making me wait to tell you my important shit? Look, I'm not playing along. Christ, kid. Good news or bad news? Make it quick.
I'll take the bad news.
All right. Here's the bad news. Lizzie's been gone for a while. It's probably nothing, and I'm obviously not actually worried or anything because I hate her. But, you know, you might want to look into it since she's your sister and all. Maybe.
Always knew that we couldn't trust that guy.
Space Applebee's uptown.
The Space Applebee's. Now give me the good news.
Hey, well, I lied, kid. I don't have any good news. I was hoping you'd just ask for the bad news, and then you'd be so upset you'd forget to ask about the good news. I was trying to pull a fast one on you, and I failed. So, it's pretty embarrassing. Yeah, that's everything. I'll work on getting us some new bounty leads if you want to go look for her.
He definitely cares about her. He was trying to be like a dad. He was trying to look out for her.
That is a lot to take in, Gene. Hey, Bounty Hunter, you mind if we leave the other Gatlians here with Gene and maybe we can go poke around for Lizzie and use that time to have a little chat with each other? You know, just you and me, our favorite people, our favorite, you and I, our best pals.
Why? What? You want me to leave behind the Gatlians with Gene? I don't know about that.
It's easy. Put the other Gatlians down next to Gene and let's get out of here, look for Lizzie, and have a chat.
Why? Why? There we go. They could enjoy a nice movie.
It's nice to stretch out a bit, you know?
Creature looks disgusting from the front too. That's where the little creatures come out of.
We'll hold down the fort. All right, Bounty Hunter, let's head to
Well, they seem perfectly happy to stay here. Y'all stay with Gene. You're all friends now. Sweezy looks so gross. I hate seeing Sweezy from the side. This little fish creature. Yuck.
We'll be just fine.
Honestly, happy to be rid of him.
you and me again, you know, just like old times, like the dream team.
God dang, stupid Morty gun.
Applebee's, it's in the slums, which you probably knew that. So your suit can point us in the right direction. So you take the lead.
I'm not allowed to go anywhere else. I was gonna go to the pawn shop.
We're gonna chat. It's gonna be good. It's all good. Don't worry about this. Don't get shooken up about this. There's no reason to be, you know, don't feel weird or anything. I'm not trying. You know what I mean?
God dang it. All right, this is, I guess, a challenge because we don't have our other guns.
We're back there. It's just, well, there's something I need to tell you. Whew, this is hard. Just give me a second. You got this, Kenny. Come on. What are you doing? Making it awkward.
Right on through.
Thanks, buddy. He was saying you got this, Kenny. Thank you.
All right, Kenny, you're talking to yourself.
That
now.
little
They can
thingy.
hear you. It's not so hard. Just tell them everything.
Yeah, what's going on, Mr. Gunn? You You're acting awfully suspicious.
You never judge me, right? I mean, we're such close partners at this
Broken leg guy
point,
still here,
you
see you
know?
later.
Like, nothing I could say could ruin that, right? I'm just kidding around. I'm just joking around. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm out of my body right now, I think.
What is the news? Could literally be anything. This game has no morals or standards.
Oh boy, okay, so that dying Gatlian that we saved, let's do it. Let's say we can fix him up and, you know, back alive. The thing is, okay, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to say this properly, or you know, like communicate, how we normally do, right?
Uh-oh.
You know, the Gatlian we saved, let's do it. He knows some things about me that the others don't know, and it's nothing too crazy, you know, okay, no, it's bad. It's really bad.
What is our...
We are,
Who is this gun, huh?
Applebee's in the slums, and sorry, I don't mean to be cryptic. I'm just, this is tough. You know, this is really hard.
Awkward, what's up?
You to hate me. I'm
My...
worried about your sister. You think Tweeg is working today?
My gun is trying to tell me a backstory about themselves now because apparently we've met one of their old friends. And he's being very evasive. Hey, those are the mag boots that we got. Free hyperbong. Whoopee! Just say it already. Just spit it out. You know, we've been friends for so long. There's nothing that you could say that would tear us apart. You know, we've been through it all. You know, no worries. Just go ahead and say it. Ooh wee. Going into Applebee's, gonna tell each other secrets. But we're friends, right?
Table for two, right this way.
Actually, we're wondering if someone named Tweeg is working today.
He didn't show up for his shift, sorry. Do you still want a table?
You know what? Maybe this is a good spot to talk. Yes. We will take a table.
We're gonna eat at Applebee's. It's a table for two. Are we gonna place the gun down across from us? I hope so.
Enjoy your meal. Your waiter will be with you shortly.
Ow! It moves!
Okay, listen, I'm sorry for making us sit here at Applebee's. I know we're really focused on Lizzie, and that's kind of the important thing, but
I
do you mind if
didn't like him flopping around.
my chest here with you first?
Say I'm hungry.
Right, yeah, I know you're worried about Liz. Wait, you're just hungry? Well, you know, we are at Space Applebee's. I mean, it's a problem solved, I guess. You know, just
I want the
something.
hamburger.
I'm gonna tell you my whole deal, if that's cool, while you chomp.
What is this
Okay,
music?
So you remember what happened on my home planet, Gatlas? It got taken over by the G3, like yours. You know, all my people got enslaved. You remember that, right? You know all that, right? Sorry, of course you do. Well, what if it was kind of, you know, just a little tiny bit entirely my fault? Okay, I can see you're at a loss for words. I know how it sounds. I'm not the only reason the G3 invaded Gatlas. I'm just the only reason they even knew about it in the first place.
Hey there, welcome to Applebee's. I'm gonna be your waiter for the day. Can I get one of our signature cocktails?
Not now, please. We're kind of busy here.
You can just make an order. I'll take the Captain Bahama Mama, please.
Okay, sure thing. I'm gonna go ahead and get that in for you.
Thank you. Okay, Bounty Hunter, so let
I'm
me
trying to blow him off.
was isolated on the far edge of an asteroid belt. We were completely untouched by the greater interstellar civilization, just like your planet. But, you know, I wanted out. Like, I wanted to see the galaxy. I wanted to see what everything out there had to offer. That's when Rel Del Mar crashed his ship into our planet. He was this crazy smuggler. He'd been all over and he'd seen it all. And after I helped him fix his ship, he wanted me to be a part of his crew, you know? And he took me with him.
And I'm back. Here we go. This is for you. All right, now what were you thinking for an appetizer?
I'm sorry, we're in the middle of something, please.
Appetizer, huh? The old spinach and artichoke dip, chicken quesadilla. Oh, I'll take the crispy boneless wings, please.
Great.
great. It's coming right up.
Got any dipping sauces?
To tell you this, but where were we? Okay.
Are these actual menu items?
Obviously, a guy like Rel, you know, he had to deal with all kinds of shady customers, and well, you know, that led us to the G3. And Garmantuous, you know, he'd never seen an alien.
I
like
love
me,
the
you know,
setup.
Talking gun with endless firepower, and well, looking back, you know, I see how stupid I was. You know, I really do. But at the time, I couldn't tell. You know, I was being taken advantage of. I was going nowhere. You know, everyone thought I was a fuck up. You know, I just wanted to prove to everyone that I could do something. You know.
Open up. Here comes the appetizer train. Chicka 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 choo choo.
God, this server.
Now you better be ready to order that main course.
The main course. Pepper crusted. Oh, pepper crusted sirloin, Thai shrimp salad, or blackened Cajun salmon. I'm feeling like fish myself.
You betcha. I'm gonna get that order right to the cook.
Yum.
So I led the G3 right to Getless. Do you see where I'm going with this? We fought them off at first, you know, but they came back with some super virus
Yummy.
that damn near zombified everyone. You know, a few of us were immune. We formed a rebellion. It was led by Let's Do It. He was my best
Let's
friend,
do it.
my mentor. He was one of the strongest Gatlians who ever lived, and I got him killed. In his dying moments, I told him everything, like I'm telling you now, about how I left Gatless to pal around with a criminal, how I led Garmantuous and the G3 right to our planet, how I got everyone killed, except Let's Do It survived. Somehow, the G3 must have kept him alive to try to utilize his power. God, if we can really bring him back, do you see my problem, right? Like, I'm gonna have to tell the other guns what I did, you know, or else he'll tell them.
Those tummies are ready for some yummies. Bon appetit.
Dude, take a fucking hint. Can't you see we're in the middle of a thing here? Emotional thing. You know, this is important baggage shit.
It's just screaming in my right ear.
Get out of here for a second.
Someone's feeling grumpy.
Oh, wonderful. Now, what the fuck is happening outside? Lizzie?
Oh, it's my sister.
Twig and I are in love, and we're going to travel the galaxy in his space RV.
Actually, this is moving kind of fast. Help me, please.
Yeah, I'm Tweeg. No, my food! My food! Wait, we need to pay for this.
Oh, shit, yeah. I can't dine and dash. I love this place. Don't want to get blacklisted.
Pay for your bill at Applebee's. That's the thing. Oh, good. We got the salmon, the crispy boneless. Okay, I missed awkward. You said nothing much. Trying to find a lost stock that was here a month ago, and you considered starting last week. You had no idea that it could have been taken within a month. Problem is because this Christmas season, people shut down a few weeks, and you can't get stock for orders that are due when we're back. So you're trying to find lost stock that's just like it's in storage or something, like it's in like a warehouse, and you're trying to hunt it down during the holiday season. That sounds awful. That sounds like a mess. It all sounded great, but salmon, I know, right? I'm so glad that we're all aligned on the salmon decision.
This changes shit. This is bad.
Y'all can have it. I'm busy. Wait, did he just leave with my sister? I thought he was saying that he didn't want to. He said that he was moving too fast.
We've been invaded by violent and agitated G3 cartel forces.
Tweeg has commitment issues, and you know what? You know what? I feel that. Why can't I grab this crystal down here? I want to yoink this crystal. Is there an enemy that I haven't killed? You gotta go for a bit? Hey, we'll see you later, coffee casualty. Get that phone charged up. Ah! I want the warp stuff.
Made some new commercials with you in them to drum up more business, and well, let's just say they had your house's address, and now the G3 knows where we are. So
What? I've been doxxed? Okay, well, it's good that my sister's out galaxy hopping, I guess. Great. Great job, Gene. Knew that we could trust you. That's fantastic. Thanks a lot, Gene. Is your sister desperate? Well, you know, I guess I just don't talk to her enough, you know. I just haven't really had a heart-to-heart in a long time. You know, ever since we got transported to this alien environment. We just, you know, we kind of haven't been as close as we were before. So I don't really know what's going on in her head, but you know, it's a very, very shocking thing to go through, and I'm not surprised that she's acting out in some way or another. But you know, I just wish that we could have talked more. I should have given her the time of day. You know, that's my sister. She matters a lot to me. You know, we don't always get along. Sometimes we argue, but you know, that's just sibling stuff. You know, we gotta reconnect. Make sure that everything's a-okay. She doesn't seem to be doing 100% well, running off with somebody that she just met. You know, but I'm sure that we can get back from this. We just need to have a good old heart-to-heart. That's what we need. That'll solve everything. Just a little bit of talking. Sometimes that's all that you need. Talking after the killing, of course. Yes. You're talking about the game, right? Maybe. What's up, Lime? That's a great conversation to come in the middle of. They were asking about my in-game sister. I want to get all those crystals. Woo-wee. Oh, whoa, it's a real shame that we missed out on that tasty Applebee's salmon. I tell you what, oh-wee, it looks so good. It looked like a little delicious treat. And the crispy boneless wings. I sure love Space Applebee's. Best place in the whole galaxy. Yum yum. Ooh. And the drinks. Oh, don't even get me started on the drinks. Hey, Alchemic, thank you for the gifted sub. Yo. Yo, gift sub 1,671. Let's go.
They have given
Alchemic, thank you so much.
1,671 gift subs in the channel.
Alchemic, oi, oi, oi. Thank you for spoiling our friend Lime. Shucks, I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, let's slap a little thing on this little tree right here real quick. Also, Lemonberry, what's up? Oi,
let's get a little ball on this tree. A little ball just for you. This is from Alchemic to Lime.
There we go. There we go. That go down that tree there. Go on there. Okay, there it goes. There it goes. Ah!
I knocked down one of them. I'm sorry. Hang on now.
Let's put that right there.
Yeah, right there on that tree. Thank you, Alchemic. What is muscle money? Oh, it's for me to get some dumbbells. I decided that it was time for me to get some dumbbells. To get myself strong. I'm gonna get one set that are pretty comfortable for me to lift, and then another set that's super big. That's super big and super heavy, so that I can grow into them. I want to get buff this year. Like just look at these. Look at these. These muscles ain't as big as they used to be. We gotta work on these muscles. I ain't worked out in like, I don't know, 2 years or something. I haven't been going to the gym or lifting anything or doing any workouts, but I want to get ripped. But yes, that's what the money is for. It's New Year's muscle money. You still got more muscles than me. And we can work on that. You know, I'm sure that your hand muscles are better than mine. You know, you're always drawing. This is what your hands look like whenever you're drawing. This year, you only have 10 days left. 10 days left for what? For working out? No, this is not a current year's resolution. That's not how that works. Oi, oi, Lemonberry, how are you doing today?
Eeyoo! Eeyoo!
Boing, boing. I hope that we get some more of these magic crystals. I want to get some more warp crystals so that we can buy a skate park. We'll also have 6,000 buccarinos. Yeah, we gotta wait. Why do we gotta get to the house? Why? There's nobody there that we love or care about. Or is our sister? Did our sister go back to the house? They just kind of left. I didn't really catch where they were going. They've taken away all my weaponry. Now I've only got my normal firearm. Oh my god! Why would they do this? Oh, you can stab them. Whoa! So you can like stun them and stab them? That was cool. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. This gun is still muy bueno. Muy bueno, fantastical. More minions. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, 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 bop. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Hey, shut! I don't care about Gene. Gene is such a pain. They look pretty great, but I'm glad that you decided to take this step. Yeah, I'm not really wanting to work out for looks per se. I more just want to do it for disciplinarian reasons. Like I don't know if my workout plan's gonna make me look stronger, but you know, I wanna try to include some fitness into my lifestyle. Cause I've been
been here the whole time, but don't worry, I'll keep your secret safe. I'm not a snitch.
Oh yeah, we had the knife. I never put down the knife. The knife's been listening the whole time. Got your nose. Oh, just like it. I don't know. You know, working out it makes you more chemically happy. Like just working out and getting your heart rate up. It's good for your brain. It burns off all those stress chemicals. And I've been pretty stressed this year, so I think it's time for a little change, you know? Lower that stress, have some more discipline, and also for just like the self-confidence of making yourself do something uncomfortable most days. Maybe not every day, but most days. I wanna feel like I can control my life a little bit. Life's been a little bit out of control this year, but you know, it's been a crazy year. Lots of stuff happened this year. So it's, you know, I'm not beating myself up about it, but I wanna get some control back, you know? I'm the one running this life. So why shouldn't I be able to make some decisions, you know? KP, what's up? Oi oi. Good to push yourself? Yeah, just a little bit. Not anything crazy. No big plans. No huge goals. Just some little things. Little daily things. Pew 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 pew. Ah! Why are there so many enemies? Oh, you're up there. I see. Where are there any other crystals around here? Some free treasure. Yum yum. Oh, you're down here. Little eyeball guys all around town. Sniper's up way over there. I'm almost outside of their range. Oh, thank you, KP. I got the hair done for the charity event that we did. I think that was for us reaching $1,000 for charity. It was huge, absolutely huge. Also dyed my beard purple, but it's a little less obvious. Oh yeah, our parents are kidnapped. I forgot about that. Okay, don't know if I can kill these guys up there. They're too far away. I love the noise whenever you pop out the little eyeballs. Gene, are you okay? Oh. The Gatlins fought back.
Thanks for coming back for me.
Oh, dang. Good job, Gene.
No, fuck that. It is your fault. You fucked up enormously, but we'll deal with that later. Please, fire up the warp core. We're leaving.
Yeah, it's time to get out of here. No, I won't forget about you, my precious guns.
The warp's ready, but where can we go if the G3 won't follow?
I'll handle that. Can you pull off the Hennison maneuver mid-warp to juke them? Can I what?
The Hennison maneuver.
You mean scramble the warp?
The Hennessy maneuver.
Bounty hunter, bring me to the
Ew, not in our living room, Gene. For God's sake, not in the living room. Wait, what are we supposed to do? Activate the warp core. This one here? Oh, it's in the kitchen. I forgot. Boot it up!
Boot it up. Time to get the hell out of here.
Coordinates 862135 dash 0 capital G lowercase x dash W
This song.
capital both C4 5 6 7 was capital 5892 dash 174 222 6534
coordinates and manual.
Fucking 555. That's right. Of the 4-3 dash.
This is me trying to say my social security number. Wait, don't forget the extra gun. Oh, we're teleporting the whole house. I forgot that we could do that. Whee! Let's go. You're going to try to work out consistently 3 times a week next year. You start doing twice a week and it helps your migraines tremendously. See, that's another reason that I want to do some workouts. Might have some surprising effects that I didn't expect. But mental health, that's the big thing that I'm hoping for.
Where are we?
At least a little boost.
Something? I'm not picking up any signs of life out there.
Then we're in the right spot.
Kenny, where did you just take us?
It was the only safe place I could think of.
Careful. It's toxic out there. I set up an atmos bubble so you can breathe, so don't wander too far. Or do.
See what's outside? We teleported to a place with no life.
Welcome to Gatlas, my home planet.
Oh no.
Jesus. I didn't realize it was this bad.
Fuck.
Poor Kenny. He didn't want to come back and see all this.
Gonna look like this too.
We have got to stop the G3, bitch.
Sorry, nobody answered me. I asked if this was our home. Anyone?
This is your home, creature. Your home. After the G3 got here, they destroyed everything. Barely any Gatlins survived. We have to stop them at whatever cost.
How is it out there?
We don't want to talk about it.
That bad, huh? Well, don't get all depressed about it.
Those beautiful eyes. Gene, look me in the eyes and tell me everything's going to be okay.
But are you ready for your next bounty?
Sure. Bounty time.
Let's save the bounty hunting for tomorrow. Head on upstairs.
Look, even Creature is frowning.
Things down here.
I hate to say it, but Gene's right. Let's get some shut-eye. We'll make this right.
Ah, sweepy. Let's go to bed. I too sweepy. No bounty. All sweeping.
Had computers at least. That's good. I really wasn't sure how primitive you were.
Wow. Thanks, Kenny.
All right. Good night.
Night night, everybody. Night night, all my guns. What day is it? What time is it?
All right, you're finally up. Okay, let's get back to it, I guess, you know? I hope Gene
Can't believe that we're going to do more bounty hunting.
Yeah, look who finally decided to wake up. You know how late it is? Because I don't. There's no sun on this dead rock of a planet.
We got any breakfast? I'm starving.
A little something. A new suit upgrade. Extra overshield.
Let's go! Upgrades. I'll take it. All right, where's the package? Wait, how did you get this here? Also, could you fix that gun? I want a new gun. Yo! Nice suit.
Let's get to business. I've got something you'll like. You can breathe easy. I'll get right to it. I tracked down Lizzie's biosignal.
Oh, that's great. So
She's alive. Don't worry. But she's on the move. Probably on a ship, so we have to act fast or we'll lose her. If you're ready, just step through the portal door.
All right, time to find our sister.
I want to buy that skate park though. Oh, we just warp onto their ship. Excellent.
Okay, fine. I don't know either.
Isn't the sex good?
I don't know. I can't even tell if we're doing it right. We're aliens. None of our shit even lines up correctly. You could be pregnant and I would fucking wonder how that happened. My cum goes all over outside of your body.
Ew!
Okay, I don't know if it's good either. Your body is really confusing. God, I'm just so confused. Aren't we in love?
You're asking me that? Dude, you're the one who dragged me out on this trip.
This relationship seems to be going well.
I just wanted to get laid. But even that turned out to be some weird fucking Hellraiser puzzle.
Oh, shut up. Don't blame this on me. There's plenty of ways you could have figured out how to use my equipment, so to speak.
Hey, sorry to interrupt.
It's a little awkward conversation to pop in on.
Just in time to save me.
Hey, Witch's only got the emotes.
Thank you. Fuck your sister, dude. Woo. Cuckoo. Girls, am I right?
Oh my god. It's misogynist.
I don't know. We were a little worried about you.
God.
Girls, am I right? They're so confusing. Girls sure think different than us.
I'll never understand a murderer, my wife.
Marlboros? I don't know.
What's it to you?
Marabaros?
What do you want?
We want you to come home. It sounds like you and Tweeg are having trouble. Nothing. You look happy here. We'll just leave. I'll say it sounds like y'all are having trouble.
No shit.
Yeah, we're yelling at each other.
Do you want a fucking medal for being able to figure out when two people are fighting?
Okay, Einstein. Hey, you want us to throw you a parade or something for figuring out the most obvious shit?
Okay, honestly, now it seems like the two of you are getting along.
Yeah, that's the problem. Sometimes we're happy together.
Yeah, if we just hated each other all the time, fucking, I wouldn't be here. And you'd be playing some rock star game, you fucking asshole. But we love each other.
Whoa, shots fired. What the heck? Hey now, that's out of line.
Us getting away together.
Rockstar game. Excusez-moi.
I wanted to bang someone on a rocket Winnebago in space. So sue me.
Me too, Lizzie. Your body terrifies me in every way imaginable, but yeah, me too.
Relatable.
What?
We want you to come. Maybe I can help.
Oh yeah? How?
You and Tweak should break up. You and Tweak should stay together. I don't care. Just come home. This is awful. Maybe I can help. You
Just say something.
I don't care. Just come home.
Yeah, how about you just let me handle this on my own?
This is too hard.
I'm not good with relationship stuff.
I'm a streamer. I don't know how human work.
Yeah, no offense, but you're kind of butting in.
I hide inside all day. I no understand human talking.
I'm sorry I dragged you out here. Really, I am. I know you didn't want to, but I just.
It sounds like they're dealing it with it themselves. Good.
If we worked or not.
Oh yeah, it's cool. I forgive you.
I just think. Oh, really? Even after forcing you to leave with me?
Yeah. Okay, it's fine.
This
yeah.
is wholesome. A typical relationship. I guess so, Lex. Is this how it works?
And that would have been way worse.
What the fuck, Twig? Piece of shit?
Wait, what? You're joking, right?
No, I really almost did it. Like, I had my phone out and everything. If Lizzie hadn't dragged me on this trip, I probably would have. I'm not good. I'm a shithead. Lizzie shouldn't be dating me. Gene was right. And it's a little fucked up because he was being a misogynist, but he was actually right. I do suck, and I'm fine with it. That's just who I am, and I love it. So fuck off. Love it. Sue me if you don't like it, but good luck finding a judge who'll take that case, or a lawyer. Fuck it. You're a fucking idiot.
Well, Jesus, I was about to do a whole thing about how we should take a step back.
Who wrote the script? Hey, Bree, welcome back. You returned from pizza with your mom. Yum! Here's a slice. What's on it?
Seriously.
I'm starving.
It means a lot. Okay, enough. Let's go.
You got it.
Nice.
Later, Twig.
Our sister likes us again. Hooray! Can we still talk to Tweeg or something? Yeah. Tweeg, speak to me. Speak to me, you horrible person. You wretched. Well, I almost said human. You creature. Can I like mess up his targeting system or something?
Whenever you want to come back. I mean, fucking 5 minutes from now you can come back. I don't give a shit.
Oh, he's actually being friendly. Never mind. You know what? I won't kill you. Just cheese? Excuse me? Are you trying to kill me, Bree?
We're back.
Are you trying to kill me? You know I can't have cheese.
I'll peel it off. Don't worry.
Happy reunion. Everyone's fine. Can we just get back to bounty hunting?
Yeah. Clug just sent over the data.
Our sister's alive. Nice. You've been single your whole life, so you don't understand. But that also means that you've had extra brain space to watch other people's
You really think you're gonna be able to
relationships.
Yeah, I'll probably have more.
Like, it's the friend that's never been in a relationship that's got all the good advice.
Don't worry about
What was that speech? Oh, it's just typical alien-human relationship stuff, you know. I've seen it all before, Alex. This is just how it goes.
That's great. It's just
what? You don't sound too happy. You know how hard I've been working to save this guy?
Fuck. Whew, okay. I guess it's now or never, bounty hunter. Can you set the other guns down on the table for me, real quick?
Why are we still doing... Is he going to be talking to this gun?
Hey, everybody. I
Oh, he's just going to tell him.
This is
Yuck.
way tougher than I thought.
Oh, the creature does have nipples everywhere. It's to feed all the little children.
family.
Well, hold on. I might decide to hate him.
It's okay, Kenny. You can tell us.
Oh, just fucking say it.
Okay, fine. If you don't hear it from me, you're just gonna hear it from Let's Do It when he wakes up. Okay, what if I were to tell you that I'm the reason the G3 invaded Gatlas and enslaved our race?
We'll be mad. I don't think I could get over it.
Yeah, don't say that.
You know what? It would really suck to hear you say that.
Kenny, come on. That's not true, right?
No. That would be impossible.
Are you doing a bit?
Okay, well, there's more to the story than just a...
Fuck, he's scrambling for words. It really is true. He really did cause the downfall of our civilization.
Kenny, how? That doesn't even make sense. How can it be your fault?
I left Gatlas before the G3 invaded.
But how could that be possible? We didn't even have interstellar travel on Gatlas yet.
I ran into an alien smuggler who crashed his ship on our planet, and I was going nowhere. And he took me with
Sorry,
him on
Kenny.
these adventures, and it was supposed to be, this fun, awesome thing. But then we got mixed up doing the wrong job with the wrong crowd. Garmantuous and the G3. And I
Garmantuous.
led them right to Gatlas. It all happened so fast. I thought they killed Let's Do It.
Look at their faces. They're so disturbed.
Leave his eyes. I didn't know he was gonna survive.
You mean you didn't think you'd ever have to tell us the truth?
No, that's not it.
This is all sorts of fucked up, Kenny.
I don't even know what to say.
See? I'm not the biggest fuck up here.
Not now, dude.
Everyone, please. I'm sorry.
I don't like that the gun's named Kenny. It's making me uncomfortable. Everyone's mad at Kenny now.
Oh, okay. Let's just pretend you're not the reason everyone we know and love is dead, yeah? Sure. Easy. Done. What's next on the agenda? Forgive Garmantuous too?
Come on, that's not fair.
Don't fight. I'm sure we can all figure this out.
No, creature. He can't just drop that bomb on us and expect everything to be the same.
I'm sorry.
Look, I hate to be this guy, but we're running out of time. Nipulon may not stay where he is. for
So
long,
much
so
drama.
I know things
Coffee
are-
Casualty, welcome back. Got your phone on the charger.
Yeah. We'll finish the job.
And then you're out of our
Kenny just admitted that he's the reason for the downfall of all the Gatlian society.
For this mission, at least.
Now all the guns aren't friends anymore.
Fine.
Okay, yeah.
Gather everyone up. It's time to get back on track. Nipulon just flew back into his drug lounge on Port Terine, so we gotta strike now. Can you handle that?
Time to go get Nipulon.
Let's just get this over
Hope these
with.
guns don't fight with each other. Alright, time to go to Nipulon. Time to bring an end to this horrible situation. Oh wait, there's still one more person after this. Chief of Customer Liaisons. He's Garmantuous's second in command, one of the most feared members of the G3. He heads up a decadent illegal drug lounge in Port Terrain, where high-end criminal clientele can come and get high off any alien they please.
In the event that I manage to get Lesduit back online, we'll be ready to fight Garmantuous.
Yeah, get this thing fixed up. I won't.
Need those Earth coordinates.
You fix that up. I want a new gun by the time I'm back. No excuses. You better get to work right now. You got the tools to take care of him. We need that gun stat. We're not fighting Garmantuous without that big old new gun. All to drum. Yes. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm sure it will all end up okay.
Let's try.
Can it, traitor? We'll handle this one. We don't want you selling us out.
Kenny, do us all a favor and sit this one out.
Hey, stop fighting! I hate it when everyone's fighting.
Poor creature.
In a healthy way.
No. We just need to cover ourselves in goop again. It's not complicated.
That's true. We should do that. But I also think we need to have a really fun time at the saloon. So go there first, please.
Whatever.
The saloon.
It's up to you, Bounty Hunter. Head over to Dregtown and get gooped up, or try hashing this out at the saloon.
I think that we should try hashing it out. Let's go hash it out at the saloon. I want to hear where this story goes. But I guess I gotta kill all these guys first. I don't really know why they're attacking me. I never did anything to them. Not really. Drones everywhere. The Amazon warehouse must be right down the street. All these nasty little delivery devices. Hearing their ill-gotten gains. Oh, oops, reloading. I cannot give up Kenny. That's the best gun. I'm sorry. Okay, where's the saloon? Let's see, one of the... No, stop spawning in enemies. I want to go to the saloon, but I'm not sure which way it is. Something's this way. Go to the Goop Salesman. Talk things over at the saloon. Dregtown. Is this the saloon? Is there a map? There's no map in this game. Go to Goop Salesman. Talk things over at the saloon. Ooh, there's a little firewall up here. What's that for? We already have a jetpack. This is unnecessary. You can just fly everywhere. Ooh, I see a money chest.
Chest full of money.
Ooh. Yum, 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 yum. No. Almost made it. We haven't been able to buy anything in a while. Because the whole world has been destroyed. That's one thing that I don't love in games, is whenever you have like a hub market area. That seems like a very big trope in gaming, is that there's some hub that you have access to for a long period. It has like all the merchants live there, and then to like build up the tension, at some point it gets invaded by the enemy that you've been fighting the entire time. I've played so many games that do that. Seems like just a way to raise the stakes and make it feel like your actions in the field have consequences, I guess. Hey, what's up, Sly Fox? How are you doing? Are you talking to me or my gun? This gun's named Kenny as well. Sly Fox, how are you doing? Oi, oi. Could we get a shout out for Sly Fox? Shout out for Sly Fox. I saw your recap. I haven't actually been able to ever catch any of your streams. I must watch a Sly Fox stream. When do you be streaming, friendo? But yeah, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing good. Enjoying the holiday season. Oh, you've been on vacation. Nice. Going anywhere fun? If I could go on vacation anywhere, I would either go somewhere super hot or super cold. I like the extremes.
Give me some extreme temperature.
Usually around 5 p.m. MST. That's Mountain Standard Time. I think that's like one hour away from me. That's right about whenever I stream. Ooh. But on days that I'm off, I gotta catch you on a day that I'm not streaming. Dang it! Why can't I go through here? Let me through. It's not letting me in. Stop. Let me. No. Why? Why? How? Let me in. It's not letting me sneak in there. I've been through these fans before. What the heck? You went to Dallas to visit your BF? What? I didn't know that your boyfriend's in Dallas. Wait a minute. Because he doesn't live in Colorado. I'm in Dallas. That's rad as heck. Oi, oi, oi. Didn't know that you were visiting my hometown. Ah, there we go. Finally. Any more cringy guns? Yeah, there's a new gun that we just got, but he's dead. There's a dead gun that is hopefully going to be recovered before this mission is over. Oh, hey, what now? Yeah, I'm in Dallas. I'm in like, well, I won't say specifically like what area of Dallas, but yes, I'm in Dallas. I'm actually living closer to Dallas than I used to. I used to be in Arlington. You didn't know that? You didn't know that? You just mentioning it casually? Yes. Are you still here? My dude, we should get coffee. Yes. Oh, you're still here? Absolutely. I'd totally be down for that. Yeah, just send me a message. I should be free, not to do this live, but just to give you like a little preview. I don't know how long you're going to be here. You're here until Friday. So we'd have to do it tomorrow or the next day. I think I could make that work if it's like early enough. Come home and stream after that. I'd be down for that. I love meeting peeps from streams. I haven't had a single bad experience meeting people from Twitch. It's always fun to meet them, and it's such a real connection thing. I personally feel way closer to peeps after I met them in real life. That's just how my brain works, kinda. I want to meet every single one of y'all. Maybe at some TwitchCon next time. Also, Corvid, what's up? That's right, you moved. Yeah, I moved a little while ago. I moved in with some childhood friendos of mine. It's been so nice sharing rent. I don't know what I would have done if I didn't move in with them. If I didn't move in with them, I would probably already have a part-time job because I just couldn't afford the place that I was staying. Rent was going up. Oh shoot! No, dang, that sucks. Me living on the other side of the planet. And we'll hang out sometime. Pinky promise. Whenever I'm loaded and I'm a partnered streamer making, you know, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 figures, you know? Yeah. Then I'll be jet setting around. Whenever I get that private jet, you know this boy's gonna be flying around. Could be flying around doing house calls. Doing house calls for tier 3 subs. You start making 10 figures, you can buy out Jeffries. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I'll buy Twitch. I'll get so much money from Twitch that I'll buy Twitch. That's how it works, right? They'll be getting 50% of all the money, and I'll buy them out. God, why are they making me suffer? And come to the US.
Yes, and just come to TwitchCon sometime.
But that's cool as heck. And my game crashed.
Well, all right. Well, you know, that explains why that was taking so dang long.
Okay. Thankfully this game's pretty good at autosaving. Fantastic. That's weird. But it doesn't make me mad. I'm too happy about other things to get frustrated about this game crashing. I don't really care. Make your own Twitch with blackjack and hookers. Yeah, that's on brand. That's great. You don't like long flights? Your ears hurt? Yeah, that weird pressure changes and everything. That hurt bad.
That hurts your ears real bad. You get motion sick. Brain go no.
Your own Twitch with blackjack. Isn't there... Slots are still kind of allowed on Twitch, right? There's still kind of gambling. What would I change about Twitch? I don't know. I think if I could change anything about Twitch, I would just, I guess, take better care of the creators. That's all that I would do. I'm pretty decently happy with like the moderation and everything, and the content. All right, let's go to the saloon and talk to my guns. Hello, magistrate. Let me in. Did I already blow my chances of going in here? Is this like the final boss area? I don't think I'm supposed to be over here. Oops! I just killed a bunch of people on just for funsies.
What the hell? Don't back down, dipshit.
What'd you say? What'd you just say to me? What do you mean, coward? Wait, what am I supposed to do with this? Am I supposed to do something? He's just called me a... I don't know what to do. Are we supposed to break in? Is there some kind of secret entrance around here? Sweezy said don't back down. There's like... That little eyeball looks like you could shoot it and get free entrance. Yeah, door's locked. What do you want me to do?
Ah, free money! Me first dollar bill, boy!
Mr. Krabs, our guns are fighting.
I don't care about all that. I only care about my pesos.
We are gonna back down against Sweezy's wishes.
I don't give a crap about what that gun says. That gun can suck it. I'll just put you back in my holster if you keep talking trash.
Pew, pew, pew. Shoot babies at him. Ba. Yay, get him, you little babies. Ah! I want a shotgun. I want to use my shotgun to kill the rest of them. Come back, coward. This game fun. I like this game. 95-50 or all riot. What the 70-30 split for creators? 95.5. No, that's too much. How are they gonna keep the servers running? Yeah, if it could just be operated at cost. Now, wait a minute. It sounds like y'all have more of a beef with capitalism than with Twitch itself. Sounds like you don't like the way that companies like this work. Bam, bam, bam. What if creators got 100%? We killed 15 greebles. I never thought we'd make it there. That's awesome. Oh, Lord, he got that purple hair. What? My hair's been purple for a while. What's up, Elton? How are you doing? Welcome back to High on Life. We got the purple hair.
Hey, it's me, the goop guy.
Oh, no, not this freaking guy. My God.
It's closer.
Hey, look who it is. It's the goop salesman.
Bounty hunter. I moved my whole operation up here for you. What do you think? Quite the view, huh?
Yeah, that's great. I want to go. Is there like a proper merchant that we can buy from? 100%, but mandatory ads and you cover streaming costs after 1,000 subs. What do you mean you cover streaming costs? Like they charge you based on the server costs? That would be a really weird model. Like if there was some kind of like cost distribution that they made clear past 1,000 subs, huh? That would be interesting if the ones that perform better are the ones that kind of like get taxed more. I mean, the government already kind of does that. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, like you get less of a cut whenever you're a big creator. That's tricky though, because the platforms are like battling with each other. But if you think about it, if anybody should make less money, it should be the ones that have loads of money. What the frick are they talking? He mentioned anime.
Huge foreheads for some reason. Yeah, we liked it. You know what else had an elevator like this? I think Final Fantasy VII. Definitely, I think Chrono Trigger, Resident Evil 2. You remember those games? You probably don't know them. We only have them here in space. They're space games. I bet there's no Earth equivalent at all.
Stupid. All right, where's the merchant? Anyway, where? I don't even know. Oh! Loading screen. Crash imminent. You just never noticed that I had purple hair? I thought you saw my purple hair whenever we hung out recently. Maybe, well, no. I think that I did it more. I think I did it after that. But yeah, I did it for the charity thing. For charity. There's no reason to be in this tube. What the heck is happening? What's loading? What is going on? Is this like a shortcut? What happening? What happening? What doing? Yeah, now every time that I'm tempted to cut my hair, I think about how it's lovely and purple and it was expensive to dye it. So I guess I'm gonna hold off on egg mode for a little while. Ooh, free money. I have no idea where we can spend all this money, but you know what? I'll take any that I can get. We got $7,000. There's some like $3,000 equipment that we need. We need all of the equipment. Listen, I make money and I like people being fairly paid, running good business, and don't exploit people. That's wholesome. That's wholesome. We like that. You know what? I just got scared about saying something. Because I'm on Twitch and it's run by Amazon and anybody could be listening. So I'll say I don't think that something like this would ever work. Okay, I don't think it would ever work, and if it ever did, it wouldn't be me that was running it. But I'm just saying, like, unions are pretty rad. But I don't think there's gonna be a Twitch union. And I'm not gonna start one either. Okay? Okay? I don't know who's listening. Hopefully nobody. But if someone is, this is just this is a parody account. This is a parody of a streamer. Immediately, the stream gets shut down.
I'm excited.
Amazon is notoriously a union buster. Bezos in the chat like rhymes with Befree Jesus. I don't like Jesus. It's getting closer to Jesus. Well, is that dick butt? What is that? What is that? What am I looking at here? What's this beautiful artwork that they're making here? This is a big city. I don't know where the store is. Hey, little guy. What you up to?
Satanos.
This place is just a big old empty graveyard. We finally found it, the Mike Wazowski Lounge. There's just nothing going on. Nobody's saying anything. Hey, buddy. Oh, there's a teleporter here. Cool. We're just supposed to make our way over here. This is the weirdest mission I've ever been on. I've no idea why it is like this. Here's the little tube puzzle that we've done before. Why are we backtracking through these olden puzzles? This feels like padding. What's happening right now? Ooh, warp crystal. Yum yum. I'd like that. Could I have that, please? Am I following the wrong thing? I'm just following the little instructions. I don't feel like we're supposed to be up here. What? Oh, okay. Supposed to go this way, apparently. There we go. Whoopee! This reminds me of this is another thing that reminds me of Monsters Incorporated. Like the little door ride where all the doors go flying along. I feel like I took a wrong turn somewhere and now it's like it's taken me all the way through these puzzles for no reason. That's what it feels like. It feels like I took one wrong turn and now the game is completely lost its mind. This is a dead end. Why is it taking me this direction? There's no way out of here. Do I just need to reverse everything that I just did? What is this? What? Why? I guess I'm just gonna go back.
I don't know what's happening anymore. This game is being very unclear with instructions.
At least we're getting a little chance to save all these humans, I guess.
Let's save these humans, you know?
Do we get like money for saving all these humans?
Humans saved 1.
Riding the closet door rails? Yeah! Oh, there's a Monsters Inc. area in Kingdom Hearts. Still haven't played any of those Kingdom Hearts games. I bought all 3 of them, and I just haven't played them yet. Thought I saw a chest over there.
Now wait one alien blasting minute. I thought I just saw a chest over there. It's hi hello.
Ooh, I see a little firewall there.
Why am I tired? That doesn't make any sense.
Finally, we got a burp out of Justin. Nice. That's how you know it's a squanch game. Oopsies.
I'm sorry, Kenny.
Where we go? Oh, this is just where I got the chest at.
Now, how are we supposed to get out of here? Oh, shoot. Well. Lost and insecure. You found me.
So we can walk back. Oh, it's a pawn shop. Mamma mia. I'll take it. The multi-glob mod. Augmentation multiplies the amount of slime that Kenny can generate. You're going to be shooting a whole barrage of glob shots in one go. And nobody's going to be safe from all that globby bouncing. Sweet. I'll take it. It's first mod for... Oh, he's all yeller now.
He's a yeller feller.
You know we don't do returns, right?
Dura health tank. Hey, Alchemic, thank you for the sippies. Appreciate it. You know what? I might take that sip right now. Well, shoot. Look at how nice Kenny looks now. Yeah, what's that glove shot doing? Oh, whoa! That's a lot of boyoyoing. Can we make it back over here? Yeah, I see some bugs that we can use. Zoop. Voices demand hydration. I wasn't even doing any of the voices that need water.
Where do we go? What do we do? I'm completely lost in an alien landscape, and I don't know what to do. Somebody's gotta tell me where to go. Oh, Kenny, my favorite gun, why don't you help me in this time of struggle?
I'm just gonna keep on moving till it... Aha! It moved.
Tell me where to go. Where to go? This alien landscape is completely empty and void. Hey, we found you. We found you, random NPC.
Let's save the homicidal urges for the bad guys, okay?
We're supposed to go up here? Where do we go?
Okay, it's telling me that I need to go... Where? Over here? Okay. I think I made a mistake a long time ago. The game was trying to give me options about where to go, but... No, I'm scared that it's gonna take me back. Don't take me back to where I came from. There was nothing over there. It led me to a dead end. Ah!
Oh shit,
I got hit by a flying car, dude. No. Where you take... Oh, God. Don't do this again. No, this is the same thing that it was trying to get me to do earlier. Okay, I'm going to try going through this teleporter. Oh, also, since you DM, I'm going to lyric, get some work done. Good rest of your stream. Heck yeah. I'm sorry, Sly Fox. I was like lost and I was focused. But thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Yeah, let's see where this leads. Back to the house, apparently. Oops. Where do we need to go? It's not giving me like a waypoint. Say resume bounty for Nipulon. Resume, I said. There's like two more bounties for us to do. This one's just got me lost. Alright, Nipulon. You're about to be defeated by your greatest foe yet. Your greatest adversary has reared his ugly head. Oh boy, I sure am ready to get out of this teleporter and get killing. Oh my God, they teleported me back here. Well, this might solve all of our issues. Just go straight down. Hopefully we don't hear any of the same dialogue. Yeah, let's just try that again. Let's pretend like our mistakes don't count for anything. Yeah, you keep your mouth shut, Kenny. I don't want to hear about any Final Fantasy VII remakes or anything. This elevator actually didn't remind me of any of those games. This reminded me of Deus Ex Human Revolution. I'm pretty sure that there is an elevator like this. It's towards the end of the game, I think. Also, there might be one in Half-Life. It's a very common piece of tech around here. Give me that loading. Yeah, we'll get back to the city. Deus Ex Machina? No. No. Deus Ex Human Revolution. The good one. I should play the original, though. Why is it telling me to come in here? Okay. Why is it telling me to leave here? What? It wants me to go back up the elevator? Maybe it's giving me options. Go to the goop salesman is what we're supposed to do. I'm a pea-brain. I should have read the instructions. It literally said to go to the... God dang it. Okay, back up to the goop salesman. He talked to me and I was just like, why are you here? Why are you talking to me? That's one of the things that we're supposed to do. Sure helps when you actually read the instructions, huh? But because there's two different like objectives, the game just is slightly more confusing. Does that say no aliens? So let me look at blinking lights while I'm bored. Okay, Goop Salesman, he's right here.
Hey, we are here for your services. We would like to get gooped again, if you could.
Oh, no can do, partner. See, my little gooper trooper here is sick as can be. Looks like he's not gonna make it. Truth be told, I don't
Aww.
think I'll be gooping anybody ever.
He's gonna die.
Unless we get him that medicine.
Medicine? Well, maybe
He needs medicine. He's sick.
Thank you so much. Wow, that's so nice of you. There's a special flower over there on the other side of Terrine Ravine. But good luck getting over there, because that ravine is Terrine through the valley, if you know what I mean. Those damn mac and cheese brothers are taking forever.
Mac and cheese brothers.
If we get them to do their jobs, then maybe we could get the flower and save my little gooper.
Don't worry, we
Oh my God, this is a big mission.
Hopes up, but thank you so much.
We've got to go get the Mac and Cheese brothers to get to work.
Can you stop by the G3 headquarters real quick so I can sell out all my friends?
Kenny's still our friend.
No, it's fine. Let him go nuts.
Wait, I can do one too. Oh, nobody loves me and I suck.
Why are they being mean to Kenny?
Coming here to tell you
Is the Meat Canyon animation. I wouldn't be surprised if this actually was made by Meat Canyon. I'll have to look that up later.
Hey, we gotta go to the valley.
To the Valley of the Shadow? Oops. Yeah, Terrine Ravine, they said. Old Town outskirts. Should we go to the outskirts? This game's being a little unclear right now, you know?
It's being a little difficult. It's trying to trick me. But listen, I know my stuff.
Also, we can always search for goodies. You sent a doodle? And made a doodle. You made doodles? I want to see this doodle. Let me take a look at this doodle that you've done. Who's kissing me? Anne!
And stop that kissing. No kisses for Earl.
Oi, oi, oi. What are you up to? What did you do? What did you do, Anne? Meow, 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 meow. What is this? Okay, I want to show this to y'all. Hang on. Let me pull this up. This is me whenever I have 7 figures. Where's my Discord? This is me when I have 7 figures. Okay, wait, where did it go? Where'd it go? Let me I love him. It's a little rich Earl. Look at this little gentleman. Look at this dubious little wait a second. Why am I dressed up like Ebenezer Scrooge?
Moolah, I say, no coal for anyone. You'll all freeze out there.
And I love him. Why is it Scrooge Earl? I would be nice. Also, my ears are humongous. I love it.
We're just looking for some capital. We're going to start our own Twitch. We're going to leave this old platform and form our own.
It's beautiful, Anne. This whole Earl has so many outfits. Where did he get so many skins? This Catboy's been everywhere and has done everything. Ah! Oh, what the heck? What? Is that the invisible wall? Is that trying to keep us from going any further? A giant worm with a little face? Let's see, that sign said drugs. Yeah, the Mac and Cheese brothers are like right through here, I'm pretty sure. I could be searching around for money if I tried. Hey, thank you for the 10 biddies. Grant some last bits for the night before you go to bed. Hey, yo, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for spending your biddies on me. Thank you, Brooke. Also, enjoy the rest of your night. Get some good sleep. Get some good sleep. I should be here tomorrow playing some more games. I guess a different game because I'm trying to finish this tonight. If we don't finish this tonight, then we'll finish it up tomorrow and we'll start something new.
Starting new games.
This game had a little bit more content than I expected. Gosh darn it. But yes, Brooke. Get yourself some sleep or enjoy the rest of your night, whatever you're getting up to. Is this... We could warp in Cutie Town. The warp disk contains coordinates to warp in an entire city. Let's do it. What? It's a tiny little city. It's Cutie Town. We just warped Cutie Town into a very dangerous area.
Oh, hello there. I'm Cutie Hubie, and it's my great pleasure to introduce you to Little Cutie Town. We're a nice, peaceful society full of cute little 1-inch tall guys who love each other and only know how to be nice. We welcome all strangers with open arms and a full heart. I'm so glad you found your way to our sweet little slice of heaven. Please, we all hope you enjoy your time here. Go on, step inside.
I'm gonna ruin this, aren't I?
The time of your life here in Little Cutie Town. Just head on down. Oh, fantastic. You've decided to take a look around Little Cutie Town. Oh, I'm so excited for you to see everything Little Cutie Town has to offer.
I really don't want to step on your lovely little city, buddy. I'm kind of scared to walk around in here.
Oh no, you're destroying everything. Oh my god, you're so big. I didn't realize how big you were compared to our town. Oh my god, it's really obvious now. I just didn't realize how much
The power plant! You fool! You should have never invited me into your city!
You've ruined the whole city and all my friends are dead. I'm the only cutie alive, and I am going to kill myself, I guarantee it. As soon as you walk away, I'm going to be so depressed I just pop a gun in my own head.
That's great. Fantastic. We've destroyed your city. I saw no creatures in there. This is a ruse. Did I break everything?
I know I invited you in, but you should have realized you're so big, you're going to ruin things. You should have told me. I didn't think about it. I'm kind of dumb sometimes, but you're not as dumb as me, I assume, so you should have said, hey, I'm not going to go in there. I don't want to stomp on shit like a big Godzilla. Not for me. Not what I want to do with my life. I don't want to go kill everybody. That's what you should have said. Instead, you just did it. You walked in and you knocked over.
We paid for this? I'm broke. Thank you for the 10 pennies.
I'm so fucking sad right now.
Thank you, Brooke.
That mostly I'm just yelling.
Why is he still talking? Why is there so much dialogue in this game?
I'm gonna calm down right now. I am so fucking sad.
Okay,
I'm so fucking depressed now. Do you have just shoot me. Shoot me with your gun. Go ahead and shoot me so I die, so I don't have to kill myself. Just do me.
What is this? Why? He's going into my field of view. I can't avoid him. No, I didn't even aim at him.
Kill him. Poor guy. You know, maybe it was the right thing to do.
I didn't even aim at him. I was pointing so that I didn't even get an achievement for doing this. No, I didn't even get an achievement out of it. I just destroyed this village for no reason. What was this side quest? Why'd they make this? Why? This is horrible. I sure didn't mean to do that.
That's on them, right? For inviting us in. You know, think about it.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I was. Can you summon a new one? No, it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. Yo, Professor Panda, what's up? What's up? Thank you for the raid. Yo. Professor, we just crushed a small town. We just got invited to Cutie Town and we crushed the whole thing. Accidentally. No one could prove anything.
Holy bamboo, Panda Nation is coming through, and we're rooting for you.
Thank you. Hooray. You're rooting for me and not for Cutie Town. Hooray. We can crush this whole town and we won't even get in trouble with the Brofessor themselves. Oh no. Yo, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, everybody. What's up? My name's Earl. We're hanging out. We're hanging out here in freezing cold Texas, playing some High on Life. This game is very questionable, very questionable. So if you don't want to see a violent game or one with loads of bad words, I understand. I don't normally play games like this, but hi, everybody. Nice to meet all y'all. Thank you for the follow. Just Golden. Nice to meet you. Hi. Friendo of Professor Panda here. Everybody, go follow Professor. They are an awesome streamer. They're super wholesome. They have adorable cats. I have cats. They're just not in this room right now. They're hiding. They're not really mine. Thank you so much. The hair is purple because of a charity stream. We did a charity stream, and I promised that I would dye my hair purple if we reached $1,000. $1,000 donated, and here we are. We made it. We freaking made it. Thank y'all. Thank you. Let's go. My first charity stream. It was like a month ago at this point. I want to do more now. I want to do some more of them streams. Oi, but yeah, Professor, if you need to go and get yourself some food, take care of yourself. If you need to go prepare some bamboo, or you need to go to the bathroom, pandas do that, right? That's on brand. I super appreciate it. And yeah, y'all welcome to chill here. I'm a variety gamer. My name's Earl or Kenny. You can call me whatever you want, just so long as you call me for dinner whenever it's ready. Getting some post-stream stretching. Nice. Out here lurking and supporting my friend. Yo, I appreciate you, Professor. We gotta both go to TwitchCon. There's gotta be photographic evidence of the panda and the Earl together. I'll wear my cat ears. Oi. But yes, get yourself some stretches. As you can see, I'm trying to do some fitness this new year. This new year, more stretching, more working out,
taking care of this old body that's broken.
Or GCX? What is that? Is that like gamer convention experience? Gamer conversion? Maybe not. Cat ear channel point redeem win. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I do have cat ears that I could wear. Yeah, enjoy your stretching. But yeah. We're playing this questionable game. It's made by the same people as Rick and Morty, or at least it's got what's his face in it? Not Dan Harmon, the other one. Shoot, I've been saying his name all night, but I don't remember. It's a very goofy game. It's very silly, lots of jokes. Probably one of the funniest games I've ever played. It's just, but it's also fun. Like it's got shooting, like kind of like Borderlands, I would say, but it's not much of a looter shooter. Oi, but how was the stream? What was Professor playing? I missed the shouts out thing. Justin Roland, thank you. Yes, Royland. And you ain't got dinner yet, but you got cookies. Yum! What kind of cookies? What kind of cookies have we got here? My favorite cookie, I think, is either chocolate chip or it'd be sugar cookie, I'd say. Oh, it's Fortnite. Nice. Professor, get any dubs?
Oh, you got somewhere to go. Bye.
Where are we supposed to go here? We're supposed to. So we're a bounty hunter in this world. We're a bounty hunter, and we're trying to go after the biggest member of the cartel. But first, we have to get gooped so that we can be like incognito.
Okay.
And to get gooped, we have to go get a flower, which is medicine for the goop creature. And before we can get the flower, we have to convince some guys to build a bridge. It's really nested little mission in there. Gotta go check your air fryer. Nice. Go get those noms. Get those tasty noms. Chocolate chip cookies. Yes. I love a chocolate chip cookie. Yes, please. Chocolate chip cookies are one of the cookies that I could actually have, because I got a milk allergy, you see. But that's one of those cookies that I can have most of the time. They got those semi-sweets, those semi-sweet yum-yums. Where Where are we supposed to be going? I know we're on the right planet, but I'm not sure where we're supposed to go. We're getting pretty deep into this game. Ah! Aliens are out. Oh, also, all of your guns in this game talk. Again, if you haven't seen this, if you haven't seen, like, clips around, each one of your guns has a different voice and personality. And they kind of stare at you while you're using them. they just sit here and comment on your gameplay. They're being awfully quiet right now because I think I'm lost. But yeah, I got Kenny. I got this is Creature, which shoots out these nasty little goblinos. Got Sweezy. It's like a needle shooting gun. And Gus. This frog shotgun. Oh, they're out here. This is where they were. I had forgotten.
I just wish we could build some window. Hey, whoa,
These are the guys that I need to talk to.
This is a live construction site, very dangerous. You can't hang
Whoa!
around here unless you're a construction professional like one of us mac and cheese brothers are.
Very aggressive. Hey now. Hey now. Hey, watch it. Hey now. I just want to talk. Hey. Come on, we can get along now. Hey, don't put your hands on me. Hey, you better watch it. Listen, I got a gun pointed right at you. Hey now. Okay, let's talk.
You're not leaving, are you? You're just fucking barging in. What do you want from us?
Just relax. We only want to cross.
Well, tough luck. You think you own the world? You want to get across the
They're almost everything's voiced by ooh-wee, ho-ho. Yeah, well, if you want to cross, you're gonna have to cross us. I tell you what. Ooh-wee.
We're on strike until Papa Mac and Cheese Brothers, comes back
Papa Mac and Cheese, where's he at? Tell me where your father is.
Mac and Cheese Brothers, his sons.
That sounds like we could have kept that to yourself. A little personal for me.
All right, listen, we just need to hear that he loves us. That's it. We ain't working until we find out, okay?
They're not working until their father tells them that he loves them. Oh, okay. So we gotta go find Papa Mac and Cheese and convince him to come and tell his children that he's proud of them. Is that what this is about? Okay, I guess we're gonna go to the saloon, find Papa Mac and Cheese, give him a good talking to. You gotta be supportive of your children. They just want your approval. That's all. Papa Mac and Cheese, he probably looks just like his boys. Big strong fella. Is this you, Papa Mac and Cheese?
We're not looking for any trouble. We just want to talk to Papa Mac and Cheese. Is Papa Mac and Cheese here?
Hey, you there.
Hey, don't push me.
Where Papa Mac and Cheese is. If you do this guy.
Oh my God, what is this mission?
Anybody but me, please.
So we have to duel somebody to talk to Papa Mac and Cheese to tell him that he loves his children, so that his children build a bridge, so that we can get a flower, so that we can heal a creature, so that we can goop ourselves, so that we can beat the mission. Okay. You're making your lunches for the weekend because you're working tomorrow till Monday morning, and you randomly wanted some chocolate chip cookies. Yes! Make food fun. I'm a total advocate of making food interesting. I went so many years of just like eating to just survive, and food is so much more fun if there's some delicious tastes in there. Something sweet, something spicy, something delectable. Even something like green and fresh tasting. Like spend that money and enjoy your food more. We all gotta eat. We might as well enjoy it. But you're getting them ready because you're working till Monday. So are you gonna be working during the holidays? These curry pies. Oh, curry pie. I never heard of that. That sounds delicious. Why are you making me duel this guy? Why do I have to kill this poor Ant-Man? He ain't done nothing.
Come on, it'll be fucking fun. Go on then, get to your mark.
Who's this horrible mob boss? Duel in the saloon. We gotta duel each other. This is horrible. Okay, are we supposed to go back to back?
What's the matter with you? You gotta stand on your fucking mark and a fucking duel can't stop.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see the mark.
Perfect. Here we go then.
This is horrible.
I'll count you down. Shoot at each other on fucking draw, all right? 3.
All right, we got this.
2.
I believe in you. I think.
1. Fucking draw. 4. That's some quick trigger finger you got there, fuckface.
That doesn't feel good.
Is he gonna be okay?
Oh yeah, he's dead, but it's fine. We hate him. He's a fucking piece of shit. Anyway.
Wow, love this guy. Real nice guy.
Do a whole Big Ten shootout thing, you know?
You suck, Papa Mac and Cheese.
I'm
Papa Mac and Cheese Brothers. What can I do you for?
Oh, we met your kids over.
Hey, don't push me!
Oh, is that so? Yeah. And how are those good-for-nothing pieces of shit doing?
They just sent us here to get the confirmation that you love them. That's it.
But I hate them. They're shit heels. They ain't fit for the
It's not working out.
Wait, are you what? You don't really want us to tell them that?
Yeah. Tell them I said I hate them, and I hope they all fucking die. Now leave me the fuck alone.
Okay. I guess that's that then. You're a tough guy, Papa Mac and Cheese Brothers.
Papa Mac and Cheese Brothers. You have a shift work. 8 hours tomorrow, 12 Friday, 8 on Saturday, then 8 on Sunday after Kiddo goes to her dad for Christmas. I hope are you making extra money for working during the holidays?
I sure hope you are. Having to work during Christmas? The things that we do for the ones that we love. Hey, stop pushing me! You're about to make me snap!
Hey, so what did Papa say? Huh? Does he love us?
Papa said something horrible. Your dad loves you, or your dad hates you. What am I supposed to say? Am I supposed to lie to these boys? I kind of want to lie to these boys. I want to say your dad loves you.
Your dad, he loves you very much. Holy shit, did he really say that? Yes, he did. Oh my god, I'm freaking out, you guys. He fucking loves us. You hear that?
These poor boys.
Papa loves us. God, I can't handle whatever I'm feeling. What is this love? Is this what love is? Oh god, I can't handle whatever this feeling is. Is this? Oh my god, is this love? Jesus, this guy's deep therapy. Okay, but hey, it looks like we can cross now, though.
They feel so much love that they made a rainbow bridge? What is this? The bridge of love.
Oh, what am I feeling? Oh, my father loves me.
Built the little rainbow bridge. Now we can get this flower. Great. What would have happened if we said that he hated them? Would it have made a bridge of hate, of anger? Like a fiery bridge? It's so yucky.
Oh, I know. Look at me, the bridge of love. Think of all the work we could have saved, you know? Whoa. Fucking figured it out.
So horrible. I'm out of here. I'm so glad that y'all are happy now, but I've had enough. Oh, got some beasties out here. Yeah, I'd be the same way, Kenny. You know what? If I told my friends that I'd accidentally blown up our home planet and then they were mad at me, then I'd be real upset as well.
There's a sniper up there. Get that sniper now.
I can't believe we made the bridge of love and now we're just right back out here in the hateful wasteland. You know what? It really shows something. You know, it really says something about how the world. What's happening? Yo! Thank you for the raid. Oi, Astrology Inc. What's up? Thank you so much. Hiya. Welcome in, everybody. Oi, it's nice to meet all y'all. Hi, my name's Earl. What game were you playing? My bot seems to be broken. Oi, I super appreciate it. Thank you for the raid. It's nice to meet you. Astrology Inc. Ooh. Welcome. Do I hear that you like some tattoo work? Is that what I'm hearing? Oi. Oh, you're playing High on Life. Nice. Okay, my bot's just being sus. That's all. How far are you into the game? But yeah, it's nice to meet you. Hi, Astrology Inc. friendos. My name's Earl. Variety Gamer over here. It's nice to meet all y'all. I hope that y'all enjoyed their stream. It's nice to meet you. And you too, nameless user.
What lovely name you have there.
We got a crystal. Nice. Also Mushroom Gal. Bingo bongo.
And bingo bongo, you got Mushroom Gal right here. Hey, Mushroom Gal. Welcome in. How you doing? It's wonderful to see you. I hope you've been having a wonderful holiday season. Yeah, you normally do art, but you took the week off from school to do some games today.
Nice!
Art and gaming? That sounds rad. Let me drop you a follow real quick. Let me just slither over into my room real quick and drop you a follow. I love watching some art. I'm not particularly artsy myself, but listen, I'm an art enthusiast, okay? Love to see what kind of shenanigans you get up to over there. But yeah, again, thanks for taking a chance and just saying hi. It's wonderful to meet you. Hi, person on the internet. Hi, friendo. I appreciate it. Everybody loves the name. You know what? You're nameless, but we love you for it. Nameless user being the name. That's got to be like a paradox or something. I feel like it's gonna open up some sort of a black hole or something. I'm scared. Oi, you do art 4 days a week? Dang. And it's like ink. So are you also a tattoo artist? Because if so, that's rad as heck. I've only got one tattoo. I got one tattoo right here on my arm. I'd love to get like a full sleeve of like anime. I want to get like, this could be like my shonen anime arm and then have like a waifu arm on the other one. Hey! There's nothing furry about like an anime. That's weeb. We need to have like a weeb alert that you can shoot up on the screen. Your stream title was icing on the cake for the raid decision. Yeah, the Christmas balls. I just as an extra thing for Christmas, I'm putting a ball up here for everybody that subscribes, and every gifted sub goes on like a different Christmas tree. That's right over here, but that's the Christmas balls. Also, Ocean Wolf, what's up? How you doing?
Just got tired of entering personal information, so Nameless is across all your accounts.
Nice. Yes. Good to be safe on the internet. Good to be safe, just in case. You never know. There's crazy people on the internet. You got to get these pies out. Nice curry pies for dinner. I don't even know what those are, but it sounds delicious because I love curry. And no, I started by doing pen and ink art, but one day maybe tattoos. At this point, you've only designed tattoos. That's cool though. That's cool. That's rad as heck. But pen and ink, eh? That sounds intense. I'm a little bit extra impressed by all art that's like semi-permanent, you know? Much more difficult medium to work in. I've done like a little bit of digital art here and there. Just some little doodles. Occasionally I'll want to just break down and I'll do a doodle stream. You've been addicted to painting on canvas and well, my Christmas balls. I see. Some Christmas ball painting. You've been coating your balls. What kind of color are you coating those balls with? That's good to hear. Glad to hear that your Christmas balls are getting the attention that they need. You know what? Sometimes I just don't give my Christmas balls enough attention, but you're just reminded me. That's self-care. Tattoos are rough. You've tried. Where were you trying to get a tattoo at? Because that is very variable how much it hurts depending on where it is. Like this arm, that's like baby's first tattoo location. It was not bad. But if it was like, I don't know, somewhere on like my neck or my eyeballs, ouch. Oh my god. Oh my god, I make mistakes. Oh, and I'm assuming, by the way, that you, oh shoot. Oh shoot. There's a hey! Mushroom Gal, thank you for the 23 years! Oi, 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 oi! I'll get you a Christmas ball.
Hello,
okay.
It is me,
thank you,
Brian.
thank you.
When will you let the mods out of the basement? They have been such good people watching over the chat. Maybe they deserve a Christmas present.
Hang on. Okay, we beat him. 23 years. Hello, it's me, Brian. When are you going to let the mods out of the basement? They've been such good people watching over the chat. Deserve a Christmas present, eh? That sounds like a good idea. Mushroom Gal, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Let me get you, would you like, I'm guessing that you would like a gnome. we can finally take care of our Christmas ornaments. Give them a good coloring. Would you like a gnome? I can give you a gnome. You said you have a full sleeve. I believe Nameless has tried doing tattoos. Top of your leg, calf, inner thighs. Ouch. That sounds much more painful. Gnome me. All right. You know how to ask for things. I'm sorry. Listen, my brain has been fried all day. I'm completely just like, listen, the professor fried my brain doubly. I do not know what's happening right now. I'm just playing this wacky ass game and trying to hold on to whatever sanity's left. The Christmas season is just like so much stimulus on my brain. Okay, we're Mushroom Gal. Mushroom Gal, the little baby gnome. Noam Chomsky. Okay, let's see. See, it says Mushroom Gal. Okay, I'll put you up on the Christmas tree. Oi, oi, oi. Get gnomed. Just do mush if needed. No, I'll do as much as I can just for you.
Up here? Yeah. That's what we need, more gnomes. Come on, you stinking tree. More gnomes on the tree.
There we go.
There we go, Mushroom Gal. Thank you so much for making my room all decorated and everything. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Wait, sanity? What's sanity? I don't know. It's a meter in Amnesia. It's a it's something that you have to manage whenever you're playing Amnesia. That's all. Those gnome ornaments, they're cursed. I saw them in Walmart and I was like, these have to be part of the show. They have to be here. I also wait a second. The worst one is this. It's a felt gnome. Zoom in, I demand it. Look, it's disgusting. It's a felt gnome. Why? Number 1, why gnome? Number 2, why felt? Final question, why red? Disgusting and soft. Heinous. It's not art. Fun fact, tattooing your eyeballs is basically just injections. Yeah, because it's like tattooing the liquid, right? Because the liquid that's inside of your eyeballs is what's getting colored, not the surface. Because the surface is like, that don't work. Felt is awesome. It felt good, I'm not gonna lie. What is the best thing to have felt on it? Like a felt couch? Like do you want to have like a felt chair? Maybe like some felt gloves? I don't know. I haven't felt anything for years. Let's glob it to him. Whoa, wait, come on now. It's time to get Rick and Morty up in this hole. Come on. We gotta break in. You know, there's a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble in this town. It's time to step up. You know, somebody's gotta do it. Where are we even going? What are we doing? I'm lost. I've been lost for a little while. I don't know what to do in this game. Oh, wait, we got the flower. I forgot. We got the flower. Now we can go get gooped. Do gift subs count for the tree? The gift subs go on the little tree over here. I bought some special little balls just for that. I'm gonna have to go get some more balls though. I have a severe lack of balls, unfortunately. I might have to go grab some more. Yep. You need that felt gnome on the tree? I wasn't putting them on that tree. I was putting them on this the side tree. I didn't really plan out this whole event. Most of the time I had a better plan, but I haven't had much of a plan, to be honest. You're running out of balls? I mean,
thank you so much. It was no problem.
I still got a few more. I still got a few balls, you know?
But you're welcome, you know?
My balls aren't completely gone. Not yet.
You really saved his life. I don't know how I could ever repay you.
I'm saving the life of this beautiful creature. This is God's favorite creature. But we're taking good care of them. They have such a sweet, lovable little face and such a good personality. Now they can goop us. Thanks. Great.
Wow, you healed him up so nice his goop's gonna last longer than before. So you're gonna be
Great. We got gooped.
All this fucking work just to get covered in this shit again.
You look great. Real goopy, real shitty.
Thanks. Where do we go now? Ah, my game's lagging. This game's a little intense, you know. It's a little intense on my GPU. Like I'm running a potato computer out here. Only thing that I can run with any amount of confidence is you know, games like you know, Celeste or something like that. Some 2D bullcrap. Ah. Hey, Buster. I have none of that. Whoa! I don't know how they died like that, but that's awesome. Bop, 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 bop. Oh my god, who is shooting all this goop at me? Could you stop for like 2 seconds, please? Excusez-moi. I'm gonna freeze your butt, and then I'm gonna kill it. Oh, wait. I forgot. We can do a finisher. Woo! Why are there so many of these? Get him, Sweezy. Too Sweezy. Oh my god, there's 3 of them. Yes, and you would need a doctor's presence because there's a chance that you could go blind. Yeah, if you get injections on your eyes. I mean, that's gotta affect your vision, right? Because, like, you know those little floaters that you see in your eyes? Like, whenever you look at, like, a bright sky or something and you see, like, they look like little specks that are in your eye. Those are inside of the liquid of your eye. Those are just little pieces of debris and stuff, you know? Like little scars and things. I'm not sure exactly what they are, but they're in the goop. And most people, you know, over time, it'll just kind of heal automatically, you know? But as you get older, like, it eventually doesn't heal as well. So I can't even imagine what injecting your eyeballs with stuff would do.
Well, today is a consistent reminder of how many epic people there are on Twitch like you. What? You must be off to spend some time with your husband. But I'll see you again. Much love, friend, and see you soon.
Hey, yeah, it was so great to meet you. Thank you so much for taking a chance. I'll take good care of your peoples over here.
I'll take good care of them. I promise. Nothing bad will happen.
But it's awesome to meet you. Heck yeah. Enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy chilling with your hubby. And if you're eating any snacks and stuff, enjoy. Thank you again. Oi. All right. And the rest of us. Maybe I can draw you something soon. Oh! Nah. You better watch it. I might take you seriously. You know I'll take you up on that. You better look out. Don't be yanking my chain now. Hooray! But I appreciate you chilling and talking for a bit. I kind of expected you to just dip out, you know?
Wouldn't want to get any spoilers now, would we?
Continue forward. Oh, thank you.
Did they say that we can skip?
Hey, guess what?
What, Ann? I don't want to guess. You know I hate guessing. I love everybody and everything, but hey! That was it? A kiss on the cheek? From a friend? That's scandalous.
Okay, this is going well.
No friendly cheek kisses. I'm blushing. That's what should happen whenever there's a kiss, is that it should make a blush. I was actually messing with the graphics earlier of like kiss stains on the screen, but I think it'd be even funnier if it made me blush. Make me blush. What are we doing up here?
Hey, what are we? Oh, shoot.
Oh, we finally made it. We were waiting for a door to open. Look at that guy. Look at that guy with that walking animation. They never said the game was perfect now, did they? Who's this little guy?
Please allow me to show you to a private booth.
Thank you for the sip.
Right this way.
Let's just play along. They might lead us right to
boy. Yo, Marissa! Can we get some hype in the chat? Thank you for the 26 months, Marissa. Woo! Let's get you an ornament. More balls. Oi, finally, more balls. These are the balls that you're looking for. Marissa, thank you so much. Oi. Let me get you written down here. Let me take your name down. Marissa, thank you so much. Also, Linz, what's up?
I didn't know that you were here. Linz, what are you doing up at this hour?
Wait a second, I thought that you were having your beauty sleep right now.
Oi. Oh, and Ann, you're also going to get ready to sleep? Heck yeah. Get some rest. It's late where you are. Ann, take care of yourself. Thank you for your beautiful doodles. Thank you for being yourself. You do love balls? Well, okay, then you know what? I won't get this one. I'll get you a real ball. Oh, also, Vonchik, we'll see you later. We'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. Oi. Thanks for being here. Enjoy the rest of your day. It's late in Sydney. That's not where Ann is. Let's see, Marissa. Let's put Marissa up here. Is that 2 R's? No, it's 1R. Whew, I'm glad that I double checked. Otherwise, I might have messed up your name. Marissa, thank you so much for all your support. You've been supporting me from like the very beginning. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting me and my family and everything. Oi, oi. Thank you. Let me put you up on this tree. Let me get you up on this tree. And thanks for the follow. Is that Jamaican girl? Thank you so much. What's up? It's nice to meet you.
Okay, let me get Marissa up on this tree. You know what? I'm not putting it off. Not for a second more.
Glitter. Glitter balls. Glitter balls. It's Christmas time. Coated in glitter. Glittering. Ding-a-ling. Oi! I appreciate it. Marissa, how are you doing today? We're playing, spell Marissa backwards. You won't forget it. Also, Katie's new sugar scrub is fantastic. I'm glad. Some more quality products. Spell Marissa backwards. ASSIRAM. IRAM? ASSIRAM? How's that help me out? Did you buy more balls? I mean, not. I haven't bought more balls in the like 1 minute since I mentioned that I might need more. But yeah, I got some, and I also have gnome and nutcracker ornaments. We got the whole collection. We got every kind of ornament that you'd ever want. I don't think I like this guy.
And yes, we're now serving every type of human. We've got young teenagers.
What is this nasty sound? Ow! Hey, whoa! They got humans in there. This human's chilling out in those arms. Also, Alchemic, welcome back. I hope that your curry is delicious. This place sounds disgusting. No! Why are there so many of them? Hey, look. Goopy balls. Goopy balls. Wow, this is great. Look at these beautiful humans. Is this where we were teleporting all of our humans to? See? Pretty sure that we made this worse. Also, I hate how the humans look. They look so yucky. Just kind of walk out of here, pretend like I'm not seeing anything. Recycle it for next Christmas. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Oh, heck yeah. We'll see you later, Von Schick. Yes, I will try to keep these. I will try to keep all these lovely Christmas balls. Look at that smug. Look at this smug little businessman. Where are you taking us? Oh yeah, this is the boss.
Can I get a few more humans when I get a chance?
Of course.
Is this who we're supposed to assassinate?
I hope you don't mind sharing your booth with another guest. We're a bit overbooked today. Sorry.
Yeah, you ever try human? Shit's amazing.
Who is that? This is horrible. I hate this.
All hairy and weak. You're lucky they get you so fucking high. Otherwise, they'd be a waste of the species.
Oh my god. Is my character like getting mad?
Oh, fuck. I love seeing the light leave their eyes.
Yeah, fuck this. Do what you have to do.
Yay! Kenny knows what's up. This guy's awful! We gotta save this kid. Oh wait, is this kid dead? No, this kid's still alive. Can I get him out of here? Guess I'm just going to assume that they get out of here, right? Time to clean up this place. Y'all are treating us humans wrong. No, I'm dead. Dang it. Okay, it kind of jumped right in there a little bit quickly, didn't it? Before I go, I nearly lose my wallet, but it's in my back pocket. Oh, I had that the other day where I was like, where is my vape? Where is my vape? I walk back out to my car. I search my room. I search the living room. Back pocket. Always the last place I look is my back pocket. I don't put anything back there anymore because I used to put my wallet back there, but then it started hurting my back. You used phyllo pastry and filled it with chicken curry. Yum! I love curry. I love curry so much. It's so spicy and delish. Is this game gonna crash? Is this game gonna crash again? I think that we might have to call this. We might have to call this stream pretty soon because I'm starving, and I don't think we're gonna beat the game yet. I'm surprised that it's been so long. This is way more than it said it would be. The how long to beat was a little inaccurate for me anyway. Probably because we spent the first 2 hours just chatting, you know. Great, fantastic, amazing. It crashed again just from loading. Yeah, let's just finish like this part of the mission, and then I guess we'll finish up the game tomorrow. By nature, things have to be the last place that you look because you stop looking. Yes. But I'm saying that there are other places that I would look first. You don't think that how long to beat takes to count streaming? No, they do not. I don't know. I don't normally rush through games, even if I'm not streaming them. I don't like rushing through things. I like to search for secrets and get all the currency and get the upgrades and everything. I guess that's what the completionist category is for. Oh, now they are coming. Oh Lord. Ooh, I haven't used that ring in forever. The big old platter's rad. Ain't seen a radder platter in my entire life. All right, we're taking out this place. Oh, they just sent away all the clientele immediately, huh? They are just gone. Oh Lordy, this place is hot. This is dangerous. Yeah, chop them up.
Chop them up. Chop them up and send them away.
This is reeking of a large wave-based boss fight. No shieldies. We gotta save all of our human compadres. Not the shields.
Not the shields. Take them down.
No. Oh, I keep missing. Dang it, you thought with all the practice I've been having in Fortnite I'd be a better shot. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh yeah, I could just go pop. The little needles don't hurt much, but if you like shoot them with... You can like shoot them with... Oh wait, I just remembered. Not only can you shoot them with the needle, but you can actually knife them. I forgot about that. That's way easier if they're close to you. Yeah, that's rad. Ah! This game is very visually stimulating. These are the teleporter dudes. Oh yeah, I have my glob shot. My glob shot is more powerful than ever. Multi-glob, multi-shot. Yeah, get that, what is it, Gatterall? Hamaloom. I love it.
You're going downtown, every one of you. You're gonna be carried away in alien body bags.
Ooh, got any crystals for me to pick up? I want to get that. I want to get that skate park. This looks like a good spot to chill. Ooh, I also see mag boot stuff up there. That must be the way out. But I ain't leaving till I get this power crystal. Whoa! Okay, hang on now.
Now, hold on now. It's high noon. A draw.
Wow, this is great practice. This is great practice for shoot 'em up games. I'm gonna be a Counter-Strike global offensive master in no time.
Finally figured out how to claim the Christmas Gruff skin that they had. What is that for? Is that for League? Christmas Gruff. Ooh, got him. Thank God. My vitals are low. I need some rest. I need some rest from all this. Oh my God. No, they ran up on me, dude. No, come on. Come on, man. I was doing so good and stuff till I stopped doing good. Oh, it's for Fortnite. Oh, nice. Now that I'm interested in. Sent me all the way back here. Come on now. There's like nowhere for me to rest and recover my vitals. Killing enemies give you like little boosties. They really sent me way back here, huh? We'll say this game kind of encourages me to just stay far away and get him with my pistol. Like that seems like a good strategy. Like, it's not the fastest way to do it, but da-da-da. See, if I just stay back here, I have some proper cover. It's just more boring. Headshots are super effective, though.
Rescue me. I'm trying.
Oh, yeah, you can break shields with the knife. I forgot about that. God dang, there's a lot of mechanics that I am just having trouble, like, juggling in my noggin. In my little pea brain. Oh, there goes another one. See, they're like barely even shooting at me. I'm up there. Get him with the shoot 'em. I want to play Call of Duty Shoot 'em, man. Yeah, pop out, I dare you. With shooting games, you feel like you're a sniper IRL with laser tag or paintball. You're not quite as good with sniping in video games. Oh! Like in laser tag or paintball. Yeah, paintball is so much fun. I love playing paintball. I stay in cover way more in paintball. Because you know, there's like a physical pain attached to it. I'm way more careful and strategic. I need to play paintball again. That game's so much fun. That's one thing that I don't know. I think it benefits a lot from having strangers around. So many different ways, so many different tactics, different guns. Sometimes you'll get like semi-professionals playing with you, and that's always fun. Bam, 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 bam. Missing all my shots. Missing all my shots. But Christmas Guff Gringle. I haven't loaded up Fortnite in a little while. I really should. I've got enough money for the battle pass. I just haven't, I don't know if I have it this season. More warp bases. Splendid. I think I'm gonna hide up on this one.
Oh, hey, what's been going on out here?
There's really kind of no reason for me to use anything but the Kinney gun. Because, like, this shotgun is just not very effective. I wish it was. There might be, like, several crystals as long as they actually give us access to them. Another one! Oh my god! Just keep the warp bases coming, I guess. Gee whiz. Juggling! So much fun. Got some Gatterall. Yum, yum, yum. Yeah, who cares? We'll kill them all. We don't care. We've got no morals. Send all your guys. We'll send our guys as well. We'll see who wins. Stupid shield. I should have knifed him. Where's that sniper at?
Aha! There you are, you nasty little goblin. Gotta take you downtown, mister. You're in big trouble now. I gotta tell your parents about you siding with the cartel. That's real nasty of you. You know, your mother, she's a lovely woman. She never wanted this for you. I'd hate to tell her how her son went, but, you know, maybe I will. Maybe I will, unless you put your gun down right now. Stupid shield thing, come back here. God dang it. Every shot misses. There it is. Gee whiz. Teleporter plus shield? That's brutal. Oh, wait. I know how to deal with you. We've got a Sweezium. Get Sweezy with it. Give him a stun. Give him a finish. Boom! Go ahead. Take a shot. Bop, 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 bop. Nice. Oh, we got another big one. Another big boy. Don't forget about my trick hole. How could I ever forget? You keep mentioning it. Another one. Oh my god. Does this just last forever? This might literally last forever. Is this just like endless waves? Or are they just letting me have fun mowing down these peeps? Did we do it?
Let's go! All right, we finally beat him. That is a lot of enemies to have to defeat in one go. Give me those sweet, sweet warp crystals. Yes, we'll be able to buy that skate park for shoisies. We got so many. Is there another one? I thought the 2 warp crystals were here. Maybe they broke down that other little base. I don't know. But now we climb up, I'm guessing, on this magnetic tile that I noticed. It's so much fun. I love the weird little movement things that you can do. And you're still here? I thought you went to bed. Oh, you went to sleep. Ooh, bonus chest. No. Oh, hi guys. Fancy meeting you here. Oh, do I have to go all the way around? No, it wouldn't be all the way around. How am I supposed to get this chest over here? Oh, you can just open it up through the wall? Alright. Guess we'll go around this side. Ah! Oh no! Oh no! I ran out of fly juice. Dang it. Drex, how are you doing? Oi, oi, oi! If it isn't my purple-haired compadre. Oi, Drex. How's your holiday season going? Oi, oi. It's good to see you. How are you doing? Fantastical, baby! Woo-wee! Gotta take out all these aliens. Troublemakers, every one of them. Wouldn't trust a single one of these guys, not with anything, not with a dollar bill. I wouldn't put $1 of mine in their hands. No, no siree. No trust. No trust. Never be friends with an alien. They'll always turn their back on you, I tell you. I've got bad experiences. Don't get me started. Ooh, yum, yum, yum. Tasty. Oh no, Kenny's losing self-confidence. It's not good. My gun. My gun is sad. My gun is crying. Somebody please tell him that he's okay. He just needs to feel okay, okay? You're supposed to get a snowstorm tomorrow and you're debating not going to work. Don't you love that? The classic decision. Go to work or live. They shouldn't be making you make decisions like that. Personal safety versus keeping your job. Or maybe not keeping your job. Hopefully not. Oi, oi. Christmas storms. It's getting intense out there. I haven't heard of anything happening like that in Texas yet. Hopefully not, because our infrastructure is not ready. Last time it got real cold in Texas, people died, and it was awful. I'm gonna hope that we either got a.
Don't put me back in the holster with the other guns. They keep doing mean impressions of me. Well, Creature's impression isn't mean. It's actually kind of sweet. There's more of them.
Don't put me back in the holster. This gun. He's got demands. In Canada, it's known as a regular Tuesday. Danger at all times of the year. Splendid. Just another Canadian Tuesday. That's what I want to call all snowstorms from now on. Oh shoot, we got a Canadian Tuesday blowing through here. Yikes. Whoa, oh my god, you just ran up on me, didn't you? It's very questionable. You better back up, Buster. I got so many types of guns. Like, I'll just keep swapping through these guns. Pick something new to kill you with, you know? It's always, I can just choose so many ways to kill you. Sometimes it's just hard to make that decision, you know? Oh my god. Oh, there's too many of them. I need the Kenny gun. Oh, no. No. I need to harvest your insides. Please give me your vitality. Okay, good. We live. What did he just hurt himself with a grenade? These drones. The drones and the shields are just the worst. Little tiny support. Oh wait, there's a humans to save. Hey! But these Canadian Tuesdays have gotten so consistent that our power grids are dying. No! It could be a Swedish summer. Swedish summer. I like that. Canadian Tuesday, Swedish summer. It's all the same, really. Snow drifts. So these doors are all locked.
We're almost to Nipulon. I can feel it.
We're almost to Nipulon. It's time to get that Nipulon. He's been real nasty.
Welcome, bounty hunter. It's Helen.
Hi, Helen.
Can I just call you BH? I won't. Nipulon will see you shortly. Just, you know, can I get you anything?
Helen, what are you doing here?
Yep, you keep killing all my bosses, so I have to keep finding new ones to work for.
Aw, I like Helen.
For a moment.
We gotta sit and wait, huh?
Good idea. Let's rest those legs. We got something coming up here.
Wait for Nipulon to get ready.
So, how much longer do we have to wait?
That's the mission, huh? Human One! Oh my god! Oh my god, Human One, you're here at the most exciting part of the game. We're in the waiting room. Snom love for you. Oi! Can we get some snoms in the chat? You just broke my entire stream. This is fantastic. You broke it. Too much hype, too much love, too many friends. Hi, everybody. What's up, Ray? Hi, Lexi. Nice to meet y'all. Human One. Thank you so much for the raid. Fellow totally human One, please go follow them. They're amazing. They're amazing. They broke my stream. Just look how powerful they are. They're so powerful that they break my stream every time that they come in here. It's not your fault. It's this game. This game's too intense for my poor PC. My poor unit. It's overheating. I can see smoke coming out of it. It's totally heated. What? One topic? You brought one topic to my stream? One topic. I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan. It's awesome to see you in my chat. Hi, that's OT. That's OT, the YouTuber. Everybody go follow UT. Go follow OT. Hi. What's up? OT, Human One, in one place at one time. Okay, bye. Oi, Human One, how was the stream? Were you playing Fortnite with friendos? Hey, I hope that y'all enjoyed. Get any dubs? Get any battle royales? Hi, everybody. My name's Earl. A streamer that doesn't have a consistent schedule or consistent games. Hi, I'm an entirely inconsistent human being sitting here playing any game that I find interesting. Nice to meet all y'all. Hi. Who knows what I stream? Who knows what I stream? It's all unknown. Our professional Fortniters, eh?
Indeed. It's always Fortnite. It's always Fortnite with this Human One. I log into their stream and I want to watch them. But then it's always Fortnite.
I'm just kidding. Fortnite is great. Fortnite is good. We like Fortnite. Fortnite good. We should play sometime. We should play sometime so that you can carry me and so that I can get some free battle royales. Oh no, Arkenny, he's broken. Just kidding. Human One doesn't just play Fortnite. I know that I've seen them play. They play Bigfoot. They play Firewatch. They play games, and you should go. They're rad. Okay, please play games with me. Sure. I just need an invite. Because I am not the friend that asks to do things. I'm not the person that does that. I'm way too nervous. Way too much anxiety to be inviting people. Don't want to take up anybody's time. That's something you got to know about me. I don't like taking up people's times. I feel like a burden. Like a BIRDEN burden. You're also that friend. No. That's a sound effect that I need. I want to make like a redeem that just has a whole huge cluster of sound effects and it's completely random which one plays. One of them needs to be that death, the Vader being sad. No. Also, Human One, if you need to go get some food, get some water, get the heck out of here. Please do. Take care of yourselves. And if anybody wants to hang out, we're playing this very hilarious Rick and Morty game. It's essentially Rick and Morty, but it's not, those characters aren't in it, but the creator is, and his voices are everywhere. This is why we never game together. I'm anxious all the time. I'm thinking maybe we can make like a server for a game where we can just play anytime. That'd be great. I own a Minecraft server and 2 7 Days to Die servers, but I don't keep up with them. I just pay for them for no reason. But regardless, thank you so much for the follow, Amity Butterfly and Captain Vanderwood. We're just vibing. It's actually significantly later than I normally stream, so my brain is like cooked, like a cooked turkey. I think got like a cooked little turkey brain. Just playing this game. We're getting towards the end of it, and it's been a hoot and a half. Our guns, they talk. They all have faces and names, personalities and opinions. So this game is basically just like a cacophony of voice lines at all times. Every character is talking to every other character. I can barely get a word in edgewise. That's why I've paused this game, because if I don't pause it, they just talk the whole time. But I super appreciate it. Y'all should go follow Human One. They're awesome, Swas.
Ourselves up to Nipulon? Let him kill your friends.
We're a bounty hunter. We're a space bounty hunter.
Some more time to sit and feel like shit.
And we're supposed to be killing Nipulon, an evil alien. He's like at the top of the chain.
Oh, don't mind me.
There's also lots of drama, because our main gun, Kenny, actually is the reason that the gun world, the world where all these guns came from, he's the reason that it all got destroyed. Is horrible. So Kenny's really been in the hot box. He's been in the hot seat for a while. Salty! Yo! Shouts out to Salty the alien. Another amazing friend. What the heck? Why did so many friends show up? Must have been because they were hanging out with the awesome Human One. Oi! Salty! Did you play games with the peeps? What's up, Salty? It's good to see you. Oh, you were playing Kill It With Fire. I was watching some of that. I can't believe that you have such a vendetta against all spiders. That's horrible. That's horrible. I was watching Salty stream, and he was squishing bugs. We're playing a game about some of Salty's brethren. Some of these aliens are probably Salty's. I don't know. At least Salty went to college with some of these. That's for sure. I'm getting the vibe. Yo! Salt! Thank you so much. Can we get some hype in the chat? Yo, Salty. What kind of Christmas ornament can I get you? Wait a second. Would you like to be a nutcracker? Do you think that are you a felt gnome? Are you a felt gnome? Oi, everybody go check out Salty. Thank you so much, my friend. Oi, what you want a gnome? Would you like a golden gnome or a felt gnome? Which one would you rather have? A more cursed one, or there's also a bonus gnome over here in the corner. This is just turning in. Is this my branding now? Is my branding just gnomes at this point? Salty the golden gnome. Perfect. Let me write your name on here. All right, let me put this gnome is Salty now. I'm gonna say Papa Salt. Papa Salt going on the tree, making it look beautiful and festive around here. Yo, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. There we go, Papa Salt. Look at that little face. Hello, it's me, Salty. I'll put you over on the left side of the tree so that you can start livening up this environment. Oi! Yeah, Linz has been in and out. Linz has been vibing. Oi, let me put this up here. Salty. My God. Salty, you've never looked so beautiful. You look so incredible on that tree. Thank you. Oi! How are you doing, Salty? Have you played any of this game? I don't want to be spoiling it. I understand that people might want to avoid spoilers, because this game is hilarious. And it's also on Xbox Game Pass, if anybody wants to check it out for really cheap. I'm not sponsored. Not sponsored by Xbox Game Pass. You can't wait to play it? Well, then I understand if you want to make sure that you stay spoiler free. We're almost done with the game. Like we'll maybe play like a little bit tomorrow just to finish it up. I don't think we'll finish it tonight, but then we'll be back to, standard games. I don't know what we're going to be playing. I actually really want to play Donkey Kong 64. That might be the next one. Really just going from like brand new, beautiful, story-based game straight to retro, bad-looking collectathon. Just one spectrum to the other. That sounds like a good plan, right? Get sponsored, dang it! I don't know how to get sponsored, Salty. I don't know how to talk to people. I don't feel like I should be paid just for mentioning it. I don't want to be Xbox's little worker. works for Bezos, complains about Xbox. But yo, Yo, everybody, I'm so freaking honored to have y'all here. It's nice to meet all you peeps. We, you know, this is a real chatty chat. So if you wanna bring up anything, you know, ask me any questions, you know, ask me for advice. Listen, I'm a professional human. I've been living for 25 years, so I've got, no matter what your problem is, I guarantee you, I've got the solution somewhere in my brain, guaranteed. Oh yes, we're in a waiting room right now. No spoilers, but we're in a waiting room and we're waiting. That's our new mission.
I don't know what I need to do to prove myself to
We're sitting
everyone,
here.
but I'm sorry for my part in how things played out. I suffered too.
Got our little lemon gun.
Save the waterworks. Let's just stop at G3 and then we'll never have to see each other again. No holidays, no celebrations, no birthdays, no anniversaries, nothing. That's not what we want.
It's what I want.
Who said that? Is that did the little bear lady just say that she wanted there to be no more anniversaries, no more Christmas?
Okay.
What a beautiful painting. This place is so lovely.
Nipulon will see you now.
Look at this. Look at this beautiful painting. My goodness. I'd love to have this up in my room. Put that behind my head so that y'all can enjoy some beautiful art. Beautiful art in the background. Mari Angel, how are you doing? Or is that Marie? How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful holiday season. Hope you're getting to see family, or at least nice family. Marie! What? What, OT? What? Or what did you say? I didn't say anything. I said good stuff. Wait, did I say something? I said Mari Angel. Ah! Ah! Get him, lemon gun. Why are we here? What's that? That's a username. That's a mispronounced username. What's happening? OT, what's happening? Ooh!
Looks like it's really kicking in.
What the heck? Did we accidentally do drugs? I apologize. That was not my intention.
It's me, Normal G.
Oops.
Nothing weird or freaky going on. Come over here.
This doesn't look right. Why they're clones and they're all different sizes? Something's off. I feel awfully weird. I feel like I'm having a trip. Whoa, please take me back to Earth. I don't want to be here anymore. I'm getting anxiety. I'm feeling anxiety. Real anxious. Oh, please.
Why are you doing all this?
Come on, Gene.
Get it, kid? There's no hope.
Oh, look. Both of them are animated the same. Is there another Gene around here?
Lose your legs too. I used to be.
There's the goop guy over there. He's got his little tidy whities on. You doped up on meds? Is this what it feels like? Is this what it feels like, Marie?
Like I did.
Oh, wait, what? Or do I say, no, I won't? I'd be proud to turn out like you, or you're right, I'm doomed. Let's say, no, I won't. I'm gonna be combative.
You really think so? That's what I used to think too, kid. I thought I was invincible. Bounty hunter. Sounds like such a cool job.
Very cool job. You're sick with COVID? I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. I've had COVID before, and it is no joke. I hope you're feeling better soon.
Stupid COVID. Stupid COVID ruining everything.
Oh, wait, what am I supposed to say? Oh, yes, if we can help someone. Okay, that sounds like it sucks. It doesn't, but we need to stop the G3. I'm gonna say, if we can help somebody. I'm gonna go for the lawful good track.
Maybe. Sure. Fine. That's a good point.
Yeah, get your pessimism out of here. Oh, look, there's the gate guard that we love.
Good work.
Voiced by the illustrious Psychic Pebbles.
Save the world, and then if you suffer, it'll be fine. I guess. Is that the moral here? All right, see you later, kid.
Thanks for the help, Gene. Appreciate it. You really cleared things up, didn't you?
I think we need to go deeper.
You need to go deeper into our trip. Fantastic. You just came by to say hello, at least, and then go rest more? Heck yeah, go rest. Please rest up. I hope you feel better soon. Thanks for saying hi. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Take care of yourself. I appreciate you, even if I don't know how to pronounce your name all the time. Whoa, wait a minute. Oh. Oh, this is how it works. This is why there's combinations. We need to go deeper. This is very cool. I like this a lot. This is the core of my noggin. This is where I keep all those thoughts. This is where I keep all those intrusive thoughts, right here in the hole. Whee! Oh, wait. Oh, there we go. Hi, Nipulon, he's in here.
Let me get this straight. Your mad humans are just drugs to be shipped around and sold off?
So this is what High on Life is all about. This is what life will do to you. This looks rad as heck. I want this as a screensaver. I want this for a screensaver on my Windows XP computer. Hi, Nipulon. Whoa! He did the... Oh my god. He's doing he's doing the Doctor Strange. Let's see. Yeah, let's use this gun. This will be faster. I feel like none of them are them. They're just freely shooting me. They're just gonna kill me. I don't know which one's which. Oh, there he is. It's whoever's shooting me. Where is he? Where is he? Ah, there you are. No! Dang it. Okay, there's actually a strategy here. I thought that we were just vibing. In cyberspace. Okay, fine. Fine. So this is one of those games that you play, huh? I see how it is. Hey, you Nipulon. He's also got all of his health back. Sorry, sucker. Sorry, filthy sucker. I wonder which gun would be best for him. There you are. There you are, you little rascal, you. Which one? He's the orange one. There he is. No! Oh my god! Hey, Spork comes love. So many friends tonight. What am I supposed to do? Spork. How was that stream? Oh my goodness. The Comfy Brigade. What's up? What's up? Our character is on a drug trip. I'm sorry. This is not necessarily the wholesome content you're used to. I'm playing this new game, High on Life. Hi Spork friends. What's up? My name's Earl. Nice to meet you. I'm variety streamer over here. Friendo of Spork. We're both on the Totally Human stream team. Oi, everybody go check out Spork. They're super freaking awesome. Thank you for the raid, Spork. What the heck? Woo, drugs. They are not mentioned which one it is, okay? These could be this is ibuprofen. We're on ibuprofen, acetaminophen. Sinister plot. I love that. I love that emote. What the heck? Comfy Brigade. Nice to meet all of y'all. Hi there, Elkin Albright. That sounds like a very cool like a D&D name. Catnip. There you go. Yes, we're on catnip right now. Is this what catnip does to you? Spork, how was the crafts? What were you making? Oi. Spork is super awesome. They do classic movie nights that you can watch alongside of them. They do arts and crafts, which is what they were doing just now. I know that they make like felt things. They make things with clay. They also have an awesome VTuber that is Spork. Spork is the VTuber, and they do like role play streams where they walk around in VR chat and like role play as a space cat, and then they also just play normal games sometimes. It's true, and sometimes Spork might even play a game with me. So you should follow them so that you don't miss any of that awesome business. You're playing Idle Champions while needle felting a Totoro. I can read. That's awesome. Idle Champions. Do I play Idle Champions? I'm trying to remember. What is that game that I just downloaded? Oh, I downloaded AFK Arena. That's a different thing entirely. That's not at all what you were describing. But yes, idle games are very satisfying. They're like just the checklist games that you could just kick back and enjoy. Thanks for the extensive shout out. Of course, I love Spork's content. I think I'm trying to remember. Spork was definitely in one of my Twitch recaps because I love Spork. They got such good vibes. They good peeps. Good peeps. You spent so many years on AFK Arena. No. I haven't been playing it too much. Listen, I'm still a cookie run player to the core, all right? Nothing's going to take away my cookies. My sweet little cookies. So many years in AFK. AFK Arena has this weird thing. Like, all it is just one of those, like, clicker games. But it has something that I haven't seen in a game in a long time, which is like an open, I guess, IRRC or whatever that's called. Like, it's just basically a live chat room. And the people in that chat room they should probably all be arrested and prosecuted for various different crimes because that place is a garbage fire. Like, I haven't seen a chat room like that in a long time, but AFK Arena, it is bad. And people like I saw messages like, hi, I'm 14. I'm looking for a boyfriend. Like, it's just bad. It's bad business. I've never sent a message on there, and all I've done is just report people if I happen to jump in there. It's basically like a report-a-thon. It's like a little people just pop up and they're like, report me. I'm like, report them all. Like, beyond the shadow of a doubt, the cesspool. We thought Twitter was bad, but then we logged into AFK Arena Discord. Oh, it ain't gonna be the only one. I mean, that's true. The internet is a treat. But since I've had this Twitch channel, I've just been surrounded by like the sweetest people ever. If anything, y'all have taught me to be even more thoughtful. Y'all have taught me how to be an even better person. Like, this Twitch community is so fantastic. People like Spork and Salty, Human One, OT, all these peeps, Sleeping Dogfish, Professor Panda, all these people have just helped me become an even more thoughtful person. But on other parts of the internet, it is like the Wild West out there. And sometimes I've gotten sensitive enough that there's been a few corners of the internet that I was like, whoa, I used to like it around here, but never mind. Now I'm not so cool with this. I'm shocked that you would say such things. Imagine not thinking about your fellow human being. Just for a moment. Just imagine it. Well, that's how some people live, I guess. Muscle money? Yeah, in the new year, I'm trying to get ripped, you know? My muscles, they've been deteriorating slowly over time. The streamer lifestyle has really taken down these muscales that I used to have. So, this new year, I'm going to try to make an effort to lift a little bit more. I want to buy some dumbbells. That's what that fund is for. It's for dumbbells. I'm going to buy like maybe a set of 20 or 25 and then one of 30. And then I'll work up to the next level. Get strong for all of y'all so that I can do flex redeems, you know? So that I can impress you with my bulky body. You should buy smart bells. I wish I had a stinger for that. Okay, I guess I do. But yeah, that's what that's for. Anywho, we are playing a game. I'm trying to get through part of this game. It is ridiculous. Our character. It is hard to explain what has been going on in this game because it is so unhinged. But I'm a space bounty hunter, so kind of Spork-esque setup. We're a space bounty hunter that has talking guns, and we were teleported to an alien planet, and we are trying to defeat the evil cartel that's trying to take over the Earth. And one of our guns has... Thank you for the follow, Vetter. Also, is that Sakura Slays? Thank you for the follow as well. Nice to meet you, peeps. One of our guns is responsible for their planet being destroyed. So our guns are fighting with one another at the moment. And we have accidentally taken some catnip, we'll call it. And we are tripping this vision that we're having and trying to defeat one of the leaders of the cartel. Not the head honcho, but it's hard to explain, but yes. And Lighthouse, it's good to see you. What's up, Lighthouse Flames? Thanks for the cute doggos. Don't forget how amazing you are. Don't shush. Listen, I have trouble with self-love at times, but it makes it a lot easier by being surrounded by so many cool people. One of the most effective ways that I've found to encourage myself is just to be like, listen, you've got to be cool because of the cool people around you. That's like one way that I've tried to like combat that, mental health garbaggio, is that I'm just like, if you think that the people around you are cool, then you kind of have to believe that you're cool, right? Like that's one way that I've been trying to encourage myself. But yeah, things like doing some workouts and stuff over the New Year's, I feel like that'll be good for my mental health too. Like doing something that's really difficult consistently and seeing results eventually, that's good for you. That's good for your noggin. Also, thanks for the follow. It's nice to meet you. Is that, oh, that's a hard name to say. I see it's Zephyria. Okay, so it's Aeternium Zephyria. I'm probably butchering that. Oh, I'm cool. Well, isn't that nice? See, Dandelion? You can't help it. You could just call me Kai. All right, nice. It's nice to meet you, Kai. What's up? Did I say it wrong? Did I say it wrong or did I say it right? Come on, you can be honest with me. I can take it, I promise. But it's nice to meet y'all. Oi! As I said, we're trying to defeat a boss that is combined, that's like split himself into a million pieces. The one that's like slightly different colored, that's the one that we're supposed to be shooting. I was trying to, we can like finish this boss fight, and then maybe we can chill out for a minute before we go on a raid. Y'all kind of caught me a little bit late. I'm not normally up this late, and I'm getting hungry, but I'd love to hang out with y'all for at least a bit more while we finish this little part of the game. If I didn't mention it, it has the voices from Rick and Morty, so our gun is just like, it's a little Morty. Why am I so short? Is this the same? Oh yeah, this is the same. This catnip hitting a little different, ain't it? This hurts my brain.
Why won't you talk to me?
Hello, sister.
Do you really think you're doing this to save humanity? You do realize you're just playing the hero, right?
No! I am the hero. How dare you?
To run around space with your little toys, pretending to be the savior of the universe.
I am.
You're not a hero. You're selfish. This is all about you.
Ooh, the audio changes as you're walking. Oh, okay. We gotta answer this. It is about me. It's about saving humanity, or I'm just doing what I'm told. I'd say that the two left questions are the best answers. Maybe I'll say it is about me. Yeah, I guess so, right? Because I'm saving my own skin. And also, I want to save humanity, so I guess it is kind of about me in the end.
Yeah, no shit. This is all a power fantasy for some fuck-up kid. Every dumb pulpy
Wait, what the frick? Why is there a dead little bear on the table? That's horrible.
Who did that? It wasn't me, I promise. I would never hurt a fellow bear.
You didn't do anything with your life, and now you want to play pretend hero. Well, guess what?
Sis, what are you... Where are you coming from here, huh? I've been trying to support you all my life.
This might actually be... It might be the right thing for you to do. Oh my god. You really are humanity's only hope.
That's right. It's all me, baby. I'm humanity's last hope. We may have lost the 100-acre wood, but we'll save humanity. With every last breath that I have, me and Piglet will save them all.
What in the poo did I just hear?
How you doing?
If you're gonna hang out here for any amount of time, you'll probably find me doing random voices at random times. I do it to entertain myself, you see.
I get bored very easily.
Oh, we got an achievement. Spent 15 hours at the Alien Strip Club. Oh, wait, what? Hey, hang on now.
I didn't know that this was a strip club. It's Kenny the Pooh. Can you touch the letter A? We've got to kill this alien before he hurts anybody else.
Ooh. There he is. So he's the orange one. My eyes. My eyes. That was so easy.
It's too easy. I tell you what, these enemies, they ain't no trouble to me.
Who do I gotta talk to? Oh, it's my gun. Hello, gun. Do I need to talk to them? Hi, Gunny. Oh, I need to pick them all up. I see. I see. Hey, who just did that? Thanks, Joshy.
Thank you. Somebody finally said it.
Come on, Sweezy. You're coming with me.
About time. How'd you even manage without me, huh?
There you are. Also, we gotta get Gus. Gus the gun. Aw, thank you for kissing my guns. Oi, oi. Yeah, Gus is a good gun. We love him. Wait, this is one more. Oh, over at Applebee's. It's Kenny. We got you, Kenny.
Oh my God, you found me. I was freaking out.
Kenny's the only one with a normal name. Oh, wait, no, Gus is a normal name. What am I saying?
What am I saying?
I don't know nothing about no names. I can't believe that we made it all the way to the space Applebee's again. All right, jump in another hole, boyoyoing. This catnip hitting a little different this time.
Oh, great. Another blank void.
How the hell do we get out of this? Kenny, what is it now?
I don't know.
Oh, Kenny.
I'm sorry, all right? I'm sorry. I let
This is not Kenny's fault.
selfish and stupid, and I beat
Poor
myself
Gus.
up.
Poor Gus. You didn't even remember that he has a normal name.
Because you've given me reason to live again.
I want to call that gun Gustavo Fring.
Rushy about it.
I just
He looks kind of yucky from this angle. I don't like it.
Well, to be honest, I'd given up on everything before you guys came along.
Aw.
We found all of you, but now we're a team, and we're unstoppable.
This is wholesome.
He's right.
You mean it?
Yeah, dumbass. We've all made mistakes.
I'm about to cry. These guns are all coming together. At least you're not named as 17 last names and 6 first names with Spanish, American, and German origins. Are you thinking of somebody specific? Is there somebody specific in your mind, Kai?
So let's kick some fucking ass together.
Yeah, I was gonna say that with different words.
Sounded really good and smart. I love you all.
This is Creature. Creature's a little yucky. He's got a little yucky energy about him.
I don't know if I trust him. He's got a funny little hole on the front of his belly.
Let's do this, bounty hunter.
I don't trust anybody with a funny little hole on the front of them.
Thanks, everyone. Let's fucking do this.
Yeah, let's win.
I'm gonna erase all your game data now. I can do that. It's easy.
Your game data.
Here we go. You ready?
What is this, Doki Doki Literature Club? We gotta delete his character file.
Shit, you're still here? I don't actually know how to do that. Never mind. Forget this.
He almost deleted my save. Last time somebody did that, I freaked out. Just Monica. Yeah. Just Nipulon. Oh, now we get the 4 guns. Blah, 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 blah. This is obscene. This is obscene. This is heinous.
What are you doing?
Why we got 4 guns now? Yeah.
Yeah, you're in big trouble now, mister.
Bam, 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 bam. This is what we look like when we finally team up. This is what happens whenever you team up with your friends. My vitals, ow, I'm hurting. I think I actually should have taken this a little bit slower. Hey, what? This is actually a challenge? I thought that this was just a boss fight where we get to win. Okay, I guess I'll take it slow. Whoopsies. Ashley Rose, thank you for the head pat. Oi, oi. All right, fine. Fine, I'll take my time. Pew, pew, pew. This is an absolute cacophony of sounds. Yeah, we'll take our time. Take our time. We'll get to know Nipulon and all of his beautiful clones. Yeah, we're doing way better now. I was just wading into it and they were shooting me from the side. Coming for you, Nipulon. Ow, 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 that hurts. Hey now. Let me recharge that shield of mine. Oh, we gotta use the knife. Whoa! Whoa, everybody close your eyes.
Close your eyes, it's gonna be real yucky.
shit. Okay, we're back.
We did it.
That was a lot.
Nice job, team.
Is everyone okay?
We got Nipulon.
Really killed him at least.
Easy peasy.
You know what, Kitty? I feel bad, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, me too.
Sweet little drama. Oh, my guns care about each other. Ashley Rose, thank you for the 10 biddies. Oi, oi. Appreciate it. Don't we need like a... Don't we need something off of him? Ooh, chest full of money. I'll take it.
Pesos. Give me more money. Now what do we do? He's dead.
Good job, everybody. Now we get to sit in his chair.
Okay, the Earth coordinates should be logged in here somewhere. Fuck yeah, biatch, we got him.
Hey, watch your mouth, Kenny. We got the data. We stole the data. All right, Nipulon, we're gonna need just a little bit of DNA.
I'm good. Let's cut a nipple off. Let's do it.
Hey! You don't have to tell me what you're cutting off, Knifey. What's the name of the knife again? I forget his name. Inventory. Who is it? What's your name? What's your name, mister? Let me check. Oh, it's just Knifey. It's Knifey! He's a talking knife! We don't know much about him other than that. He used to pal around with Gene Zaruthian before ending up in the hands of the Torg family. Now he's on your team, thank God. Seriously, he's insane. All he wants to do is kill. He would kill you in a heartbeat if he had a way to do it. And we respect that, do we?
I turned myself into a knifey, Morty. Morty, look at me, I'm a knife, whoa!
Oh, jeez, Rick, why'd you turn yourself into a knife? That's senseless. There's nothing you can do as a knife that you can't do as a person.
Come on, Morty, it's a meme, it's for funny and stuff.
It's not funny, Rick. You're really messed up, you know that? You really just turn yourself into a knife, turn your back on your family? That's messed up.
Careful, you old bag.
I don't care about my family. I don't have any morals.
This up too.
No, shut up. Like you're
my new gun.
Fix a new gun for me.
Give me that gun.
Oh, look, my sister is all happy. Oh, jeez, Rick. You really did it this time.
Hey, kid, we got this covered.
You really turned yourself into a weapon. You're a weapon of minimal destruction. What have you been up to?
How am I? I'm more worried about you. Are your guns still all mad at each other? You all gotta get on the same page if you want to be garmantuous. I don't want you to fuck this up right at the finish line. Just keep it together. You've been doing a great job.
Dang, supportive sister. What the heck? Where did this come from? Let's make some purchases.
Let's make some purchases of smaller.
Oh, I forgot that we were here. I forgot that we were on the dead planet. Never mind, no purchases out here. Also, Innocent Alex, welcome back.
Oi. We just defeated Nipulon. Nipulon's body has been harvested. Now we cannot be stopped.
What are we supposed to do here? What's the mission? It says turn in the turn in the DNA. I forgot all about it. Oh yeah, we're a space bounty hunter. Good point. Now we've got more worthless money. Huzzah.
Be careful with him.
Real smooth, Gene.
That's supposed to happen.
I know.
I wonder what this gun is. It looks like the kind of gun that has a beam. Looks like a beam weapon. You finished watching Wednesday? What do you think? Now that you finished it, how was it?
Don't listen to her.
Wednesday Addams, the most goth girl you've ever seen. She never smiles.
That's fine. I think we accidentally severed his optic nerves earlier.
Ah!
What are you
He's using a staple gun. Stop stapling that poor gun. It's nice to see you two getting along, or I really have to fart.
Just choose something.
Why are these? I'm gonna be wholesome, I guess.
Oh, yeah, right. Me and Gene, best buds. We had a real bonding moment a little while ago when I was helping him stuff a bag of dicks down his throat.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Wow, yeah, no, they're getting along.
They are. They both have a weird love language, okay?
Here we go.
They have that bully love language.
Is he?
Wait for it.
Our gun.
Is that you?
Let's do it.
Oh, I might have fucked up his speech centers too.
Let's do it.
He just sounds like a streamer. Let's do it. Let's go.
Is sad.
If only he could say, let's go.
He can shoot. He
Let's
can
do
think,
it.
Shit, he just can't talk right.
But he's all in there, right? Like, he knows who
Let's
I
do
am.
it.
I can't. I'm so sorry. I can't believe I didn't have to tell everybody what I did.
Well, I'm gonna proceed to vibe check God. Y'all take care, all right? Hey, we'll see you later, Kai. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Thanks for hanging out. It was nice to meet you. Oi, oi.
This is really it, huh?
Let's do it.
You got the Earth coordinates, right? It's time for your final mission.
That's my favorite gun now. Let's do it. I want to pick him up. Come on, let's do it. You and me.
Hey, kid. Looks like we made a pretty good team.
We did make a pretty good
It's been
team.
quite the journey. This might be the end of the line, so make sure you finish up everything you wanted to do before we head back to Earth. You, ready to go?
We're going back to Earth? Just give me more time.
Take all the time you need.
Yeah, like, am I supposed to go purchase some items or something?
Hey, I know this has been hard.
Hi, sister.
I'm really glad we have each other. But if you die, I'm gonna have to tell everyone about all that hentai I found on your computer. So don't die, because I don't want to have to tell everyone about all your hentai.
Nobody's gonna give a shit. Everyone in space loves hentai. It's great.
Who saves it? Who is this? Why does my character save it? What's wrong with you? Don't keep it on your computer. What do we do now? I guess we could go to the market and buy some weapons, right? Is this our last chance to make some last minute purchases in town? You were like, "Aw." Well, I mean, obviously she's not gonna tell anybody, otherwise I'll kill her. And I mean, she's just trying to give me motivation to not die, I guess. Can I go to a pawn shop? I guess I'm not allowed to go to the pawn shop right now, right? Novus Sanctus. We could go to, yeah, let's go to Blim City. Are we allowed to go to Blim City these days? Is it still under attack? It was a good spooky Halloween show, but otherwise it's mid. It felt rushed in some moments.
Mid, you say?
Well, maybe I feel like I have to watch some of Wednesday because my roommates have such strong opinions on it, and I like to watch things that people have strong opinions about. Negative, positive, doesn't really matter. I just want to, I want to experience the full spectrum of entertainment. We got $10,000 jetpack booster. Okay, so a regular jetpack is cool. We all agree on that. But what if it could go even faster? That would basically be insane, right? There's no way that could be done. Well, that's what you're is that what you're thinking? Well, guess what? You can do it with the jetpack booster. Chill out and stop pretending it can't be done. All right. We'll take that. That's good. I like the sound of that. Kinetic tank. Let's say you want to make your jetpack go a little bit higher. Can you do that? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Do it easily by adding more kinetic tanks to it. It's so simple I feel crazy explaining it, but more kinetic tank... Could you stop talking? I'm trying to read.
Great, then I'm gonna tell her you died and we'll have a great big party. And we're gonna get your
Why is everybody so mean? What's this kinetic? Are they both kinetic tanks? Yes, they are. You know what? I'll buy them both. You know what? I want this jetpack as good as it gets. Duraheel tank, side bash unit. Never really needed anything like that. I could get some more health, or I could buy some more gun upgrades. What are these for creature? I don't really feel like getting any creature mods. I don't use that gun very much. Sweezy has a remote detonator mod. I don't want to get mods. I'll just get upgrades, I guess. Let's see. Are these the Kinney gun stuff? Reload tract. I'll take that. Yeah, we need a reload tract and an ammo sack. Perfect. This is a mod. We don't need a mod. Goop Suck mod. This augmentation enhances Gus's vacuum ability and lets you suck the goop armor right off. Reload track for Gus? I'll take it.
I want him reloading as fast as possible.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Remote detonator mod? Yeah, we'll take the reload track. Perfect. How much money we got left? $1,000. Super ovaries. These powered-up Gatlian ovaries will speed up creature's birthing process, effectively shortening his reload time. Childbirth is a miracle, and now it's even more of a miracle. The womb chamber. Can't afford any of those. Heart Snap mod. With this augmentation, creatures' minion children will return to you with a gift of extra health after they get a kill. Wow. They do it because they love you so much. You've been a good parent. Let's just grab, I guess, their health. Yeah, let's do it. Now we're all healthy. Fantabulous. I want to see what this jetpack do, though. Whee! It doesn't change our height, but it makes us go faster. Still takes forever to fuel up, right? That's the whole Twitch experience, don't you know? Probably had to rush in the event that Netflix said no more than 8 episodes. Is that true? Behind the scenes. It was always a mess behind the scenes. Yeah, I'd say that's a little bit better, right? Oh, snooping the internet has given me the insight. Netflix sees little value in the seasons that extend 10 episodes, or a show that surpasses 30 in total? For, like, the shows that they produce, right? Not the shows that they pick up. So, I guess should we just go ahead and finish? Should we just go ahead and finish the game? We could. We're pretty dang close. Y'all down to finish this up? Beat this game? We seem kind of close. I'm not sure how big the next planet will be. But it might just be a boss fight, you know? Maybe we'll just teleport to Earth and then, you know, a big boss fight, and that's all. Ah, the teleporter's on now. Oh, I was gonna buy things with teleporter crystals. I forgot about that. We should at least check out the little worlds that we can have. Hey there, fella. Hi there. Can I get myself a skate park disc? It's $8. $8. I'll take the skate park. I've been waiting this whole time. Now I got 5 more. I could get trolley tracks, toilet warp, or quiet. I think I want to wait for the quiet cottage. That's what I want. You've never seen any of this game, so I'm gonna assume it's gonna be a lot more than you have planned. What? Is that true? You know, Dandelion, you might be right. You might be right, but you might be wrong too. Have you ever thought of that? Where does this lead, huh? Does this lead back to our ship? Yes, it leads back to our home. I kind of want to see what the skate park is. I just made a large purchase. What? Does that sticker says hot moms? Well, you know, we could call it here. We could call it there. We could call it anywhere. What time is it? It's 10:30. Let's at least see what the world looks like.
Made a pretty good team.
Let's see what it looks like. Let's see if it looks like just a normal boss fight or no.
So make sure you finish up everything you wanted to do before we head back to Earth. You ready to go? All right then. You're gonna need Let's Do It.
You're gonna need Let's Do It. Come on, let's do it.
All right, let's do it. We got this. Let's do it.
Let's walk.
Let's Do It looks great.
Let's do it.
Okay, we get it.
Let's do it.
Is that all that he's gonna say? Is that all you have to say? Is that all you gotta say for yourself? Let's do it. Let's do it. Hey, yo, Miles. How are you doing? Welcome in. Let's do it. Miles, how are you doing today? How are the holiday festivities going? I hope you're doing well. We just returned to Earth with Let's Do It. We just picked up Let's Do It.
Before you go, come talk to me.
You gonna head out? Sorry, I didn't chat much. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Linz. Thanks for vibing with us. Much love to Linz. Everybody put hearts in the chat. Thank you for helping mod the stream and for chilling with us, Linz. Don't you worry about it. You can keep your mouth shut if you want to. You know we love our lurkers, you sorry sucker, you. Oh, you've been here watching a bit playing? Nice. This game is, this game's a whole trip, ain't it? this game's pretty fun, though. I like it. This is a easy recommend. What do I do? Who am I talking to? Am I talking to Let's Do It? What are we doing? I can't. It says say goodbye.
Step out of the house, we're gonna warp away to safety until the deed is done.
Oh, okay.
That means you'll be on your own.
No, not alone. The power of Gatlas will be on at our side.
No shit. We know that. I'm just, God, it was just a figure of speech, Kenny. Look, Garmantuous.
Hey! Don't talk to my fellow Kenny like that. The most Justin Roiland game of all time. I would agree with you. I have played Accounting.
Atomizer bomb. Intel says Garmantuous has thick skin like armor, but if you can.
I've not played the Rick and Morty experience though, and he has one more. I'm trying to remember what it's called.
This'll blow him up for good.
I don't know. This game interests me a lot more because it looked like it had actual gameplay. You know, like it's a game.
Force me to admit I give a shit. Just take it. This thing was hard as hell to find.
Thanks, Gene. You know, we care about you too.
Ooh, he's giving us a little drone. A little drone. Wait, I need to say goodbye to my sister.
Good luck. You got this.
Thanks, sis. What the heck? Wholesome family. You feel the RMX is toned down because he can curse and do more here? the RMX is toned down? What is RMX? No Cartoon Network to worry about. As much, at least. Yeah. You mean versus like the stuff on Adult Swim? Roiland's also involved in. Is he involved in what's it called? The Rick and Morty experience. Oh. He also made, or at least it's similar. It's called what is it? That alien show. That alien Solar Opposites. Did Solar Opposites have anything to do with Justin? They definitely used his art style. Whoa! I want to try. Let's do it. Whoa! See, beam weapon. I knew it. I love that. After expending all the power, Let's Do It must wait a short time to recharge. How do I... Am I like recharging? He said, let's do it. How do I shoot him? Oh, there it goes. Yeah, it's just like a little recharge timer. This is awesome. I love Let's Do It. Ooh wee, let's do it. Ho ho. Oh, we're doing it all right. Let's do it. Why is that a little alert? Was that just he's recharged? Let's do it. He voices somebody. He voices Corvo. Is that true? Oh yeah, of course he does. He voices Corvo, and then the other one's voiced by that guy from the what is that show called? I don't know. He funny. He funny. I like him. He funny and good. He good at being funny. Let's do it. Where are we going? Oh, we're going over here. This is where we're doing it. Let's do it.
Rick and Morty. I don't trust Rick, but I also am worried about Morty. Evil Morty sus. I'm voting out Evil Morty.
Let's do it is powerful enough to destroy things. Nice! Let's do it! Yeah, buddy! Oh, wee! Zap them up! These guys are actually normally pretty tough. But they're nothing to let's do it. Bow. Where's McKinney gun? There it is.
Let's do it!
I need to make sure that I pick up any warp crystals for later, just in case there's like after game content. Yeah, let's do it. Belch them. Oh my god, I'm actually hurting. I'm hurting bad. I'm hurting bad. Dun, 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 dun. I wish that music was in this game. It's just a meme at this point. Did you pay full price or is it on Game Pass? I got it on Game Pass. But the game's pretty significant. I think it might be worth the price. Is it a full $60 game? It's not the longest game, but it's good stuff. I feel like this game would give you the same joy as Borderlands 2. Yeah, I've been comparing those games like as I've been playing it. That's like the best comparison that I can come up with. It's very colorful. Very colorful, lots of abilities. Mostly just like mowing through enemies. But of course, there's no like, there's no customization or like loot and shooting. And I feel like that's one of the main things that makes Borderlands Borderlands. So I feel kind of weird comparing them. But you know, besides the main thing that Borderlands is about, yes, they're very similar. Hey, get out of here, get out of here. I do love some Borderlands. I never finished the second one. I like to play them in co-op. And I lost my co-op buddy before we finished Borderlands 2. Like, by lost, I just mean that we just didn't hang out as much. That's all. They're fine. They're fine. They have a kid. It's all good. This floating lasts forever. Whoa. Hey now, better watch with that sniper back there. Ouch! Let's do it. Oh my gosh, the range on this thing is a lot. Whoa. I also love Sweezy. Sweezy's a great gun. It's mostly their ability that just kicks butt. Let's do it is back. But I'll just finish. Oh no! I was gonna say I'll just finish them off. No! You've had issues with the Game Pass in the past, like Back for Blood. You couldn't even get it to run? What? Really? I haven't heard of anybody having issues with Game Pass. That sucks.
Okay, you see that? That's Garmantuous's base right there.
This is my first month having it. I just got that like $1 first month deal, and it's been great. It's basically like a bunch of free games. I mean, obviously, I'd like for there to be more games on it. There's plenty of new releases that it doesn't get, but you know what it does get is always like, feels kind of like a bonus. Oh wait, wrong gun. I'll just stay back till Let's Do is ready. Okay. Who is talking? Is that that's the detective guy? We're having a special moment with our detective friend. Ah! There's another sniper. No, we need Kenny. Okay, I should take out the sniper before he gets me. They only take one headshot. Come on. Oh my god, there's so many drones. Too many drones. I wasn't even paying attention to them. Get him. Get him. Say goodbye to Pseudo. Oh, it was the little guy. Our little detective friend. Oh wait, that's a bug. We don't have to kill the bug. Oh my god, just let me restore my health, please. He said, let's do it. Okay, there's like nowhere to hide. Okay, let's move forward. Get him. Let's do it. Haven't been looking for warp crystals. You'll play with me? You have a character that I know will help you finish. Oh, nice. I do love some Borderlands. I almost 100%ed the first one, but the DLC got me down. Oh, jeez. Big boy. Lord almighty. I don't even know if I have Borderlands right now. Like, I used to have the full collection on my PS3. I might not actually have the game right now. I might need to pick it up on sale. Ooh, who's talking? Who said they love me so much? Okay, well, we'll use Kenny mostly. Got that long distance accuracy. Let's do it. Let's do it ready. Are you in this box? Get out of there, dude. That's messed up. Where's the rest of them, huh? Ooh, warp crystal. We got our let's do it ready. This is a very satisfying little final act. I like this. It gives me pleasure.
It gives me good feeling, yes.
Oh god, there's a lot of them. Let's do it! Nice! Let's do it quick. I hope they let me go back and finish all the stuff that I didn't. I want to collect all this stuff. Get them, little guys. Get them, my little children. I'm so proud of you. You're such good little creatures. A father could never ask for a better child. All right. Let's do it!
This game's silly funny. This game funny silly.
Ooh. This game's also freaking lovely.
Okay, how's everyone feeling? We're almost there.
This is it.
Let's just focus on killing Garmantuous.
Yeah, not the time for chit chat, Kenny.
Oh, come on, you're not still
Mad at you? Look, it's complicated.
I'm kind of mad still, yeah.
Yes, it's complicated.
We all love you, Kenny.
It's complicated. Like I said the first time, it's complicated.
We had that powerful shared drug experience together, and we learned so much about ourselves and working together.
Look,
and
Kenny,
we
there's a lot of shit to work through here. We're not gonna solve it in one drug trip.
Maybe we did, though.
You know we're here with you, Kenny. You're practically family, and we mostly only have each other.
I love creature.
Yeah, so let's just kill Garmantuous and see where things go from there.
We'll completely forgive you after we kill Garmantuous, Kenny.
Creature, that's not true. But if not true.
Okay, I get it. Let's just do this.
Let's do it.
And
He said it. No, you can't say that in front of Let's Do It. Now that we got them, we have to remove that from our vocabulary. They're gonna think that we're talking to them the whole time. Let's do it.
Another Sweezy fan. You know, she is really popular with. I mean.
There we go. Thanks, Sweezy. That voice line. Wait, what the frick? Oh, we go down here. Need a little bit of a. Wow, they're just making me use all the guns, huh? I see how it is. Go, little guys, get him! Hop in that electrical device. Oh, they like died. I've never realized that they die whenever they go in there. That sucks. Wow, they really just used every ability, huh? All right, time to fight Gargantuous. Huge boss fight?
Shit, this is it. It's him.
There he is. Gargantuous. He's beautiful. How can I kill such a beautiful creature? It feels wrong. This is it. Ooh, I like these. I like these shapes. This is very cool. None of these things have hit me yet. What the heck? You're a horrible shot, mister. Whoa! This is rad. We can, like, fly forever, too. Owie. Should I use Let's Do It? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Too powerful. Oh my god. This is so cool. This is a great fight. Oh god. Oh god. We need Kenny back. Kenny got that distance. Let's do it. Let's do it. He's got like 2 health bars going on here. I don't know what that's all about. Yeah, get those babies. Ow, ow, ow. This hurts. This hurts. This hurts. I might have to actually get good. Oh, shoot. No, no. I'm going to have to get good. Dang it. Okay, fine. I wasn't being careful enough. I was a fool. Is the game going to crash now? Tell me it's not going to crash. Come on. Yes. Nice. All right. Pull Let's Do It out immediately. Okay, maybe I just need to back up. That's what solved the issue last time. Ow. 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 I'm doing great. I'm doing way worse this time. Get him, get him. Let's do it. Actually a tough boss fight. Fun. I want to just use let's do it this whole time. There we go. He said it. He said the thing. Okay, he's halfway down. Oh, I hate these blue ones. No! No, the blue ones are too much. You're too much. Stop that. Stop that. No more. No more. It hurts so much. Ow. My body. Let's do it. Ow. No, no. Everyone's hitting me. Stop, stop, stop. Ah! Fly, fly, fly. Oh, my God. I hate this. I hate this. I hate it all. No, it's too many. Too many things. Ah! Oh my God! Stop! Stop! You must get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! I'm running out of fuel. Okay, I'm recharging. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Can you finish him off? Oh my God! So close! Ah! No! Not this! Not this madness again! No! Okay. 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 He's coming down. First stage done. Oh, the bomb. Oh, yeah, the bomb. Shove that bomb in. Ew, not in that. Not in that thing.
Yes, okay, deep, little deeper. There we go. Okay, yeah, shove that bomb all the way up his asshole into his or whatever's up there. Okay, that should be good. Now pull out and let's blow this fucker up. It's time for the G3 to become the G0.
All right.
Okay, what's wrong? Is it broken? Damn it, Gene, the remote's busted? Oh, shit!
Oh, hello. You're
What?
Now it's time to make you really suffer.
Did Gene set us up?
Let's make a deal. If you give up and turn yourself over to me, then I won't harm the two people you love most in this world.
What do you got in your mouth there?
Hey, it's me, Jack Black.
Hi, I'm Susan Sarandon. Do we know you?
Huh? Are those your parents?
Parents? What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't think
Jack Black? Susan Sarandon?
So nice to meet you.
So what? You don't love these two? Because every human I asked said they loved them.
Well, yeah, everyone loves us.
I'm sorry, Bounty Hunter. I'm sure your parents are still out there somewhere, you know?
Jack Black.
I can feel it.
No! No! They killed Jack Black and Susan Sarandon. This sucks. I'll never be happy again. The Mario movie will never be the same. Not Jack Black, my lookalike. Ah! Doodly doo doo, doodly doo doo. Get him, kitties. Whoa! Whoa! Where are you shooting that out of? Oh yeah, let's do it. Hey, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. He's moving. Jetpack is rad. Get him, little babies. This actually has turned into one of my favorite weapons, especially for boss fights. Stay in the center. Oh my God, Lord Almighty. Lord have mercy on this alien soul. Send him to heaven. Ow! God dang it. What is this? What is this boss fight? He killed Jack Black. We can't back down now. He's gone too far. Alright, let's do it. Get him. Better not slip on my... Oh, I don't know what he said after that. Yeah, gloop him. Yeah, gloop him. Let's do it. Oh, wait, wrong gun. Here we go. Let's do it. It'll take care of him. He's using the same, like, goop attack as that other guy that we've been fighting. As the brothers. I'm trying to remember their names. Not the balls. Not the Christmas balls. Ow. That hurt. That hurt my body when you do that. These attacks are crazy looking. I kind of love them. The art direction in this game is muy bueno. Let's do it. Oh, wrong gun. Can I even freeze him? I don't think so. He's too bossly for that. There we go. Get him! See, why has he got 2 health bars? We got the first health bar down. Boink, 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 boink. Get them, children.
What now? What now? The bomb didn't work.
Nice!
What's the plan here? Just keep shooting and hope for a miracle?
I have an idea.
Oh, fantastic!
What's the... Oh, no, he's gonna sacrifice himself.
I know a way to detonate.
He's gonna sacrifice himself.
I'll go inside of his asshole, and I'll detonate it.
Of course. Of course.
Not good. Kenny, that would mean...
Yeah, I know.
Kenny, we're not letting you do that, okay? There's gotta be another way.
Can you think of anything?
Actually, no, I can't. I guess this is the only way.
You're gonna blow both yourselves up? Kenny, you might die.
I know. Hey, bounty hunter, fighting alongside you has been, well, it's been the best thing that's ever happened to me. Thank you for giving me the adventure of a lifetime. Now shove me deep inside that monster slug's dirty asshole.
Kenny.
I want to do this. I need to do this.
First Jack Black and now Kenny.
Okay. Okay. Well, I guess this is goodbye. You're the best bounty hunter I've ever seen, and you're an even better friend. See you later, pal. I'll always be with you, and I love you.
There he goes. Don't look at me like that, Gus.
Oh, shit, it's done. Comantuous is dead. He's fucking dead.
Rest in peace, fucker.
We did it.
What about...
There's no way they could have survived that.
What a noble sacrifice.
Yeah, he's not dead. Not a chance.
No fucking way.
Let's do it.
I'm alive? Is Garmantuous dead?
We owe you big time.
He's charcoal. He's been deep fried, poor Kenny. He almost exploded. He's alive! Rejoice! Kenny survived. It's at the end. This game was obscene. Absolutely obscene. You're invited to celebrate the destruction of Garmantuous and the G3 cartel at Space Applebee's. Blorbs Day, the 12th of Flim at 7 p.m. RSVP via Gene. Is that are those my parents? It is. Mom and Dad are mostly okay. Aw, yay, they're mostly okay. Hooray! Wow, what a treat. What an absolute treat this game was. Look, it's my sister hanging out with the guy. Gene almost got kicked out for crapping on the floor, but Lizzie covered for him. What? What? Covered for him? Wait a minute. What's that supposed to mean? Oh no, not these suspicious bears. Reloading for another round. Nice. They're drinking. My guns are drinking. Drunk guns. Great idea. Well, what did y'all think about the game, huh? What did y'all think about this experience that I decided to play? Was it a mistake? Will this go down as an Amnesia: The Dark Descent situation? Mr. Keep's doing what Mr. Keep does best. Making business? What is this horrible song? What's happening? Didn't know that the moplets could throw him back like that. Neither did I. These moplets, they know how to party. Wait, it really 6 hours of gameplay, or did I miss lots? No. This is the third day that I've played it. I'm not sure how long I've been playing it. I don't think that Xbox tells you that stuff. Someone call the cops on these ants. JK, they rule. It's like watching a really long episode of Rick and Morty, so it's fine. Nice. Yeah, hey, Whiskey and Unicorn. Thank you so much. My stream's broken because this game's too intense. Thank you so much for the 27 years. I'm gonna write your name. I'm gonna write your name on a bit and bauble, and I'll put it on the Christmas tree. Oi, oi. Thank you so much. Can we get some hype in the chat, y'all? Clugs Kids, life of the party. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. How are you doing, Erica? The Goop Bros got rowdy tonight. Gats all, folks. Wow. Wow. Amazing. Well, that was pretty great. That was pretty great. I enjoyed that thoroughly. I don't know if I'll ever play another game like that one. That was, you know what? It was something special. Justin and Roland really outdid themselves this time. Oh, well, thanks for playing with me, friends. Hope you enjoyed the really long Rick and Morty episode. The uncensored Rick and Morty episode, I guess. You've been baking a ton recently? That makes sense. For a bunch of holiday cakes and stuff? That's fun. I mean, we've had like 2 cakes in this house for a while. It's the reason for the season, you know? It's the season of baking. Yum, yum. Oi, oi, oi. This was quite an adventure. I saw Alex made a response on Discord to this game in general. What gift did you use? You said me watching Earl playing this game. It's just like a nervous face. It was Binks. It was Binks. Alex said this was their response to me playing this game. Binks. Is it too much? I didn't mean to mess with your sensibilities, Alex. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know that you'd be so affected. Let me show off. I want to show off some of the art. So Anne is not awake right now. But I just want to show y'all some of the art that was made during just this game. I'm pretty sure that this was all drawn during me playing this game. I just want to show off this art because I don't know. Seeing my character drawn this much is so much fun. I love to see it. Here's the most recent one. A fine little gentleman. We also have Hot Earl. These I don't know what it was about this game that made Anne go sicko mode on the drawings. They're so good. And the other thing is that Anne won't post these to fan art. They won't post these to fan art, so I have to show them off myself. You can just think of this as like the credit scene. It's just the credits. Oh! To all the the Binks at the end. Oh! Oi! But y'all, thanks for watching along. I don't know what we'll play next. Like I said, I've wanted to play some retro games recently, but who knows? Maybe we'll play something fresh and new. What's coming out for this Xbox Game Pass? Plague Tale Requiem sounds way too sad. That sounds way too sad for us to play. Same for Scorn. Scorn yucky. Definitely not playing any edgy games for like a little bit. We'll take a little break, okay? A little palate cleanser so that all our peeps can like relax a little bit. Persona 5? No, this is Persona 4. Persona 4 coming out. Cool. I've never played any of these games, but I'm interested. What else is on here, huh? Oh yeah, I've been wanting to play some Minecraft. That would be rad. But yes, anyway, we finished the game, and we've got rated like 7 times this stream or something, which is absolutely just thank y'all so much for that. Oh, almost forgot, Erica. Let me get you a little holiday ornament. Oi oi, an ornamental ornament. Let's see. Should I write down Whisking Unicorn or Erica or what? Should I just write Baker? baking friend. What would you like me to put on this little shiny ball? This little shiny ball's got you a name on it, or at least it will have your name on it as soon as you tell me what you'd like me to write on here. Because I really appreciate all the peeps that have supported me. I have somehow avoided having a real job for 2 years so far. I think we're coming up on, are we coming up on like a stream anniversary, full-time anniversary? Somehow I have evaded real work for quite a while, which has been amazing. And I thank everybody that has contributed to that, including all the peeps that are on this Christmas tree. In April will be 3 years. That is a miracle. Listen, sometimes they talk about Christmas miracles, but that's way more of a miracle than me. Somehow I've been paying my bills.
Look at all those balls. Bree Groovy thinks that the word balls is funny.
Erica is spelled with a K, right? Isn't it? It's okay. I'll write down your name.
Dachshund on the Christmas tree. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Whoop!
Oh, it's a little bright. But Erica, thank you so much for all the support. For the 27 months. 27 months of subscribing. That is beyond anything that I can thank you for. Thank you. But I'll give you a little ball. Balls for everybody. Dandelion, thank you so much. Or it's Dandelion, isn't it? I didn't look at that well enough. Wait, is it Dandelion or Dandelion? I think it's Dandelion. Thank you for the follow. I'm glad that you're liking it around here. Oi. Put you up here. Ta-da! You're up on the tree. Thank you for helping me decorate this room. It's looking beautiful. What can I say? I teach middle schoolers. It rubs off on you after a while. Oh, really? Balls? Funny. We like the word balls around here. It's hilarious. But y'all, again, thanks for chilling with me. I am awfully tired and hungry. Yeah, you're a fun fellow. Don't worry too much. Everyone gets the name wrong at first. At first, it's Dandelion. Dandelion? Dandelion. Okay, I see. Dandelion. I got you. Thanks so much. Yeah, this community is amazing, and I do my best to pick out fun games for us to just like play and experience. High on Life was not sure if that was a great call, but it was pretty fun. It was fun, and it was very edgy and pretty darn hilarious. But yeah, maybe we'll play something else. We'll play something else. Very likely tomorrow. It looks like Sly Fox is in my freaking hometown. So I guess I'm gonna go say hi to Sly Fox tomorrow if we can work that out. So the stream might be a little bit late, but it's been late over the past few days anyway. But I kind of figure everyone's on break. It's Christmas time, so I'll be a little bit more like freeform with the schedule. But I'm trying to give as much streams as possible so that we can chill while everybody's free. Everybody's or at least a lot of people are off of work, so we might as well like do some good gaming, have some fun. You've embraced the other names too. You like being called a dandelion. You're a positive weed, spreading yourself across to every platform. Let's go. Is this a good time for me to tell you that I used to eat dandelions when I was a kid? It's just because they were yellow and they like stood out really clearly in the yard. So like if I saw a dandelion, I would pick it and eat it, until my mom told me to stop that because she said that a lot of people like poison their yards. That was her argument, was that people poison their yards and that I might accidentally eat like lawn poison or weed poison or something. But I used to eat dandelions any time that I saw them. I ignored my mother, and I'm still alive, so I guess it was fine. You know, those dandelions were just fine. That can't be as different as kids rubbing their chins on them to make their chins yellow. Oh yeah, you just gave me a brain blast. I forgot that was a thing. Is that we used to sometimes take dandelions and like color things with them, like rub them on wood or on our skin. I'd completely forgotten about that. You just gave me like a blast of the past. What the heck? My memory is not normally that good, so I forget a lot of stuff. You used to do that with buttercups. A flower that we also messed with was a, what's it called? A honeysuckle. Honeysuckles are good. We would like, I think that you were supposed to like pull the stem out or something. I forget how you consumed the honeysuckle, but there was like some really, really sweet, sugary nectar inside of it. They were pretty tasty. I haven't had a honeysuckle or tried them in like more than 15 years, I guess. You do that with buttercups. If it turned yellow, you liked butter. That's not much of a dig. The fact like, oh, somebody likes butter. Ooh, butter eater. What is that supposed to mean? You don't know the purpose of it either. I mean, it's just for fun. Like kids they don't need a reason to do pretty much anything. We did dumb stuff all the time. Something that we did that was very cute, thinking back, is that we'd find these little baby frogs, these little teeny tiny baby frogs, and we would get a acorn cap, and then we would put the baby frogs in the acorn cap and like send them down this little creek that we had in our backyard. So we would just like watch them on their little boats. I mean, obviously frogs can swim, so they're completely fine. But we'd give them little dandelion. We'd give them little acorn hat boats, and they'd just float along. And we'd try to keep our eyes on them and catch them. But we love frogs. We love frogs, and also they had turtles in the creek. I didn't interact much with the turtles, but my roommate, who I grew up with, he used to catch the turtles. He would catch the turtles, put them in a bucket, we'd look at them for a little while, and then he'd let the turtles go. But it's so fun. I love turts. I love turtles, crocodiles, fish, frogs, all that like amphibious creatures. I don't know what it is about them, but I just love them. I love those creatures. Snakes are pretty rad too, but I'm a little bit scared of snakes because, you know, snakes can kill you, you know, so it's a little like, kind of depends on the snake. That's my take on it anyway. I love how snakes move and I love how they look, but you got to be a little careful because some of them, they got a little bit of a bad attitude, you know. You don't want to be venomized by a snake. There's at least 4 snakes in Texas that can kill you. There are definitely coral snakes in some parts of Texas. There's copperheads everywhere. There's cottonmouths everywhere. And there's water moccasins everywhere. But besides that, I'm sure there's like an occasional like rare snake that can show up. You'd mess around with blind snakes. What's a blind snake? I never heard of that. We had garden snakes. Garden snakes are safe. Rat snakes are safe. I used to, like, anytime that I would see a snake that I know I was safe, then I would pick it up and like and watch it for a little while because they're so funny, especially the little tiny garden snakes that are just that are green. They're so adorable. They stick out their tongue, blem. I love them. They're adorable. They're adorable, and they can have all of my heart. You don't mess with the nope ropes ever. Yeah, I can understand that. You'd want to know that the snake was safe. Even some people's pet snakes can hurt you. It's tiny. It looks like an earthworm. No eyes, but it sticks out its tongue. That's cute. Don't they stick out their tongue to like taste the ground or something? I don't know. But snakes can be adorable. Let's see. I'm trying to look at who's online right now. I'm loving this conversation, but I got to go to the bathroom, I got to eat, and I want to go to bed pretty soon so that I can stream tomorrow. I see that the Crane couple are still going 32-hour subathon. Shucks. They're opening presents and stuff? That sounds rad to jump into. We love the Crane couple. We love them. We just, me and the roommates just finished season 5 of Better Call Saul, but it turns out there's a freaking whole nother season. There's a whole nother season that I did not know about, but I don't know where we can watch it. I guess we might have to download it. Download it from an entirely legal website. Like, you know, just a rental / buying situation from a website. We might have to use NordVPN, the sponsor of this stream. Just kidding. I've never been sponsored by NordVPN, but I do use it. 32 hours. Damn. Yeah. I'm sure that they're sleeping during the stream as well. But we should go give them some love. I love the Crane couple. I've gotten to meet them in real life a couple of times. They do a lot of IRL streams, but they also play lots of games together. And yeah, I got to meet them in Vegas. I got to meet them in San Diego, and they're just really sweet people. And I'd love to support them, bring them some hype, give them some love. We can say Merry Earlmas. Merry Earlmas. Where's my purple hearts? Here we go. Yeah, we'll say Merry Earlmas. Perfecto. Y'all, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate y'all all so much. Huge thank you to everybody who raided and everybody who came through with a raid. I so appreciate y'all giving me a chance hanging out with me. And yes, thank you everybody for the subscriptions and for the bits and for just hanging out with me. Y'all are the best, and I hope that y'all have a wonderful rest of your evening. I'll be here tomorrow because I can't stay away from y'all for long. You know how it is. We'll be up to something. Who knows what we'll be doing? You know, it might be a doodle stream. It might be a just chatting stream. We might be playing a game. Who knows? But yeah, I'd love to see you there. And thank you to my mods for watching over the chat. Alchemic, just another person like you. Jedi Aurora and Die 101 are my moderators on this channel. And thank you so much to the VIPs, Lemonberry, Frulio, Hey Human One, Kim the I Don't Know, Lady Pink Monster, Limerang, Malice Vitterfolk, The King of Squirrel, Mushroom Gal, Oast, Tayaki, Salty, and Spork. A lot of them are on my stream team. I'm on stream teams with a lot of those people. Thank you so much to Spork of Love for the raid earlier. Thank you to Human One for the raid earlier. Thank you to Artology... Artology Inc. for the raid. Thank you so much to Professor Panda for the raid. Y'all, this has been a crazy night. And honestly, my brain was fried from the very beginning, and it's only gotten more fried as time has gone on. But in a good way. Thanks for being here, and see you later, Erie Coffee. Thanks for vibing. Bye-bye, Dandelion. It's been great to meet you. Dan DeLeon. We'll work on it. Nice to meet y'all. See you later. Bye-bye, Innocent Alex. See you later, Whisking Unicorn. It's great to see all y'all. All right. Take care of yourselves. Drink water. Peace. Bingo. Bango.